And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Live Now look there at the White House in the nation's capital. This is the moment we have all been waiting for all year, and that is the prize of the night. Some would say it's the Super Bowl of politics. Welcome here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. I'll be guiding you through these results tonight in real time when we get them as well. Polls are about to close in just a couple of states and part of a couple of states. So we'll get some of those results coming in momentarily at the top of the hour. And let's talk about the presidential contest. According to some of these national head-to-head polls here, the race is very close between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris here. Voter enthusiasm, of course, and early voting turnout have remained high over the last couple of weeks here. We'll see if that remains the case for some of these same-day voters in these 7 battleground states we'll be watching throughout the course of the evening as well here. But we are live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to be bringing you these campaign rallies, campaign events, press conferences from election officials in states around the country as well here, just like we have been doing all throughout the course of the election cycle here. So right now, we do want to show you what we are watching at the moment here. Take a look at this. This is inside, we believe there, the Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. We also have a live look as well at Howard University outside the nation's capital at the Harris Watch Party. So these are all set, these events there. We're going all night. We're not stopping. It'll be live, raw, and unfiltered, of course. You'll be hearing the candidates from all across the country, whether they win or lose as well. Now, the question on everyone's minds is whether there will be a declared winner tonight. Of course, we can't answer that question right now. Each state has their own rules when it comes to counting ballots. But remember, just to set the stage, we are going to be relying here on Live Now from Fox with the Associated Press. All of their data, all of their numbers and metrics, that is who we will rely on here to bring you these results accurately in real time. Now, if you notice in the bottom left hand of your screen there, that is our Electoral College tally, and it will update in real time when these states get called. Now, below that, you see another number there. Right now, it's at 510,500. That means that is showing how many people are streaming Live Now from Fox at this very moment here. So just a really interesting, cool feature to let you know how many people are watching alongside with us and with you here. Now, and remember, it all comes down to that magic number in the presidential contest, 270. These battleground states will decide the election here. Let's bring into the conversation, though, some of my colleagues who will help us make sense of this night as well, including Live Now's Austin Westfall and Christina Evans. Austin, let's start with you. You're going to be our guy at the board there, and you're going to have some maps. You're going to help us make sense of some of these results. And Austin, it's not just the path to 270, it's the balance of power in Washington on Capitol Hill.
That's right. The top prize tonight, of course, Andrew, it's going to be this building right here. We do want to show you how we're going to illustrate these results as they come in through the Associated Press as the night progresses. You see a lot of gray on this map right now. This is going to start filling in with some red on this side as the night progresses. We're going to start seeing some blue on this side as the night progresses. We're going to be tracking results in all 50 states, of course, but the campaigns have really been focusing on 7 battlegrounds: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. So, what's the easiest path to victory for both candidates? Let's start with Harris. She's just got to get those blue wall states: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and then 1 in Nebraska. That gives her the presidency if all of the other 43 states and Washington, D.C. fall the way that we expect them to. How about Trump's path? Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. That's all it's going to take. Those are the easiest paths for both candidates. Of course, like you mentioned, though, that's not going to be the only story. We're going to be tracking the balance of power in both chambers of Congress as well. This is going to be pivotal. We also got maps to show you for the Senate and the House. This is how we're breaking down the Senate. We just want to illustrate here that all these darker colored pips, these are seats that are not up for grabs. Everything in the center, these are the seats where we're seeing challenges. As you can see, many more blue seats on the defense compared to red. Democrats have a slim majority in the Senate right now, 51 to 49. It's pretty much all but guaranteed at this point that West Virginia, Senator Joe Manchin, who's not running for re-election, his seat is going to flip independent to red. Jim Justice, the popular two-term governor in West Virginia, likely going to be flipping that seat. So that is already going to be one seat that the Democrats are going to be losing. There's a number of other competitive Senate seats, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. Those are pretty much seats the Democrats are going to need to win if they want to maintain their control. There's also some seats where the Republicans could be on the defense. There's been a lot of chatter about whether or not Colin Allred can actually outpace Ted Cruz in Texas. There's an interesting race in Florida with Rick Scott. And then an independent challenger coming out of nowhere, giving us an unexpected challenge in a state that nobody expected a senatorial challenge to happen. So that's what we're tracking in the Senate. Finally, before we go, Andrew, let's talk about the House here. Again, a lot of gray, 218. That's going to be the magic number. This map is much more complex. We're starting to see every single district. There's competitive districts from as far east as Maine to as far west as Alaska. So many competitive races on the West Coast, including in southwestern Washington, Bend, Oregon, the Central Valley in California, Southern California. Those are House races that could determine the balance of the House, and those are races that may not be called for a long time. So I say all that to say, Andrew, that this building is important tonight because it's going to let us know just how powerful of a president we're going to be talking about.
You know, that's so true, Austin, depending on who wins the presidency tonight. You know, will they have a unified government on Capitol Hill or a divided government on Capitol Hill? You know, will Chuck Schumer in the Senate keep his job? Will Speaker Johnson on the House side keep his job? All of those questions remain outstanding right now. Austin, thanks so much. If it's election night, you do need a map. You got a map, and we'll check in very soon here. In the meantime, though, so many of these storylines will be happening on social media, particularly. We're going to get a lot of our news there, because even on election night, breaking news will happen live, raw, and unfiltered, as it usually does. And to join us to track all things on social media, my colleague there in the LiveNOW newsroom, Christina Evans. And Christina, what are you watching for tonight on social media?
Yeah, Andrew, it's great to be here with you guys on election night in LiveNOW's Social Center. That's what we're kind of calling it at this point. So if you do have a phone that's next to you, as many of us do when we're watching television, pull it out right now. Download some of those apps that we're talking about, X, also TikTok and Instagram. You can find us there at LiveNOW Fox. So on those social media platforms, I'll be guiding you through some of those other top headlines that we're seeing pop up on social media. I do want to show you just a look now as what we're dealing with here in our social center. Here's the look. We've got all of our boards in here pulling in these posts from X as well as Instagram and TikTok as things are starting to break on the internet. And when it comes to some of those storylines, an example of one that we're going to be following right now, I want to show you here on your screen a look of a story that's now coming out of Milwaukee. So this is some breaking news that we did just get into our newsroom as well. The city of Milwaukee says that it will recount around 30,000 absentee ballots after discovering each of the 13 high-speed tabulators here at Central Count had an open door. Right now, officials aren't sure of how that happened. They will zero out those machines and start again. Now, this is according to our news partners there at Fox 6 in Milwaukee. But again, another important storyline that we're covering there in Milwaukee. So what we have learned is that the city spokesperson, Jeff Fleming, said that those tabulators were sealed, but the doors to those machines were not properly closed. This issue, though, involved early absentee and in-person ballots and has affected all 13 tabulators. Live look that we have there in the city of Milwaukee as we're continuing to follow some of these breaking stories. That's just an example of some of those storylines that we're going to be following here on social media. Again, as you're stepping away from the TV, maybe you need to go pick up your kids from school or run a quick errand to the grocery store. Pick up your dinner tonight. Make sure you have your phone with you. You can follow us at LiveNOW Fox. I'm going to push our TikTok platform right now because we'll be there very active giving you those latest updates. So, Andrew, sending it back over there to you. But again, you can find us on LiveNOW socials as well throughout the night.
All right, Christina Evans, thanks so much. You're going to be very busy. We'll be checking in with you periodically here. Christina, thanks. All right, in the meantime here, we are well underway now in our election night coverage, and we're into the top of the hour. And a few states, not a lot, I believe about 2, some parts of those states, polls have closed there. I'm talking about Indiana. I'm talking about Kentucky. So we will get some of those results in momentarily here, of course. At the top of the next hour, some of these major battleground states, polls will close there. North Carolina and Georgia, will have our eyes on that as well. Let's just give you a sense of what we're watching for right now. We have all of these live pictures, and that's what we do here, of course. You see there inside of the Trump campaign watch party as well, and that's in West Palm Beach, where this will all unfold tonight. Now, for the other campaign, the Harris campaign, this is at Howard University outside the nation's capital. Of course, you know Vice President Harris is an alum of Howard University, a historically black college and university, and that is where she has chosen to host her campaign election night watch party and rally here. So we also have some of these vantage points coming to us from polling locations. We just brought you that news out of Milwaukee there, so some snafus and flare-ups. But let's take our first commercial break of this hour. We'll be back in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and happy election night. We are just getting started here. We do want to update you. Remember, I had said that in parts of Indiana and Kentucky, polls have now closed there. We are getting race results there, some of these key House districts, and let's talk about them with my colleague here, Austin Westfall, yet again. Austin, race calls have been made there in Kentucky, I believe. Who?
So the way this goes, pretty much every recent election cycle, is the very first places that we see polls closing and we start seeing results coming in are portions of Indiana and portions of Kentucky. I got to underline here, these are very preliminary results. In some cases, they are not indicative of some sort of larger electorate here, but we're starting to see, at least up here, that Republicans now officially have 2 seats out of the 218 that they're going to need to take control of the House. So let's zoom out. Let's pick up here where exactly these seats are. And what I want to show you, really, is that these are uncontested seats. Kentucky District 5. That's Hal Rogers. As it says, it's an uncontested race. That's why, as soon as the polls closed, they were able to call this one in Hal's favor. That's District 5. Let's also take a look at District 4. That's the other race that was called immediately because it's uncontested. Thomas Massey winning his seat. There are a couple of other races. These are in Indiana, District 8 right now, polling, and only 1% of the votes have been tallied so far. So very preliminary details. We're just going through these more or less to show you how the night is going to be working as we move forward this evening. So we see a strong Republican lead in this race with 1% of the vote tallied. So much more to go, Andrew.
That's right. Some of those Kentucky House districts, always ruby red there. Austin, thanks so much. In the meantime here, remember, we just brought you this news there out of Milwaukee from Sam Kramer there at Fox 6, saying the city of Milwaukee says it will recount around 30,000 absentee ballots after discovering each of the 13 high-speed tabulators there at Central Count had an open door. Now, officials aren't sure how that happened, but Fox 6 caught up with some election officials. This is a very brief update from election officials there in Milwaukee on what exactly happened. This is about a minute long here. Let's listen.
And the ballots that have already gone through the tabulating machine will be rerun through them. It's just out of an abundance of caution. We have no reason to believe that there was any compromise to any of the machines, but because they were not fully sealed, human error, and not fully sealed, we are going to zero them all out again, the 13 machines around, and then rerun the ballots that had already been processed. So most of what you're seeing on the floor here, the opening of the envelopes, the sorting through them, that doesn't have to be redone. What has to be redone is just what's happening against the wall at the machines. It is going to extend the time that we will get the totals here. We don't know how much longer that will be. So it's not insignificant.
You said what was sealed, that means
Okay, so that's the bottom line there. It will extend some of the counting, some of these deadlines there in Milwaukee because of this error. And you got some clarity there from that election official in Milwaukee. In the meantime, LiveNOW look there at the White House. We are waiting on some of these results here in parts of Indiana and Kentucky. And of course, we are tracking the Electoral College count. We have this there at the lower left hand of your screen. We'll be popping that up once the races get called in certain states. Of course, has not happened yet, but that's going to be a key feature throughout the course of this evening here. In the meantime, though, we do want to bring in our first guest in to the conversation, and that, of course, is GOP strategist and operative Keith Nahigian. He joins me. Keith, thanks for being with us here. Let's talk about what the Trump campaign needs to do to close up some of these gaps here. You know, declaring on who wins tonight or whether or not there is a race called tonight. Do you think the former president, much like he did in 2020, will he prematurely declare victory? Or are Chris Lasivita and Susie Wiles telling him not to do that? Is that in the offing, you think?
I don't think they're talking about that from the standpoint of we're not in a COVID election. Last time they were tabulating things with COVID protocols and touching ballots and all these other things. And they had twice as many absentee and early voting ballots. They don't have that now. They have much better machines. I think you're going to see results tonight and then acceptance speeches even tonight or recession speeches tonight for the most part. I think we're going to get to a conclusion way quicker than past elections.
All right, of course, live look there at the White House. I have to ask, though, I mean, if he does speak, if Trump does speak tonight, what will his message be if there is no conclusion yet?
I think if he does speak, he will say, you know, I don't have enough electoral votes. We're waiting. And then he'll come back tomorrow, kind of like I believe he and Hillary did that in the cycle that they ran together. You just never know. It depends what's withholding still. If there's enough that he can call a victory because he has enough electoral votes, basically, if he wins Georgia and North Carolina, which he has an advantage in right now of early voting ballots, all he needs is Pennsylvania. So if the trend line is that he's going to win Pennsylvania, that's it. That's 270. So none of these other states would matter. If he doesn't win North Carolina or for some reason Pennsylvania, then yes, it's going to be a much longer night waiting for other states and other time zones to close.
So, Keith, though, should the Trump camp be worried about the Latino vote in Pennsylvania, particularly the Puerto Rican American diaspora here? The Harris campaign has gone really hard with that constituency over the last week in the wake of those comments that joke made at the rally at Madison Square Garden. Should they be worried? And if so, are they?
I don't think they're even thinking about it for a minute. It's a joke of a person that said something 5 days early. If that's what things are moving the electorate is about the economy, the immigration issue. Puerto Ricans are very upset about, illegal immigration in their communities. There's other big issues that are impacting people at the kitchen counter every day, and I think that's the number one priority for them. So there's 500,000 Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania. I think they're going to vote on what issues really matter to them most.
All right, Keith, I do want to bring in my colleague here, Austin Westfall, with a few questions for you as well. From the Trump side of the equation, we do have his election night watch party shot there in West Palm Beach. Austin.
We saw in the past week, Trump visited New Mexico and Virginia, Keith. We saw J.D. Vance in New Hampshire as well over the weekend. What does the Trump campaign see in those states? Those are not the typical battlegrounds that we've been focusing on.
I've been talking about New Hampshire for the last year. When Biden canceled the primary up there, it was very devastating to the process. It's their main way of life up there in terms of picking presidents and getting the no candidates. And when he canceled the primary, it really was devastating for the economy up there. And then he also instructed his cabinet not to travel up there for nearly 2 years. So in terms of Harris, she has never really been there. Remember, she dropped out before the Iowa primaries. And then this time as vice president, I think she's only been there, a handful of times. They really like to know who they're voting for up there. And I think there's a disconnect I think these pollsters are missing the Democrats that are maybe not going to vote because they don't know the candidate well enough. She had a huge disadvantage of only having a couple of weeks worth of campaigning. In New Hampshire, they take things seriously. I can't imagine them going into the polls and voting for someone that they hadn't met in person because they didn't have the chance to. So New Hampshire, Virginia is another one to watch. I think he went to Salem also because that media market hits parts of North Carolina. But there's a lot of polling that shows it's within a couple of points in Virginia. And New Mexico, that was a little bit more of a stretch. I'm not sure why he was going to New Mexico. We'll have to see. But different polls have it widening the lane in multi ways of getting to 270. Harris is having a smaller and smaller lane in terms of how to get to 270, especially if she loses Pennsylvania.
So, Keith, I want to ask, though, are Republicans right now and those inside the Trump camp, are they too bullish on some of these early voting numbers we've seen that have trended and have favored Republicans in states like Nevada and elsewhere here? When you compare that, which we don't know yet, with the same day voting numbers, should they keep their powder dry with that or not?
I think the number to watch is not early voting, but registrations. The registration numbers in these states have moved 8 to 9%. Registration changes are real new voters that are going to be in their column. And if you're talking about 9% in Georgia, in North Carolina, and some of these other places, 6 to 9%, those are new voters registering as Republicans. And a lot of those, that's the bigger number. So it's not early vote, it's the registration changes that are the most dramatic.
All right, Keith Nahigian, we do appreciate your expertise for coming on tonight. I know it's a busy night. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, like I said, we're just getting started. We're going to be bringing on experts, analysts, surrogates for the campaigns themselves to help us make sense of some of these results that we're getting in. Some of these themes and storylines we'll be tracking throughout the course of the evening here. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. Like I said, we do have these live pictures coming to us, both there at the Trump watch party and also there at the Harris watch party on the campus of Howard University. So we do have some results, though, we want to get to out of Indiana and Kentucky here. I want to take this right now. This is the presidential contest there in Indiana with about 5% of estimated votes counted. At the moment there, you see Trump over Harris, almost 2-1 there, 61 to 37%. But it's early, 5% only of estimated votes counted. We'll see whether or not Trump can maintain this very, very wide margin Indiana went for him in 2020 and 2016. All right, moving on. We're going to stay, though, in Indiana. Remember, there is a Senate race there. Remember, the senator right now, the Republican Mike Braun, opted to run for governor instead. We'll get to that race. But his chosen replacement, Jim Banks, the current congressman in Indiana, the Republican, over his Democratic challenger, Valerie McRae, right now. You can see there he's up 72 to 26. Still early, 2% of estimated votes counted, but that is a very, very wide margin there. So I wanted to stay in Indiana. We are getting some of these results in as well. Also, let's move not too far there in Kentucky, the bluegrass state. You see there 8 electoral votes there in Kentucky, around 2% of estimated votes counted. Trump over Harris, really 2-1. But like I said, it is still early, but Kentucky always ruby red here. Let's bring into the conversation Austin Westfall there in the Live Now newsroom. Austin, so we do have some of these results pouring in, only in Indiana and Kentucky, but some people have been watching these races.
Yeah, let's focus in on Indiana here. So Indiana has voted red 13 out of the past 14 elections. They voted for Obama one time. First off, let's just illustrate here that still no races have been called, but you're starting to see some of these colors shading in Indiana and Kentucky. These are light shades of red. That's to indicate that these states are leaning this direction. This is another feature of the maps that we're going to be working with all night tonight here. We can focus in on some of these counties. I'll focus in on Fort Wayne for the purpose of just showing what kind of information we're going to be seeing throughout the night. Are any of these counties bellwethers for the night? No, they're not going to be bellwethers for the night, but you can see Trump so far with a 51 over 47 percentage advantage, a 4-point advantage over Harris so far. So those are some of the numbers that we're seeing at the county level in the presidential race. Let's pull up the House once again, because we're starting to see a little bit more shading coming in some of these races. Again, none of these are expected to be bellwethers, Andrew, but we're just starting to see that some of these counties that we expect to be red are starting to either be filled in with solid red, because those are uncontested races that were called immediately, or they are leaning red in some of these unsurprisingly red counties.
Sure.
Andrew.
Yeah, and Austin, of course, we mentioned the gubernatorial contest there in Indiana, in the Hoosier State. I mentioned Mike Braun. Remember, he's currently the Republican senator from Indiana. He wanted to do and try his hand at the governor's mansion there. We're getting results in around 4% of estimated votes counted for the governor's race in Indiana. Braun at 58%. His Democratic challenger, Jennifer McCormick, at 39% right now. Braun with a pretty sizable margin over McCormick. It's still early, though. But interesting, this opened up a seat kind of in the Senate for Republicans in Indiana, though Jim Banks, he tried his hand at Senate politics, and it's seemingly going well for him tonight as well. Austin.
And again, I'm pulling up Allen County behind me here. This is where Fort Wayne is, Andrew, just to illustrate some of what we're seeing in these bigger counties. So far, this is where the majority of the votes have come in, 36,000 for Braun, 34,000 for McCormick. But that's only 5% of the votes tallied so far. There's not too many competitive governor races so far in this cycle. In fact, the only competitive one that we expect, and by the way, I should introduce our map of all the governor's races around the country. We are, of course, following North Carolina closely. That's an interesting one with Mark Robinson. We do want to bring you results as soon as polls close in North Carolina. That'll be an interesting one to watch for. The real only competitive governorship that's happening this cycle is going to be in New Hampshire. We're going to be following those results closely. That red that you see in Indiana behind me, not a shocker.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. In the meantime here, we are anticipating some type of press conference there out of Philadelphia. We don't know entirely when that's going to begin, but I want to tell you why this is happening. This is what precipitated it earlier this afternoon. Donald Trump there posting on Truth Social, saying a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. He says law enforcement coming. Now, Philadelphia election officials and the district attorney in Philly, Larry Krasner, are weighing in on this. Krasner says this: my response to Trump's unfounded allegation of cheating in Philly's general election. He says the only talk about massive cheating has come from one of the candidates, Donald J. Trump. He says there's no factual basis whatsoever within law enforcement to support this wild allegation there from Krasner. Going on to say, we have invited complaints and allegations of improprieties all day. If Donald J. Trump has any facts to support his wild allegations, we want them now, right now. We are not holding our breath here. So want to just make sure we got that in. We are waiting for this press conference to begin there in Philly. In the meantime here, let's bring to the conversation yet another one of these guests, experts, analysts who will be joining us throughout the course of the evening to help us make sense of some of these storylines. Our friend, though, as well, former Biden campaign advisor, and that's Rhett Buttle. He joins me. Rhett, I wanted to ask, too, and thanks for being with us. Happy election night. Rhett, just your response and reaction to what we just brought our viewers happening in Philadelphia here. Do you think that's somewhat of a bellwether of how the night's going to go as far as rhetoric, as far as messaging?
Well, I hope so. But I think, we are expecting that, President Trump will, as he has always done, put out potentially incorrect things that are happening. But at this stage of the game, it's really important to know that this has been a very safe and accessible election. Everyone's votes have been very secure. America has the most safe and secure election system in the world. We saw that last cycle. And, in previous cycles where the Trump administration had brought forward, allegations of fraud, all of those, the vast majority of them were struck down by independent judges. So, we may continue to see some of this rhetoric. I don't think that it's helpful right now. We need to make sure that as polls are open, people continue to get to the polls. The most important thing is that people be able to know that their vote is safe and secure and it's accessible to everyone.
So, Red, I want to talk about the Harris campaign and where the Harris campaign stands right now. Last night on CNN, a senior Harris campaign advisor, David Plouffe, said this to Aaron Burnett, that he believes they can win all 7 battlegrounds. He says they can, not that they will. He believes that, though. Is that feasible right now? Why is this race so close between Harris and Trump?
Well, look, we always knew that this would be a close election. That has been heavily predicted. The polls have been very close. But the vice president has said over and over she is asking for every American's vote, and she's leaving no stone unturned. Yesterday, she was, crossing across Pennsylvania from the top of the bottom of the state, talking to voters about her plan to lower cost and what she'll do as president of the United States to bring, down the cost of groceries, to make the cost of housing more affordable. And I think that that is a message that is really resonating, not just in Pennsylvania, but in places like Nevada and Wisconsin. And so, I think the campaign is really focused on bringing the message to working families about how they're going to make their lives better. And I think that that's why you heard David Plouffe talk about last night. All of these states are within the realm of possible.
So I want to talk also, though, about this narrative that has been front and center throughout the course of the campaign cycle. How Harris has had to redefine herself, especially in relation to President Joe Biden. Joe Biden withdrew from the ticket in July, and Harris allegedly, you can argue, charted her own course or did not chart her own course. Do you see any Biden drag in some of these early exit polls right now? That has been a key feature, how she would distinguish herself from Biden. We know this race is going to be decided among independents and among some of these late-breaking undecided voters. Has she done a good enough job of distinguishing herself from Biden?
Well, look, I think the vice president is very proud of the things that she accomplished as part of the Biden-Harris administration, which are mostly bipartisan things. The bipartisan infrastructure law, the bipartisan Chips and Sciences Act, all of those are investments in Americans, working families, things like roads and bridges that create jobs. But the vice president has also really talked about what is important to her, right? And so she's put plans together focused on working families and small businesses. She's made access to capital and tax credits for small employers and Main Street the hallmark of her campaign. She's focused on bringing down the cost of housing and groceries for families. Those are things that are plans and that are really unique to the vice president, I think are really identifying. And I also just think, she's been very focused on building a broad coalition. So in addition to really working to, talk to the African-American community, the youth vote community, we're really encouraged by the numbers we're seeing out of Pennsylvania with the Puerto Rican community, for example, and young voters, on college campus coming out to support the vice president. I think all of that is a really unique sign to the strength of the coalition that the vice president brings to this conversation.
So, Red, I got to ask also, because issues are front and center in this campaign, including reproductive rights and abortion here. Is the Dobbs decision from 2 years ago, is that fading or is that ramping up amongst the base of the Democratic Party here? Will we see any effect, especially amongst this key voting demographic, that's suburban women and young women here? It seems like the Harris campaign has put a lot of their eggs into that voting constituency here. Will it matter?
Look, Dobbs is very important, and a woman's right to choose is a key part of this campaign. The vice president has been clear, but there's a broader narrative here, right? This is about freedom. Do you want a candidate that supports freedom? If so, you want to support Kamala Harris. Do you want a candidate that will take us forward and continue to grow the economy? If so, you want Kamala Harris. Do you want a candidate who's more focused on bringing the country together, reaching across the aisle with people like Liz Cheney, for example? Then you want Kamala Harris. I think all Donald Trump has offered is tax breaks for his, buddies who run really large businesses and a lot of divisiveness. And I think a lot of folks that include suburban women, but also include many constituencies, right? We talk to everyone, are tired of division, and they really, really want to move forward. They want to feel joy. They want to feel optimistic about America. And I think Kamala Harris is a new generation. She's a new kind of candidate.
Right. Just lastly, what else are you watching for tonight? You have such a pulse on all of this. I'm sure you're watching a lot of metrics.
Yeah, look, I think, early on in the night, we're going to see Kamala Harris doing quite well and Democrats doing right well. The reality is we will see some of the southern states be called early, and those are states that generally will be favorable to Donald Trump. But I think it is likely that we probably won't know the complete results of the election tonight. We'll have a better idea, I think, early in the morning around 5 or 6 a.m. about where Pennsylvania is headed. We have to remember that, until all the ballots are in, Pennsylvania can't start counting. And then there are several days where they can do this thing called curing of the ballot. Nevada also has rules where ballots can, still come in if they're marked by mail for 4 or 5 days. So I think, what we'll see is we'll see a strong night for the vice president in the beginning. Maybe we'll start to see some, tipping over to the Republican side. But I really think over the next few days, you'll see the vice president, as all of the ballots are coming in, begin to take the lead in states out across the West.
All right, Rhett Buttle, I can't thank you enough. You've been really instrumental this campaign cycle. We'll talk soon.
Thanks so much, Andrew. Have a great night.
All right, in the meantime here, we do want to take just another quick commercial break. The results will keep coming in. We brought you some out of Kentucky and Indiana especially. We'll be bringing in my colleague here, Austin Westfall, in the LiveNOW newsroom, and some more experts and analysts to help us make sense of some of these themes, some of these plots and storylines that we have been discussing all year. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Actually, no, let's not go to break. We have Philadelphia officials up there speaking to reporters about some of these claims the former president has made about voting in the city. Let's watch.
There is no cheating. There's no smoke to it. People say things, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. We've learned this in 2020. We have hardworking people trying to give the citizens of America the election that they deserve.
Do you know any specifics of the allegations?
Hold on 1 second.
So as I said in my social media post, there is no truth to the allegation that there is massive cheating in Philadelphia. We have been in touch with the RNC and anybody who has any complaints throughout the day. We've been responsive. Everything has been handled appropriately. So we look forward to the continued voting until 8 p.m. when the polls close. We also have ballots that still need to be counted inside the warehouse.
How concerning is it that one of the candidates says that you're cheating, put Philadelphia on blast on his True Social? What does that say?
Here's the reality. I mean, no one's worried, no one's concerned. We have hard-working Philadelphians who work on the election boards, who do the canvass. They're hard-working citizens. And again, that's an attack on the hard-working people who are honest. And we have evidence and proof to show that everything is on the up and up, and it has always been. And again, we're not going to be here all the time just addressing whatever is on social media. We have election that we have to run. So we're asking y'all to please respect that and let us finish our job.
What do you want to say to Donald Trump right now?
I don't want to say anything, Donald Trump. Only thing I want to say is us, citizens of Philadelphia, you're going to get the election that you deserve, and you have always been having accurate results and honesty. And we have great citizens here working to do their job.
Do you have any specifics of the allegations?
I mean, I saw something on social media. I mean, I saw it. He said something about he was cheating and all that kind of stuff. Again, that's not nothing new. I mean, this playbook has been played since 2020. We saw it, and we're going to do our job to give the citizens and give America the election that they deserve.
Did you investigate?
We have
time for one more question. We got to get back to work. One more question.
And as we've done all day, if there are any specific allegations that would like to be brought to our attention, we'll be happy to look into them, and we will make sure that we are as responsive as we can be. But until we see anything specific, there's nothing here.
Commissioners, do you have an estimate for how many ballots there will be, mail ballots, that you'll have to count?
So we don't have those exact numbers yet because people can still turn their ballots in until 8 p.m. So speaking of that, we're going to go back in and get back to work. But thank you so much.
So ballpark, I mean, it could be close to 200,000.
Okay.
Thank you.
About an hour and a half.
Thank you.
All right, so there you see our colleague at Fox 29, Chris O'Connell. All right, you just heard from two city commissioners there in Philadelphia talking about the electoral integrity of the votes there in Philadelphia after some of these claims made by former President Trump on his social media platform, Truth Social, claiming that cheating was going on. Those two officials you just heard there are saying there is no credence to some of those allegations being made and leveled by former President Donald Trump there. Essentially, they are saying there is no there. So wanted to make sure we got that in. We do want to take yet another quick commercial break. More expertise and analysis and results in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Happy election night here. We're just getting started, but we have a lot to get to, including some of these results coming out of states like Indiana and Kentucky as well. Remember, we're tracking the governor's race in Indiana. I want to take that there. Republican Mike Braun, he's a senator right now, and he's trying his hand at the governor's mansion there. He is 55% over his challenger, Jennifer McCormick's 42%, with around 9% of estimated votes counted. That's a pretty wide margin for Braun. It's looking good there for Braun's chances. We do want to focus, though, on the presidential contest in Indiana. Indiana reliably read for Republicans last two cycles. Trump 58, Harris 41 there, with around 9% of estimated votes counted. Remember, all throughout the night, we are relying on the Associated Press for their data, their metrics, their results as well. We bring those to you in real time. So remember, Indiana, 11 electoral votes. The Hoosier State in the Midwest there, Trump over Harris right now in Indiana. Now, let's go not too far. Kentucky, you see there, Trump over Harris, 65-33, almost a 2-to-1 margin there for Trump in Kentucky. Kentucky has 8 electoral votes. Still early there, but Kentucky usually a ruby red state. In the meantime here, wanted to make sure we got some of those results in. Let's bring to the conversation my colleague, Austin Westfall, and someone who we've relied on all year, political analyst Brian Sobel, for his expertise. You guys, thanks for being with us here. Austin, before we get to you, Brian, we're just getting these results in from states like Indiana, Kentucky. You could argue not as consequential as some of the battleground states. Polls will close there in Georgia and North Carolina at the top of the next hour. What are you looking at right now, Brian?
Well, I think we're looking, first of all, at Georgia as kind of the leader to see the results there coming out of Georgia. Obviously, Philadelphia with 19 electoral college votes is huge. We are going to see as the times across the country close the polls where we are on this, but we may get a leaning, Andrew, sooner than later. But in these either highly red states or highly blue states, I don't take too much from that. As an example, in California later when the polls close, 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 54 electoral college votes will go into the Harris ledger because it's an entirely blue state.
Let's talk about the demographic makeup of voters, Brian. What type of people are the people that are going to be swinging this election, possibly?
Well, we're looking at that, or we were looking at that. We want to see how frequently people vote, whether they vote reliably in presidential elections, and whether they lean Dem, lean Republican. Of course, this race has always been about trying to snag some independents, because clearly Harris has her followers and Trump has his followers, and so now you're really playing on the margins here, and it's a matter of people who just couldn't get behind Kamala Harris, who are Dems and decided to vote for Trump, or in the reverse, just could not vote for Donald Trump and just slid over into the Harris camp. But in the middle, 4%, 5% of those independents may very well decide this tonight.
Brian, I wanted to ask you, and this is somewhat of a long-winded question, or maybe the answer will be long-winded. Let's talk about the campaigns themselves. In the last week, or maybe the last weekend, in your view, what did the Trump campaign do right, and what did the Harris campaign do right, and vice versa? What do you think they did wrong?
Well, I think both campaigns really grounded out to the end. They were in a lot of places. They kept hitting these high swing state states to try to secure votes there. I think Donald Trump actually remained somewhat disciplined down the stretch, and Kamala Harris stuck to her message points. I think those are the positives. The negatives are that if you're not a Trump fan or you're not a Harris fan, nothing they said in the last few days will change your mind. Harris didn't really get into specifics through the entire 107 days of her campaign. Donald Trump kept with the same themes that he has talked about: the economy, immigration, these other things, right through to the end. So in the last 7 days, I was waiting for something to kind of move the needle here a little bit. I didn't really see that.
It is very close, Austin.
Yeah, so Brian, we saw, and I was asking Keith about this earlier, we saw Trump making appearances in New Mexico and in Virginia. We saw Vance in New Hampshire over the weekend. We haven't seen Kamala Harris making any appearances in any of these states that we don't consider battleground states. What do you think they're seeing, and what do you think they're relying on?
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut everyone off here or interrupt. We're going to be doing this a lot. We do have some of these live events right now. We have some of these election officials, especially in Georgia. The Secretary of State there, Brad Raffensperger, speaking live. Let's just take it.
Was there. They brought in dogs, and they're doing a sweep there, so we're not concerned about anything like that. The area was fully secure.
Do you have a sense of how long the delays were?
Typically, what you saw, anywhere from 20 minutes to 40 minutes in that range. And so, we'll just be following that precinct by precinct.
How much later will they stay open?
Well, that's as we were just saying. If you had, they were doing their work, say 20 minutes to 40 minutes, something like that. I think there's one that might be 50 minutes, but in that range, so less than an hour. But we'll get those to you as soon as we can.
You said folks were there and that they sniffed the areas. Is that the case for all 12 of those locations where?
Yeah, and typically, I know that in Atlanta, they also just got a whole bunch of bomb threats come through, and Atlanta Police Department, they're keeping everything open. All the precincts are staying open, and they're just sending dogs around to sweep it to make sure that they're safe. But we know where it's coming from. FBI knows where it's coming from, but we want to make sure, interest of public safety, that everyone, make sure that it doesn't, slow down anyone from voting. And like I said, if you are in line at 7 p.m., you can continue to stay in line until you exercise your right to vote.
Do these seem to be coming from the same source as the earlier threats? And are they connected, do you know, to threats coming in and to other states?
We don't know that. And best as we can tell, these will probably be coming from the same source.
Are there any indications of threats coming into places where the ballots are being counted?
No.
Okay.
How will the how will the extension of the hours impact the counting of the votes coming in to you guys?
It's just a little bit slower because you have, I think that was 15 precincts plus the 2 in Cobb. It's a total of 15 precincts, so it just extends it out for there. But all those early votes have already been, all the early voting has already been done. There's no reason for that should not be tabulated and, uploaded quickly. And then all the other votes for the absentee that have been accepted, so that should come quickly also. Yes.
Do you have any frustration seeing some of these threats come in after you guys have done so much over the last 4 years to try to change the election process and make it more secure?
I'm frustrated as an American that people would threaten other Americans, and so or threaten, just to question the safety, and so that's what frustrates me. But we work through it. But our heart goes out for our voters, and that's what our concern is, and our poll workers.
You said early results will be in by 8 p.m., but that's a huge chunk of the total votes. So
correct.
We're going to see early results in Georgia, 4 million votes by 8 p.m.?
Oh, some of the precincts may be extended a little bit now because, they have, this situation going on. But that's in 4 counties, 5 counties. So really then over 150 counties, yes, by 8 p.m. by state law. They are required, when they close on time, to have it 1 hour after they close. So yes, you'll get a lot of results really quick. Thank you so much. Stay tuned. We'll be here. I know you will be too.
All right, so Brent Raffensperger wrapping up there. You see his deputy, Gabe Sterling, there in Atlanta with all of these questions about when we might know results there in Georgia. Polls close at the top of the next hour here. I'm Andrew Kraft, back out live. I want to just put this tweet up here. This is a really good illustration of what election officials have had to contend with today. Anna Giratelli at the Washington Examiner tweeting out this: 7 new bomb threats received by election officials in DeKalb County outside Atlanta, Georgia, according to county officials. She says this is polls were supposed to close at 7 o'clock Eastern in about 9 minutes there. In the meantime, we still have Brian Sobel and Austin Westfall with me here in the newsroom. And Brian, election officials, they're trying to preserve the sanctity of the ballot today. They've had to contend with a lot, haven't they?
Yes, and these threats, if sources are correct, are coming not from a domestic source, but coming from perhaps Russia or other countries that are trying to upset the American election. But you saw there that Georgian officials are on top of it, and other than taking normal precautions, it's not stopping anything.
Brian, I got to ask you, just remind our audience, why did he have to field some questions there about election integrity? Why is that important specifically in his county, in his state?
Well, I think because already you're having the former president, Austin, talking about reports of shenanigans in Philadelphia. I mean, this is these officials trying to get out in front of any of the rhetoric coming from one or more of the campaigns about whether the elections have integrity. We've come a long way in 4 years from 2020. The election system has been bolstered considerably. And so this is kind of, a 2020 playbook page. And people ought to be really, in my view, concentrating on other things tonight.
Right, yeah. And of course, got to remind you, we're not in a pandemic like we were in 2020. That's a major difference and mitigating factor as well. Brian Sobel, thanks so much. Also, we'll check in at the top of the hour. In the meantime, let's take our final commercial break of this hour. We got a lot more in store. Many states' polls are closing in just about 7 minutes' time, and some of those battleground states we're watching, including Georgia and North Carolina. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're almost at the top of a new hour here. Want to take this live picture there at the White House. You see, just wanted to give you this reporting. President Biden and the First Lady will watch election results tonight in the residence with longtime aides and senior staff, according to a White House official. Also, the First Lady voted in person this morning there in Wilmington, Delaware. In the meantime here, let's stay in Washington right now. Let's go to the campus of Howard University. That is where Vice President Kamala Harris is holding her election night watch party. Our friend Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen is there live. Connor, good to see you. What's the energy like there right now?
Andrew, it's building and building here as the crowd starts to fill up. A lot of the crowd's students, as you can imagine, here at Howard University. We're just minutes away from those first states closing, where we'll get a better look at where this election is heading. Before today, a record 80 million people had already voted. That's more than half the total number of ballots cast in 2020. Now, both campaigns relying on who showed up to vote today.
We, the people, have the power to shape our future.
Coming off a whirlwind day of energizing voters in battleground Pennsylvania, Vice President Kamala Harris is not holding any campaign events today, instead opting to do radio interviews, hoping to win over any more undecided voters.
We are tied. Every vote matters, and so I am working hard all day long, continuously, to get out the vote. There are two choices in this race, and it's about the direction of our country, whether we want to go backward or forward.
Harris wants to be the first vice president in 32 years to be promoted to the Oval Office.
I will work on your behalf as President of the United States to lift you up around dealing with, for example, the cost of living, bringing down the cost of groceries, the cost of housing.
As part of that effort, her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, making a final pitch to voters in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
This will be won by 1 or 2 votes per precinct in places like Pennsylvania. This is a time when there's a privilege to live in this country and a responsibility. Get out and vote.
And as you mentioned, Vice President Harris will be here to watch those results come in at her alma mater, Howard University. And she says this will be a full circle moment. This is actually where she first ran for office as freshman class representative. Andrew.
All right, Connor Hansen there live for us on the campus of Howard University. Connor, thanks so much. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, always appreciate Connor Hansen's reports there throughout the course of this election cycle. Remember, though, we are monitoring all things on social media right now. The candidates themselves are out there posting. Let's check in with LiveNow's Christina Evans with more on that front here. Christina, what do you got for us?
Yes, Andrew, of course, like I said earlier today, we're here in our social center making sure that we're keeping you up to date as all of these tweets and posts that are happening on X, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok are happening. And here in our social center, one of the things we now want to highlight right now are the posts from the candidates themselves. If you take a look at your screen here, you can see this TikTok was posted from real Donald Trump's page there on the platform, asking voters to stay in line. That same sentiment repeated by Vice President Kamala Harris on on X as well. And her running mate as well, Tim Walz, saying just 1 or 2 votes in each precinct could make the difference. If you are in line, make sure that you're staying in line. So that's been the message that's happening across the social platforms right now from the candidates as those hours are now winding down, when folks are able to make sure that their voices are heard across the country at those polling locations. Again, we're keeping a close eye on the social stories that are popping up. But again, we're keeping an eye right now, those candidates asking folks just to stay in line and vote if you are in line before your polling location closes, Andrew.
All right, Christina, thanks for that check-in. We'll talk soon. In the meantime here, it is a new hour. It is 5 o'clock here in Mountain Time, 7 o'clock there on the East Coast. Polls have now closed in some of these major battleground states like Georgia, like North Carolina. Speaking of Georgia there, we're waiting some type of press conference on some of the threats made to polling locations there. This is in Fulton County. So we'll wait to see if anyone steps up to the podium there as well. We also have a live picture of voters in line. I believe that's in Maricopa County. Polls obviously have not closed yet there in Arizona. In the meantime, though, we are tracking these results coming in as well. We're still waiting on some race calls here, but it is a new hour, and we want to bring into the conversation Austin Westfall yet again with some of those results, and he joins me. Austin, I wanted to ask, it's been Indiana and Kentucky we've been talking about here, but now these major battleground states, polls now closed there. We'll get results in very soon, right?
We will. We're watching them tabulate results right now in Georgia. We are going to be waiting for any type of result from that key battleground state. That is one of the 7 battlegrounds that we've been tracking so closely. So let's look at our map. We're starting to see it fill in with some colors now. 19 electoral votes on the Trump side so far, 3 coming in for the vice president. Where are those votes coming from? Vermont. That's where Harris is getting her 1 vote so far. As soon as the polls closed, they were feeling comfortable enough to call that one in Harris's favor. Let's take a look at why. And you know what? We're not even getting any official results in, but a safely blue state, Vermont, going to Kamala Harris. Indiana and Kentucky, we already knew, called in Trump's favor. Florida, we're finally getting some results in from the Sunshine State. Now, that is not dark red. It's not been called yet. The Associated Press has not called for Florida. That is 30 electoral votes that are expected to go red. There is an interesting Senate race that we're watching for there. And you know what? While we're talking about the Senate, Andrew, let's pull up our Senate map. We've so far seen 1 Senate race being called in Indiana. So, Indiana. And we will back up here a little bit because Jim Banks, the Associated Press, officially calling the Indiana Senate race in Banks's favor. He has 62% over McRae's 35%. That's only with 12% of the votes tabulated. The AP feeling comfortable enough to call that one in Banks's favor. We didn't expect that one to be a toss-up. Let's focus on one where we did expect somewhat of a competitive race. This is Rick Scott's race. Rick Scott facing off against Debbie McCarsell-Powell. This was 19% of the votes already coming in, and that's because Florida is one of those states that can tabulate votes before the polls close. So as soon as the polls closed, a big batch of ballots came through. In fact, 19% of everything counted has already come in, giving us about a fifth of the information we know before all of the votes are tallied. And so far, Rick Scott has just over 50% of the vote. Right now, it looks like Scott is up by roughly 4 points. The Democrats, they're going to need to win some of these competitive seats in states like Florida, Texas. There's even an independent running in Nebraska. The Democrats are on the defense when it comes to the Senate, Andrew. Florida is one of those key races that they're hoping to win.
That's right. We do have some of the head-to-head here with the results from the Associated Press there. Republican Rick Scott over his Democratic challenger, Debbie McCarsell-Powell. 51-47, still very early for this race there. But Austin, like you said, we do have some of these race calls for the presidential contest. Let's get those out of the way here. Indiana, the Hoosier state, has now been called for former President Donald Trump there, with around 14% of estimated votes counted, 11 electoral votes, like you said, Austin, going to Donald Trump from Indiana as well. Also, Kentucky, the bluegrass state, this is in Trump's column there. The AP calling Kentucky for Donald Trump. Trump gets 8 electoral votes there in Kentucky, and you see the vote differential, the vote margin there between he and Harris. So this is to be expected with, Indiana and Kentucky here. If we can put up the results as well. You mentioned the Indiana Senate race between Jim Banks, the congressman right now, and his challenger as well, the Democrat, that race being called for Banks. So this seat, Austin, remains in Republican hands here. Jim Banks beating Valerie McRae there. He stays on Capitol Hill, but he moves over to the other chamber there, the upper chamber. So just wanted to kind of give everyone the run through for some of these states. Like you said, we have the head-to-head matchup, Austin, Vermont. This goes to Harris, 3 electoral votes in Harris's column for Vermont there. So we are just getting started. We're in a new hour. And yes.
If we can come out to the map one more time, because there's going to be an odd color on the senatorial map. I just want to make sure everybody understands what we're looking at, because you're used to seeing reds and blues on these maps. The reason why you're seeing yellow in Vermont is simply because Senator Sanders is an independent. So Sanders there, they're able to call this one as soon as the polls are closed. We don't even see any of the numbers coming in for this race yet, but Senator Sanders with a healthy lead, a healthy advantage in order to get another 6-year Senate term. Andrew.
All right, and we do have live pictures there at the White House. Also, polls closing this hour in 13 states, like we said there in North Carolina and Georgia. The prize for the White House is on. We're monitoring some of these early results in as well. Let's bring into the conversation some more of our analysts, experts, and reporters, including Riley Rogerson there at Notice. She joins me. Riley, results coming in quite fast here, but at the top of the hour, these states, so many people are watching. Georgia, North Carolina. Georgia has 16 electoral votes. North Carolina, 16 as well here. We're going to get results in those battleground states. What are you watching for right now?
Definitely North Carolina, definitely Georgia. Later in the night, absolutely Pennsylvania, which has a really important Senate race as well. Nevada, Arizona. I'm sure I'm missing some swing states there, but I'm watching the same states the rest of the country is watching, which are all supposed to be nail biters, and we'll see when we get results.
Yeah, and Riley, I wanted to ask too, other things that you've been watching for. I've been watching for enthusiasm, turnout, some of the same-day voter turnout. It seems like the Harris and Trump camps are really contending with the early vote numbers and the same-day voting numbers and the by-mail numbers here. So it's all going to be a numbers game, is it not?
Oh, absolutely. This is all a numbers game. You see already the Trump camp is clearly paying very close attention in Philadelphia. The Harris camp as well has been projecting a lot of optimism about what they're seeing as good turnout in a very blue stronghold, which they hope will counteract where Trump is doing better in kind of the middle of the state and some of the suburban counties. So, the numbers are everything, and it's just a matter of which counties really turn out for, Trump or Harris.
Yeah, Wiley, I know that you cover Capitol Hill so much in your everyday life when we don't have an election night to cover. But will we know who has control of the House and or Senate by the end of the night or not?
I mean, that's a great question that I still don't know the answer to. I promise you my newsroom would love to know. The House, I think, could really be a while. I had a conversation with the DCCC chairwoman, Susan DelBene, last week. She reminded me that the House was decided in 5 races by about 6,500 votes last time. So some of these races are going to be incredibly close. It's going to take a really long time to kind of parse them out. There might be recounts in some cases. So the House, I think, could be on the scale of weeks before we have a solid answer. Right. The Senate, I think, will be maybe a little bit sooner, but we will see. Montana is important, and that's not going to come in until late tonight.
We've been hearing so much about how it's more likely than not that the Republicans will flip control of the Senate. But I wanted to ask you a couple questions about which states are in play for the Democrats to actually pick up seats.
Yes, there are 2 big pickup opportunities that Democrats have invested a lot of resources into. That's Florida and that's Texas. We'll see. It's an uphill climb for the Democrats there. In Florida, the incumbent is Rick Scott. In Texas, the incumbent is Ted Cruz. These are 2 conservative senators that Democrats would be eager to flip their seats. But we still don't know. It is an uphill climb in 2 states that are, Trump is counting on to be Republican for him. So these 2 incumbents, I think, are hoping that they will also be able to keep their seats there.
Yeah, and Riley and Austin, we do have results coming in the Florida Senate race there. Scott up over his challenger, the Democrat Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. I guess going into this race specifically, Riley, did Senate Republicans expect such a fight there for Scott in Florida, or were they thrown for a loop in that one?
Actually, the past few times that Rick Scott has run statewide, remember he was previously the governor of Florida as well, have been real nail biters. His popularity is not super high in the state. However, he has a massive war chest. He is a very independently wealthy and has put a lot of his own resources into funding his race there. So I think that this is to be expected, that it was going to be pretty close. It's always been close for Rick Scott, but that doesn't mean just yet that the Democrats are feeling great about taking it. We'll have to see as more votes come in.
Let's focus our efforts just on Georgia briefly here, because we have our live picture inside this counting location in Fulton County at the moment. We are getting results in Austin and Riley from Georgia on the presidential level here. Let's take that. All right, so Georgia with 16 electoral votes here, and I can't exactly tell how many of the votes have been counted.
Looks like
according to the Associated
1,500 for
Press.
Trump, 1,200 for Harris.
All right, so you see Trump there over Harris. So it's still early. What do we make, Austin, of these results here?
Yeah, so this is a very small batch of results that have come in. 1,500 it looks like for Trump so far, 1,200 for Harris. Polls closing about 11 minutes ago in the Peach State. We're not expecting to get any bellwethers, and I think we just saw the results possibly update there. And what I'll do is I'll pull up that race because we can, and there it is. So yeah, so we're seeing now 78,000 votes for Harris versus 63,000 votes for Trump. So we're getting in a little bit more context as to how people are leaning. We don't know exactly where these votes are coming from, but we do know that Harris so far, with only 3% of the votes tabulated, Harris has a 10-point advantage over Trump.
Yeah, and of course, also to your point, it is still early. But Riley, if you can, give us a sense. How much did the campaigns, the Harris campaign or the Trump campaign, prioritize Georgia just in the last few weeks?
Oh, it's definitely been prioritized. Both campaigns have made trips down there. Georgia, alongside these other swing states that we're watching, has been the subject of a lot of investment by both campaigns, a lot of television ads, and a lot of rallies. So both campaigns are taking their chances here very, very seriously, and we'll see how it takes out later tonight.
Yeah, and Riley, of course, we know that Donald Trump lost Georgia in 2020 by, comparably a pretty small margin, more than 11,000 votes here. Is it going to be that close again? What are some of these trends in the state that have shifted at all since 2020? Maybe none.
Yeah, there's been a big question of whether Black voters will turn out to the same degree for Kamala Harris as they did for Joe Biden. That was a big part of his winning coalition back in 2020. So I think there's a big question now of if there will still be those strong numbers there for Harris. Obviously, Donald Trump sees an opening there, or he would not have invested quite so many resources into the state. But yeah, I think that's a big demographic that people will be watching there for sure.
Yeah, so can you give us some context into how we watch these states, these battleground states, over time? What I'm going to put up behind me here, and Andrew, if you can take my screen in full, I want to show. So this is our breakdown of the counties. So, and these are very preliminary results. We will say that up front, but we're starting to see a blue dot in Douglas County. It looks like Harris has a 32-point lead over Trump right now. Can you just lay out how this works? Typically we see in these major metro areas, that's where Democrats run up the numbers, and then there's several rural counties where Trump runs up the numbers, correct?
Yes, that's the case. That'll be the case in Georgia. It will also be similar in Pennsylvania. I talked already about the importance of Philadelphia, but also Pittsburgh. And you'll see the same in Michigan with Detroit, in Wisconsin with Milwaukee. That's typically how this is going to go. So it's really a question of turnout in these big blue cities for the Democrats.
So we know that the Harris camp is really relying on turnout, like you said, in Philadelphia. What about Metro Atlanta? Help us make sense of the complexion there. Yes, it's usually solidly blue, but are there any red or purple shades in Metro Atlanta?
Yeah, I think that is really the question. And again, like I brought up, there's a question of where the Black vote and Black voters are trending. in Atlanta, in these, urban areas, in these swing states. So I think that there is a question. There's also a question of whether there's a, hidden Trump vote, a hidden Harris vote. But again, I think there's a lot more questions here than answers about how these cities are going to break down.
And I'll just mention that there is something that we're kind of watching. There's this really coalition of 9 counties that we talk about when we're looking at an area like the Atlanta Metro. There's 9 solidly blue counties. There is Fayette County just to the south. That's going to be one that could prove as a bellwether. That's one that's been a little bit tighter as far as last elections go. We've also looked at Cherokee and Forsyth counties. Those are just north of the Atlanta Metro. So there are 9 solidly blue counties that we talk about when it comes to the Atlanta Metro. There are a few that could be competitive, and those are going to be some of the things that we're going to be watching as the election progresses. Riley, one of my questions for you here as we continue on with the evening is how significantly could issues impact turnout in these races? I'm talking issues like abortion, issues like the border.
Oh, abortion is huge. The Harris campaign has poured a lot of resources into campaigning on abortion. We saw in 2022 and in 2023, after the Roe v. Wade was overturned, this is a hugely animating issue for women voters. So, the Harris campaign is banking on there being high turnout for women who are supportive of a Democratic ticket because of that issue. I saw an NBC exit poll clocked the top issue for voters. And, this is just one exit poll. You should take it with a grain of salt, was, democracy and protecting democracy. That's another huge issue that the Harris campaign has talked quite a bit about, particularly as it relates to January 6th with Liz Cheney. For Republicans, the top motivating issues are, the economy and immigration. And I'll tell you, I was in Pennsylvania this past week talking to Republicans actually at an Eagles tailgate. And that's all that they were talking about, is how excited they were to vote for Trump because of his positions on the economy, non-immigration.
Yeah, we're taking a live look right now inside this ballot counting processing center in Fulton County. We just heard Riley and Austin from Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger. He says about 10 polling locations in Georgia will stay open late due to some of these non-credible threats that briefly disrupted voting. So that is interesting. That is what election officials have had to contend with throughout the course of the evening here. Of course, when you talk about abortion, we can't fail to mention that just this year, in the wake of Dobbs, that 6-week heartbeat bill had been working through the state courts in Georgia. That is the law on the books in Georgia, a 6-week abortion ban. So to your point, Riley, and to your point, Austin, maybe the Harris campaign is relying on some of these suburban women in the Atlanta metro area to come out for the Harris-Walz camp on that issue alone. That remains to be seen here. All right, let's move from Georgia right now while we have you, Riley and Austin. We're getting some more votes in, some more results in the Florida Senate race here. You can see there 52% of estimated votes counted now in the Florida Senate race. And the gap has widened here between incumbent Republican Rick Scott and his Democratic challenger, Debbie Mucarsel-Powell here. So don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Only a little more than half of these estimated votes coming in, according to the Associated Press here. But Scott's lead is widening. So I don't know what that means for the rest of the night, for the rest of these Senate races here. But does this say that maybe Scott wasn't facing as much of a challenge as Democrats hoped, or is that Republicans feared?
We will see for sure whether that ends up being the case. Democrats were clearly very optimistic about their chances. That's why they put resources into this race. But I'll tell you, I talked to a number of strategists on both sides of the aisle who were not totally counting on this race to be a win for the Democrats. When I talked to a Republican strategist yesterday, he told me that Republicans losing the House would be a tremendous shock to the system. And part of that reasoning is that Republicans, they thought Rick Scott would keep this seat. So this isn't a totally unexpected outcome. It's not done yet. It was always supposed to be competitive, but I think this is kind of expected.
All right, Austin, you have the map there in Florida as well, looking at some of these counties and how they're going here. What does it say?
Yeah, and you know what? Let's pull up some of the counties, and really, this is something that we're going to start seeing that some of these bigger metro areas are going to start filling in with more blue, and some of these rural areas are going to start filling in with more red. Miami-Dade County right now, as far as the Senate race goes, Scott has a 10-point advantage in Miami-Dade County, and let's make sure that we get those results up there. So basically, we're talking about Scott running up the numbers in a very populous county. This is just over 50% of the votes counted, quite a bit of votes being tabulated. This is going to be one of the biggest bellwethers about how Florida goes, is looking at larger counties like that. Let's look at Orange County. This is where Orlando is. Mercarcel Powell has a 17-point advantage over Scott. But ultimately, Andrew, when we look at these maps and when we're talking about the balance of power in Congress, we're talking about an uphill battle for the Democrats. That's something that we've all been watching for. Florida was one of those few states where the Democrats could have made up some ground, but as more results coming in, it's looking like Scott is taking more of an advantage.
All right, awesome. Thanks so much. We want to bring into the conversation yet again Riley Ronderson there at Notice. You've been following all of these themes really all year, and happy election night to all of our new viewers. This is what we do on Live Now from Fox. We bring you expert analysis and context on the biggest stories of the day and this one of the year. We are waiting for this live event to take place there in Fulton County. Caroline Elliott, Fox News multimedia reporter, telling us that the Secretary of State there in Georgia just confirmed Georgia will set a new record today with 5.2 million votes cast in this election here. We're also anticipating an update from officials in Fulton County there right now. Let's check in with Christina Evans. She has her pulse on what's going on there on social media, specifically there in Georgia. Christina, what is social media saying? What will they say in this press conference?
Andrew, so of course, like you just said, eyes are on Georgia right now just because of some of the news that has been coming out earlier today. In fact, if you did hear that Secretary of State earlier in the day, Brad Raffensperger, he made a comment in a live press conference talking about how this is the wrong Georgia to mess with as far as election interference. And here in our social center, we've been getting some updates directly from officials in DeKalb County as well, because more bomb threats were called there in the state. Now, this isn't the first time that we're seeing those happen across the social media platform again today, that we're getting those updates that are happening at those polling locations. I do want to show you right now a full look at that screen there. This is what the DeKalb County Police Department has now tweeted out as well. So they let it know that DeKalb County has now responded to multiple bomb threats. Those locations are also being listed there, but they are now reopened as well. So we're taking a look again at some of the things that are coming out from the social media aspect. This is what we know so far from the Associated Press. These are overwhelmingly Democratic suburbs areas that voting had to be suspended at those locations until police were able to confirm that there were no bombs. But right now, as you can see on your screen, those locations have now reopened. County officials, though, say that they're also seeking a court order to extend voting. This is very routine in Georgia when a polling place is disrupted. Earlier today, again, polling places in Fulton and Gwinnett County were also targeted. The Secretary of State did point out that he believes that had to do with Russian interference. Those threats, though, did turn out to be false. So again, we're continuing here on Live Now from Fox to track some of the latest updates that we're having here in our studio with some of those updates again from Georgia as we're looking at those bomb threats, whether or not they were credible or not. But we do know that now they are seeking to keep some of those polling locations in DeKalb County, one of those counties that was really looked at in the 2020 election, open a bit longer so voters can make sure that their voice is heard.
All right, Christina Evans there. Thanks so much. We do have officials there in Fulton County stepping up right now. Christina, we'll check in just a moment here. Let's listen as some of these officials take to the podium here. Let's watch. All right, here we have it. This is in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's listen.
Thank you so much for being here on election night 2024. We are here in the Fulton County Election Hub, and we are about to begin our evening briefing, our post-election briefing. My name is Jessica Corbett, and I'm the Director of External Affairs for Fulton County. And just want to thank all the journalists who are here from all over the world covering this election. You are about to hear from several officials here who've been part of our team today. You'll first hear from Fulton County Chairman Rob Pitts, followed by our Fulton County Election Board Chair. We happen to be joined tonight by our State Election Board Chair. You will also hear from our Director of Elections for Fulton County, Nadine Williams, as well as Fulton County Police Chief and Fulton County Manager. So I'll kick it over to Chairman Pitts.
Stand up close to the mic. All right. Well, thank you so much, Jessica, and thank you all for being here with us again. I told you in the beginning that we were ready, and the results of today's election proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that Fulton County, Georgia was ready for the 2024 election. We have had 177 precincts, 1,800 well-trained professional poll workers who did an outstanding job today. In this magnificent facility here, which I think is due in large part because if you recall, those of you who were with us in 2020, we were scattered all over the county, different locations. But because of the $30 million investment that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners made, this facility has allowed us to consolidate all of our operations under one roof. And the result of that has been an outstanding 2024 election. I had the privilege of personally visiting 31 of the 177 precincts today, and I can report to you that I saw no unusual problems, no major problems whatsoever. Our workers were courteous, they were professional, and they were well-trained and took care of business. Now, we are aware that there were several bomb threats. Those threats were handled professionally by our chief, and you'll hear from him in a few minutes. As a result of that, 5 of the 177 precincts will be staying open a little later, meaning after 7 p.m., anywhere from 10 minutes to 45 minutes, based upon the time that they were closed. So I am personally well pleased, thrilled with the results of today's election, and I will give Fulton County, Georgia, an A for the great work that we've done. I'd like for you to hear from the chair of our Board of Registrations and Elections, Ms. Sherry Allen.
Good evening, good evening. Yesterday I said that you were going to see the best run elections in Fulton County, and I think you have. We did have bomb threats, we can't control criminal activity, but there weren't waiting lines. Things were resolved fast for voters. I personally went out to sites when there were problems and resolved them, talked to managers. I want to thank all of the poll workers, all of the poll managers, all of the monitors, all of the poll watchers, everyone who helped make this a safe, secure, transparent, and accurate election. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm going to introduce the chair of the State Election Board, John Rivera.
Well, I really don't do interviews, so I guess I'm going to do all of them at once tonight. My name is John Freer. I'm chairman of the State Election Board. I want to talk about the great things that I've seen because over the last couple of weeks, I've had a chance to go across Georgia, from South Georgia to North Georgia, and talk to election superintendents across the state and visit over 20 polling locations. And every one that I've been to, all I've seen is good things. I've seen some extremely dedicated poll workers, extremely dedicated superintendents and poll managers, and I am really optimistic that this may be the best election Georgia's ever held. Chairman Allen has invited me to see many polling locations in Fulton County. We went all the way from the north to the south, saw about 9 polling locations, and every one of them ran efficiently and effectively. The voters were happy, the poll managers were happy, the poll workers were happy, and when I see that happening, it makes you feel good. And the one thing, a lady told me today when I was in a poll in Gwinnett County, she said, the people that are criticizing the way the polling's going, if they would just come work a poll one time, and understand all the checks and balances that we have in Georgia to make sure that it's fair and safe election, then they would understand that we do have fair, safe, and honest elections in the state of Georgia. And I want to thank the Secretary of State's office. They've done a great job with that. I want to thank all those poll workers out there and all those election superintendents and Chairman Allen for helping turn around what admittedly was not the greatest election in 2020, but Fulton County hopefully is going to have a great one this year. I got confidence in them, and I'm appreciative for all that they've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And our Director of Elections is Nadine Williams.
Good evening. On behalf of the Fulton County Department of Registration and Elections, I want to extend our sincere gratitude to the poll workers and election staff for their dedication into conducting today's successful election. We want to provide a special thank you to the County Manager, Board of Commissioners, Board of Registration and Elections, and the numerous Fulton County departments that supported us in this important effort. We planned, we prepared, and we delivered. Today, over 92,000 voters cast their ballot, adding to the 417,000 who participated in advanced voting, and more than 26,000 absentee by mails that were accepted. These numbers surpassed the total turnout for the 2020 election. Despite a few attempted disruptions, our staff and poll workers remain steadfast in their commitment to ensuring a smooth process. And in regards to these disruptions, there will be 5 precincts that have to remain open past the 7 o'clock poll closing. Those locations are C.H. Gallant Elementary School, which will remain open until 7:15, Etris Darnell Community Center, which will remain open until 7:45, Lake Forest Elementary School, which will remain open until 7:10, Southwest Arts Center, which will remain open until 7:43, and Northwood Elementary School, which will remain open till 7:45 p.m. Those locations and times are posted on our website and have been posted at the precincts. So now we are going to proceed with the election night tabulation, and we'll post final results tonight on our website when completed. You should be able to see the advanced voting and the absentee by mail results before 8 today. And again, we thank everyone who made this election possible.
All right, now our police chief for Fulton County, Georgia, Chief Yates.
Good evening. As I told you yesterday, we had 177 voting locations that we put. Hold it up. Is that better?
Yes, a lot better.
Good evening. As I told you yesterday, we had 177 polling locations, and we placed an officer at each one. That wouldn't have been possible without the help of every law enforcement agency within Fulton County coming together to make that happen. We planned heavily for the incident of a bomb threat being called in, and it's a good thing we did, because that's the only thing that happened today was 32 bomb threats at different polling locations. 32. We were able to clear 27 of them very quickly without the need for an evacuation. 5 of them, the polls were temporarily closed down at the poll manager's request while we conducted the sweep, and they were reopened. We don't know where the threats came from at this point, and it is an active investigation, but we do intend on doing our best to locate who made the threats and prosecute them fully. Thank you.
Now, County Manager Dick Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to wrap up at least 4 questions by telling you how much preparation went into tonight and today and all of the advanced voting. Starting in 2020, we began a whole of government approach. While the tip of the spear is Board of Registration and Election, it involved every aspect of Fulton County with a clear expectation set by our chairman and the rest of the board that we would have a tremendous experience for voters and a free and fair election, which we've obviously accomplished. Everything that went into it, from this building that you stand in, to the technology that was used, to the processes that were planned and practiced, to our leadership. And I want to give a special recognition to Nadine Williams, who has led our efforts and done a terrific job. I also, of course, want to recognize Chief Yates for his efforts working with every municipality and all the police chiefs across Fulton County to provide the safety and security necessary today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Pitts, for being our MC again today. This time we can take a few questions. Yes, Fox. Have there been any bomb threats called into this facility? Say it again. Have there been any threats called in for this facility?
Not yet. Very concerned about it. But the good news is I don't have 177 other locations to worry about. Now we just have this location. And I think you saw when you came in a very heavy law enforcement presence here.
All right, so you have some of these Fulton County officials, including law enforcement there, update us on some of these bomb threats that have been made, these hoaxes to polling locations that have caused some disruptions there, not only in Fulton County, but in the state of Georgia writ large here. So you can see that some of these officials are taking questions on, how ballot counting and how the voting will proceed henceforth from there. You heard there from Raffensperger, the Secretary of State. They are keeping 10 locations open a little bit later because of some of these disruptions there. But you heard from some of these county managers there in Fulton County that there's no credence to some of these bomb threats. They called them hoaxes there in Fulton County. In the meantime here, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We do have a few race calls that we do want to make here. I want to bring this up. All eyes right now are focused on West Virginia at the moment here and the presidential contest. Take a look at this. 4 electoral votes from West Virginia going to Donald Trump here. Well, it's not just the presidential election contest there in West Virginia. It's some of these other down ballot races as well, including a key Senate race. Austin Westfall joining me yet again. Austin, I believe we have a Senate call in the race there.
Yeah, you know what? Let's pull up our Senate map because let's show the balance of power. This is no surprise, Andrew. I mean, we expected that retiring Senator Joe Manchin would be replaced by a Republican. Jim Justice, he's a popular two-term governor in West Virginia. You may know him from his English bulldog, Baby Dog, who made an appearance at the Republican National Convention. So Justice and Baby Dog making their way into the Senate's upper chamber. We don't have any numbers in from the Associated Press quite yet. You see here, I mean, we're looking at all zeros here, but nonetheless, the Associated Press, knowing that this is a reliably red state, not a surprise at all that Justice comes away with the victory. They feel comfortable enough to make this one red.
So I think that's a good moment to kind of pause, and for the viewers who might not understand this, we're relying on the Associated Press. How can a media organization like the AP project a race call without numbers there? And I think this is really important to kind of hammer home here. Why, Austin?
Ultimately, this was one of the races we knew was going to flip red. There was Senator Joe Manchin. He was an independent. We knew Jim Justice, the Republican, had a huge advantage over the mayor of Wheeling, West Virginia. This was not going to be surprising at all. And as soon as some of these numbers do start coming in, most assuredly, they're going to be heavily lopsided in Jim Justice's favor. In the meantime, let's look at the wider senatorial map here because this is the balance of power. There's still a lot of empty notches to fill in. As we've been mentioning, the Democrats have a lot more seats to defend, but the Republicans, so far, with one flip, that's what this candy cane, I'm going to call it a candy cane. Let's zoom in on it. It's basically pinstriped there.
Right.
That means that a seat has flipped. That seat went from independent to Republican. We're going to be watching out for more of those types of races as the night progresses.
All right, to your point, no surprises here. This was projected, but you're right. We got a seat flip there in West Virginia for Senate Republicans gaining this seat there. And so Joe Manchin, to your point, retiring, not seeking re-election, and all intents and purposes, many expected this race to go this way as well. But Jim Justice is vacating, Austin, the governor's mansion. Just briefly here, who will replace him there in Charleston, West Virginia? You see there the governor's race in West Virginia. Pat Morrissey besting his Democratic rival there, Steve Williams, to take the governor's mansion there in West Virginia. Pat Morrissey, Austin, he's, I believe, the current Republican Attorney General in West Virginia. So it just seems kind of like musical chairs in West Virginia politics tonight. Justice to Washington, Morrissey to the capital of West Virginia.
Yeah, ultimately, what I'm going to say about this race, again, we're working with the AP's figures all night, and I've got the results up here. And again, we're looking at all zeros, but that just gives you some sense of how reliably red some of these states are. The West Virginias, the Kentuckys. As soon as we start to see some more calls in places like Kansas and Oklahoma, we may see similar things. You might be wondering, how can they call a race with 0% of the results in? My guess is they're going to be filling these in very shortly, and Pat Morrissey is going to have a sizable lead over Steve Williams. Pat Morrissey headed to the governor's mansion.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. Wanted to definitely get in all of those race calls there. So we still have officials speaking in Fulton County, Georgia. We also have some of these live vantage points as well. That's at a polling place in Maricopa County, Arizona, I believe. It's about 5:40 there, Mountain Time. We also have live looks in Washington, D.C., not too far from the White House there on the campus of Howard University. That's where Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate, Tim Walz, will hold their election night watch party. We also have the one there in West Palm Beach where the Trump-Vance election night watch party will be held there as well. But like I said, all eyes briefly were focused on West Virginia, and this is an AP race call. Republican Jim Justice defeating Democrat Glenn Elliott in the West Virginia Senate race. Justice, and here to your point, Austin, his dog, baby dog, going to Washington here. In the meantime, yes, please.
Ultimately, what we're looking at here are a number of gubernatorial races across the country. Only one of them was expected to be competitive, and we're starting to get an idea of what those results are looking like. Only 7% of the vote is in so far. New Hampshire is the one gubernatorial seat that we didn't know which way it was going to go. Chris Sununu, the outgoing governor, deciding not to run for re-election. So far, Democrat Joyce Craig has a very small lead over Kelly Ayotte. So we're looking at 49.4% to 48.5%. Only 0.9 of a percentage point separating the two right now. But again, only 7% of the votes tallied. It'll be interesting, Andrew, to see how that gubernatorial race in New Hampshire plays out as the night goes on.
Yeah, let's bring into the conversation more expertise and analysis, Austin. We're going to do that with our friend there, Bill Scher at the Washington Monthly. He joins us. Bill, thanks for being with us. I know you're really busy tonight. If we can, let's just get you to respond to some of those race calls we just brought our viewers coming to us from West Virginia. No surprises there, right, Bill?
Yeah, no surprises. Nothing that I think you should treat as a bellwether. In 2020, almost the entire country shifted a little blue relative to 2016, but with some notable exceptions. Florida actually got more red. So when 4 years ago, when the Florida numbers came in trending Trump, a lot of people freaked out, thought perhaps that was going to be the bellwether for the rest of the country, and it was actually the opposite. And so this year, maybe there isn't a nationwide shift one way or the other. Maybe it's more of a mix. So we're looking at, some people are looking at particular counties with partial returns, but it's still very early to be doing extrapolations right now, in my opinion.
Okay, so that's the theme right now, where we stand. You're saying too early for any of these extrapolations to get some of the bellwethers out there reading the tea leaves. You and I and Austin Westfall, we've done that all year covering this election here. We actually do have a live picture up right now. Okay, you can see there, this is live. So we're going to be getting these in throughout the course of the evening at these election night watch parties. This one there for Mark Robinson in North Carolina. Of course, he's the lieutenant governor right now. He was embroiled in scandal in the latter half of this campaign here. We also have some results coming in from the North Carolina gubernatorial election here. Let's take that. All right, his challenger, the Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein, up 75 over Robinson's 21. This is only with 2% of estimated votes counted here. Bill, I got to ask, Robinson's in for quite a tough night, is he not, here over Stein?
Yeah, this is not going to be a nail biter. Robinson's campaign imploded with the revelations about his posting on porn sites and calling himself a Nazi. The question is, does that drag down Donald Trump in the state, or did Trump manage to fully separate himself from Robinson and have the races be treated, separately? Obviously, Trump's going to outrun Robinson, but it's been a very touch and go race. Polls have showed statistical dead heat. Remains to be seen, who has the upper hand in the state.
I want to talk. I don't want to put the cart before the horse here, Bill, but will Republicans do any soul searching about candidate choice and selection when it comes to these primaries in these especially kind of purplish, bluish, reddish states like North Carolina going forward? Will any lessons be learned from Mark Robinson as a candidate? I mean, he's the sitting lieutenant governor right now.
I mean, they should, but it all depends on how well Donald Trump does, because Donald Trump is sets the tone. The candidate recruitment for Republicans in 2024 was better than 2022. You had fewer Kari Lakes, but you do actually still have Kari Lake running for an office in Arizona. So they didn't wipe the slate clean, and obviously Mark Robinson was an obvious misfire. But other candidates were more traditional, like McCormick in Pennsylvania or Sheehy in Montana, Moreno in Ohio. And we don't know how well these people are going to do yet either. But you had less ticking time bombs than you did with Mark Robinson. But again, if Trump pulls this out, he is not someone that's going to tell Republicans that letting your freak flag fly can still work, and they may take more gambles. If he loses another presidential race, Donald Trump, then you got a much bigger reckoning that goes on inside the GOP.
And let's just put a fine point on North Carolina. I've got the map behind me showing the Tar Heel state right now. So we're looking at the major metro areas of Charlotte, Greensboro, Raleigh. There are a lot of rural communities out here that are going to be discussed, but also Western North Carolina was hit by Hurricane Helene, and there were a lot of questions over whether that would impact voting there. Can you just put into context for us how important the Tar Heel state is in this cycle? It is one of those 7 crucial battlegrounds that we've been talking so much about.
Kamala Harris has a path to 270 without North Carolina and without Georgia. Those 2 states we're looking at right now, because those are the battleground states where polls close on the early side. If she wins the blue wall, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and she picks up the 2nd congressional district of Nebraska, which she is expected to, and she holds all the other states that were blue last time, outside of the battlegrounds, that's 270. If Kamala Harris wins North Carolina or Georgia, that is a very strong indication that she's going to have a good night tonight. But I'll give you a caveat there. If Kamala can't trade North Carolina for Pennsylvania, she can't trade Georgia for Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania is 19 electoral votes and Georgia and North Carolina are 16 each. So if we call North Carolina for Kamala early, I'd say that's a pretty good chance she's going to be the president of the United States, but I wouldn't say it's a done deal yet.
So, Bill, though, back to Austin's question about the impacts of Hurricane Helene, have we seen any in some of the early voting in North Carolina and same-day voting as well? That was a key concern, especially from Republicans and the Trump campaign, about electoral integrity, voter integrity, especially in parts of Western North Carolina. Have you seen anything to suggest that those fears came to fruition?
I haven't seen it, but I would not put myself as the expert on what was happening in Western North Carolina right now. And the obviously final turnout numbers are not, we're not going to know for a little bit. So we're going to want to compare those to 2020 to see if there was a dip there.
So I want to go to some of these other gubernatorial races. This one there in New Hampshire. So we have 10% of estimated votes. I know we're kind of ping-ponging over the map here, but it's gubernatorial cycle as well. Kelly Ayotte, the Republican, very, very closely over her Democratic challenger, Joyce Craig, and the numbers changing in real time. Only 10% estimated votes count. It's still early. Chris Sununu, the incumbent Republican, I believe either term limit or opting not to seek re-election there. Bill, what do we know about New Hampshire and with the presidential contests too here?
Well, this is a light blue state. It has gone Democratic for the presidentials for some time, although it got a little close in 2016 when it was Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump. But it's also a bit of an old school New England Republican state on the gubernatorial level, libertarian streak. Christina was a popular Republican governor there, not seen as extreme, not seen as a Trumper. And Kelly Ayotte was trying to run in that mold, and that's why it's a more competitive race than the presidential race is going to be there.
All right, so I want to move away from this. We're staying in New Hampshire, though. We do have some of these results coming in on the presidential level in New Hampshire there. Harris up over Trump 55-44, but only 10% of estimated votes counted. You know, Austin Westfall and I, we were discussing earlier today the campaign's key focus or lack of focus thereof on New Hampshire in the last couple of weeks here. Bill, have you noticed that? Should we be paying attention to New Hampshire at the presidential level right now?
You know, well, Vance did a late trip there, but I think that was more bravado than serious play. But of course, you know, the Trump campaign might be a little delusional at times and do things that they think they have a shot at when they really don't. There's no evidence in those numbers there that this is going to become tight enough to actually make this something that's a jump ball. So this is looking pretty safely blue to me.
Did Trump put boots on the ground in 2016 or 2020 in states that nobody thought he would win?
I mean, he's never been one to really have a robust get out the vote operation, and I think that's one of the big looming questions about this race. He took a real gamble on get out the vote operations by outsourcing it to Elon Musk and this other group called Turning Point and a couple others. What Trump has done in every race he's run is visited states that he has little chance in to try to show a sense of bravado. He spent a lot of time in Virginia and Colorado in 2016. He went to Minnesota in 2016 and 2020, and this time around he went to New Mexico and Colorado and New York City infamously a week ago. So he's always tried to give this sense that he's going to really, scramble the map when the map looks to be, pretty rigid.
All right, and we are tracking more of these races here. Bill Scher, we're going to take, and also we're going to take just our final commercial break of this hour, and polls will close soon in more of these battleground states at the top of the next hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here as we continue to monitor, track all of these results as we close in on the top of another hour here. Just want to stay in the Northeast very briefly. We just brought you some of those results from New Hampshire. This is the the Vermont gubernatorial election between Phil Scott, the Republican, and his Democratic opponent there. This was called. Scott with yet another pretty handedly easy victory over his Democratic challenger there in Vermont, and he'll spend another 4 years in the governor's mansion in Montpelier there. So wanted to get that in just briefly. Let's take that final commercial break. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on this election night. Elections are historic moments in U.S. history, no doubt. This night will be historic as well here. Like I said, I'm Andrew Kraft. I just want to give your attention to some of the graphics on your screen, including that number in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. You see there it says 750.7K. Well, in addition to myself and 750,000 others, you are watching us in real time here on Live Now from Fox, and we thank you. If you're new to us, we thank you again. This is what we do here. Now, you also notice what just rose up there in the lower left hand of your screen. That is our Electoral College tally, and you see there Trump with 23 electoral votes right now as it stands, Harris with 3. But like I said, it is still early. That magic number, 270 for the Electoral College as well. Bringing into the conversation, Austin Westfall again in the Live Now newsroom and Bill Scher at the Washington Monthly. We do have some of these numbers in from West Virginia. Yes, the races have been called there, but we finally have a good sense, especially in this Senate race there between Justice and Elliott. Justice with the race call there from the Associated Press. You see The breakdown, 57 to 40. This was only 7% of estimated votes counted, and that was to be expected there. Just kind of wanted to tie a bow, Austin, on these results coming to us out of West Virginia. Jim Justice going to the Senate in Washington.
And that was not a surprise, Andrew. There's another race that we're starting to get some results in for that is something that's been hotly contested. That is Ohio. This has been a close one, reportedly one of the most expensive Senate races on record between Senator Sherrod Brown and businessman Bernie Moreno. Sherrod Brown is a 3-term Democratic incumbent. He has built a strong coalition in this red state. Ohio, by the way, not too long ago, was considered a battleground state. It's not anymore. It's expected to vote for Trump. So that means that Sherrod Brown very much could be facing his toughest challenge yet in 18 years in Bernie Moreno. Ohio was once, of course, the prototypical battleground. Now this could be the last example of Ohio being a true battleground if Moreno is to take this seat. Again, though, only 9% of votes tallied so far. There's still a lot more before we know how this one falls.
Bill, I know you have to go at the top of the hour, though. Everyone's watching this key Senate race there in the Buckeye State, Brown versus Moreno here. Any thoughts on that? We have some early numbers in.
Yeah, the early numbers seem to give Moreno a little bit of an edge. And look, if Moreno wins that race and flips the Ohio Senate seat, pretty darn good chance Republicans are going to be taking the Senate because Democrats, because you already have West Virginia, now the Republicans need a net of 2. So I'm sorry, they would need 2 to if Kamala Harris is president. If you would need to offset a Ohio flip with a win either in Montana or Texas, which are both uphill for Democrats. Weird things can happen, but you feel pretty good about the Republicans' chances if Ohio gets called for Moreno.
All right, Bill Scher with the Washington Monthly. Bill, I know you have to go. Thanks so much for making time. We'll talk soon.
My pleasure. Take care.
All right, still, though, with Austin Westfall here in the LiveNOW newsroom. Austin, let's focus our efforts a little bit more, though, on the Ohio Senate race.
Yeah.
This is a very expensive race. So many people are watching this, and for Republicans, it's a pickup opportunity here. Sherrod Brown in the political battle of his life, isn't he?
Democrats and Republicans have been sweating this one out, Andrew. And let's just highlight here some of what we're seeing, because this helps us visualize just how things are going. As he mentioned, we are talking about a closing path for the Democrats to gain or to remain in control of the Senate. There are still a lot of these seats that are still undecided. There are so many toss-up Senate races still to be decided. The key ones, as he mentioned, though, and I'll focus in, Florida, which is leaning for Rick Scott already. That's one that the Democrats are going to need to pick up if they want a fighting chance. Texas is the other one. Colin Allred will need to pull off an upset against Ted Cruz. There's also this kind of surprising race in Nebraska. An independent candidate has been giving a surprising challenge to the Republican that's in that seat there. Nonetheless, I mean, if we're looking at the map, there are so many Democrats that are facing very close races. We're talking Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, as he alluded to. John Tester, who is another 3-term Democratic incumbent who has built a strong Democratic coalition within his red state, he's facing his first real challenge against Tim Sheehy. One could argue that the past 3 Senate cycles have been in the Democrats' favor. The first one came in an unpopular year for Republicans because of the war, and then the second time Tester was elected, that was a blue wave because of Obama. The third time Tester in Montana was elected, it was that midterm year after Trump was elected. So we saw another blue wave. Montana, Ohio, a lot of parallels to draw there. Both of those 3-term Democratic incumbents facing perhaps their toughest uphill battle. Polls, by the way, say that this seat is more likely to flip than Ohio.
All right, and Austin, apologize there. Austin, we are in a new hour at 6 o'clock here Mountain Time. It's 8 o'clock there on the East Coast. That means polls have now closed or are about to close in states like Pennsylvania.
Like we're getting some results in Pennsylvania and Texas.
That's right.
These are populating in real time. And you know what? Let's hover over these and see what we can from these. So this is the Texas Senate race. Colin Allred and Ted Cruz. This is something that a lot of people have been fascinated by. Very early results. Only 8% of the votes counted so far, but so far, we do see Colin Allred with a 13 roughly point lead over Ted Cruz. Only 8% of the votes in. You can't really draw anything from that few of the votes being tabulated. I think we're hearing a little bit more out of Florida as well. I think I saw this go darker red. It used to be lightly red, and now it looks like this has a check mark on it, which would indicate that the Associated Press has actually called this Senate race in Florida for Rick Scott. We're seeing Scott with a comfortable lead, over a 10-point lead to Mercarsel Powell. It looks like one of those, some might say, small chances that Democrats could steal one from the Republicans. It looks like that door is closing in Florida specifically.
All right, so you're right. We do have a race call there in Florida. It seems like Republicans breathing a sigh of relief there in the Sunshine State. Rick Scott stays there in the Senate. Let's put up the numbers here because it looks like, to your point, the Associated Press did call that race. This is the breakdown right now. 82% of estimated votes counted between Scott and Mercarsel Powell. To your point, though, we are tracking yet another Senate race in Texas that Democrats were somewhat bullish on as well here, between Colin Allred, the Democratic congressman, and Republican Senator Ted Cruz. Too early to tell yet for this race, but we are getting results just in here. In the meantime, though, we do have some new vantage points coming to us from the election night watch parties of both Trump and Harris here. That one there on the campus of Howard University. Take a look at that. You see a lot of Harris Walz supporters gearing up. They're watching the results. This one there at West Palm Beach in Florida. You also see a lot of MAGA, red, Make America Great Again hats as well. In the meantime, though, we do have a live event. We want to go up north to Philadelphia. DA there, Larry Krasner, about to brief the media on how the election is going there. So this press conference is going to get underway in any moment here. We'll wait until Krasner starts speaking as well. So things are moving very, very fast. We are in a new hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. But to that point, these are just really compelling live vantage points in and around some of these election night watch parties there for the Harris Walz ticket and for the Trump Vance ticket as well. We are getting some new reporting from Fox News Digital about how the Trump team is feeling at the moment. We'll bring that to you in just a moment. And here you see an updated Electoral College tally there. Harris with 35 and Trump with 95 there. Remember, the magic number is 270. So you see there at the election night watch party for the Trump Vance ticket and the election night watch party for the Harris Walz ticket there on the campus of Fordham University, Howard University outside of Washington. In the meantime here, we are waiting for the district attorney in Philadelphia, Larry Krasner, to begin this kind of highly anticipated press conference there about some of the threats that have been made there in Philly, about some of the voting numbers, about some of the ballot counting in Philadelphia. It looks like he's beginning. Let's listen.
We're good? Are we ready? Okay. All right. Thank you all. I do want to cover one small point, and I want to stress that it's small, but it's time sensitive, so I want to address that first. There is one polling place, 1013 Ellsworth Street, that is going to be kept open late. It will be kept open, as I understand it, from very recent information from election court until 8:23 p.m. I believe that means that if you're in line at 8:23 p.m. at 1013 Ellsworth Street, then of course you'll be able to vote even if there is a line. That polling place was closed for what I understand to be a period of 23 minutes earlier today. And for that reason, there has been a very recent extension of that time. So I say that up front, just in case there may be people out there who tried to vote earlier during that 23-minute period. They were denied access. I want to make sure they get back over there and are able to exercise their right to vote before that time ends.
DA, was that a result of a bomb threat?
I will be getting into that very shortly, but the short answer is yes. All right, so.
Can you expand on it or just give us details?
I'm about to.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. All right. So the big picture is that we were all very hopeful that the city of Philadelphia would have a very smooth election day, and that very smooth election day would look like other ones that we've had, where there were the usual significant number of insignificant complaints. That is essentially what occurred here, with a couple of small exceptions. One of those exceptions does have to do with bomb threats, and the other exception has to do with an individual who has been detained, and we'll get into that. But the essence of it is this: people have been here all day. They have been out in the community. I have been out in the community all day. We have been making sure that when there was any sort of a concern or a complaint, we dispatched an attorney. We dispatched law enforcement. I want to give a special thanks to the Philadelphia Police Department, to the DA's detectives in this office, who have done an exceptional job today of responding to everything that came up. There wasn't that much, but they were great about responding to it. And that, I think, has had a lot to do with how well the day went. The two exceptions that we are going to talk about, and then we'll do a larger summary, but the two exceptions are that there were some bomb threats in Philadelphia. If you've been monitoring what the Federal Bureau of Investigation has said publicly, they have recently stated publicly that this did happen in other locations as well. They stated publicly that there was some attribution to potentially Russian source. They further stated that they were fake bomb threats, and in Philadelphia they were fake bomb threats. All the locations were cleared. As I said before, only one was briefly closed. That was for about 23 minutes, and that one is being extended for another 23 minutes. So let me say it again: phony bomb threats, no bombs, no one hurt, no boom, none of that happened, okay? That did occur. There is a second event that occurred, which is a little unusual, which is that an individual walked into a polling place. That individual made a threatening comment to the effect of he was going to bomb that place. He was detained. Police are continuing to investigate that case. It has not been referred to us for charging yet. That is a developing story, and obviously when we have more information, we will know about it. But once again, there's no indication that it was any more than words. There's no indication that there was a capacity to carry it out or anything of that sort.
Which location was that?
I will get you that information. We're going to have people who know everything, because I was out in the community making sure that the work that was done by this office and done with our law enforcement partners was done correctly, that people were satisfied with that work. That polling places were aware of how to interface with us so that we could do that work. So they are in the details a little bit more than I am, and frankly, they deserve the credit more than I do for the work that they have been doing all day. Standing behind me are a couple of familiar faces: Shoshana Silverstein, Matt Stigler, who spoke earlier. They're available to follow up on the information that was provided earlier today. We also have Brian Collins. He's going to provide updates on the big picture of what happened today. Vinnie Corrigan is behind me, working away, as he was this morning. And also Josh Barnett, a key player with the Election Protection Task Force, is off-site right now, as he has been for most of the day, dealing with other aspects of our work here. So let me start out by asking Mr. Collins to come forward and give you a general summary of what has been going on today, so you can have your more or less day's end update.
Good evening, everybody. I can talk a little bit more in detail about the incident with the individual at the polling location in a moment. Let me start off by saying it's obviously been no secret that this particular election was hotly contested throughout the entire election season. There was a lot of heated rhetoric, passions were high. Given all of that, we are extremely pleased with what we saw today. The vast majority of what we responded to were situations where we simply had to explain to everybody who was out there what the rules were for what they were allowed to do while campaigning, where they were allowed to stand, what sorts of things they were allowed to do, and we tried to be as proactive as we could be, given the number of people that we had available, to try to send them out to do that kind of community outreach, to talk to people and let them know what's going on, what the rules were, so that people could continue to express their opinions about who they wanted to vote for, and people who wanted to vote were able to do so safely and without any disturbance to their ability.
All right, so you've been listening there to Philadelphia officials led by DA Larry Krasner updating us on some of these incidents that took place in and around Philadelphia, some of these bomb threat hoaxes and the like there. And so just an update out of the city of brotherly love. All right, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We have a lot of race calls to get to right now, including and especially at the presidential level here. Let's just start because so many race calls have been made this hour already. We're still very fresh in the hour. Let's go through them right now. All right, we do have race calls for the president. This now in South Carolina, Trump beating Harris there. He gets 9 electoral votes in the Palmetto State. If we can keep going as well, Trump with Florida, take a look at that. 30 electoral votes in the Republican column there. Trump winning Florida yet again like he did in 2020 over Harris with around 87% of estimated votes. Kind of the AP calling this for Trump. Trump will win Florida there as well. In the meantime, though, we do have a race call on the eastern seaboard, Massachusetts going for Kamala Harris. Harris getting Massachusetts's 11 electoral votes. Moving back down south to Mississippi, this going for Donald Trump, former President Trump getting Mississippi's 6 electoral votes there in Mississippi. So like I said, a lot of these race calls coming in just at the top of this hour here. No surprises, no shockers there. This was to be expected. Austin Westfall tracking it with me as usual here. A lot of race calls at this hour, Austin.
A lot of race calls. We started out the night with a big gray map. Now we're starting to see a little more blue, a little more red, starting to be shaded in here. Let's take a look at what all these states are looking like. So Florida, deep red, being called in Trump's favor. Now, you're going to see some lighter shades of red. Georgia, that's one of those key battlegrounds that we're watching. That means that it's leaning in Trump's favor. Let's pull up. So right now, Trump actually has a 14-point lead over Harris, and that's with 36% of the votes counted. So with just over a third of the votes counted so far, Trump maintains a 14% lead in one of the key battleground states. Let's check out another key battleground state. This is North Carolina, the Tar Heel state, where Harris is above right now. Harris has an 8-point lead over Donald Trump. We do know that those are the battlegrounds that we're tracking. We're Pennsylvania, and yeah, let's focus in on some of these other ones. So we're getting preliminary, very preliminary results, I will say. Pennsylvania, some consider this to be the biggest prize out of them all. The easiest path to victory for both Trump and Harris is through Pennsylvania. Only 5% of those votes have been tallied so far. There's still a lot to go. The early returns are favoring the Democrats. Harris has a 50-point lead up on Trump right now. Some say that there's something called the blue mirage. Sometimes we see that early votes can be tabulated first. Sometimes those can favor Democrats. They call that the blue mirage in some cases. There's some states where a red mirage could be possible as well. So it's possible that that's what we're seeing in these very early minutes in Pennsylvania. And while you have me here, Andrew, let's also take a look at Michigan. That's one of these other battlegrounds. Only 2%. Can only stress, this is very preliminary data, but so far, Harris with just about almost a 50-point lead over Trump right now. So are there any bellwethers from any of this data, Andrew? Of course not. It's way too early. We're going to be waiting for quite some time as they tabulate results in some of those bigger counties. Specifically, we're going to be watching the Detroit area. That's where so many of those votes come from in Michigan. In Pennsylvania, we're looking at Philadelphia and some of those suburbs around Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh. There's still a lot to learn tonight.
That's right. And it is, to your point, very early still. Blue and red mirages can be operative at the moment here, but we are in for a long night. Austin, stay with me here. We do want to just get in some more of these race calls at the presidential level here. I want to put this up. We also have battleground states, too. To your point, you just put some of those up. I believe we're getting some race calls in for Harris and Trump there in states like Oklahoma and states like Maryland. Oklahoma going for Republicans in the Trump column. Maryland going for Democrats there for Harris in the blue column as well. But these are the numbers that we have. We want to put that up again. Oklahoma there, you can see Trump getting this into his electoral college tally, those 7 electoral votes. Harris getting Maryland there in her electoral college tally, 10 electoral votes for Harris. And to Austin Westfall's point, a lot of results coming in there in Georgia, also in Pennsylvania, and in Michigan. All right, we do have a race call in Tennessee here. 11 electoral votes going to the Trump column there for Republicans there in Tennessee. In the meantime, speaking of Tennessee, Austin, we do want to bring into the conversation more of our experts, analysis, and reporters who cover this election day in and day out, or at least have. That's including the New York Post's Cameron Arcand. He joins me. Cameron, good to see you here. So give us a sense. Yes, we've gotten a lot of race calls in for states that aren't necessarily surprises, but we have gotten some of these results in from some of these battleground states. There's a lot of dichotomies at play right now when you look at the vote share with Trump and the vote share with Harris. Rural versus urban and suburban pockets. Also, some of these key demographics as well, the elderly and the youth, men and women, but also between early voting and same-day voting here. Cameron, what are you looking at right now?
I'm looking at the difference between the Sun Belt and the northern states right now and the dynamic between those two, particularly because we saw a lot of people move to states like Florida, like Georgia over the past several years in the post-COVID era, and really trying to figure out how those people are going to vote compared to 2020, where they might have not have even lived in these states at this point yet. So obviously it's still early. I've seen exit polling showing that issues like border and the economy are at the top of the list, and keeping an eye on which ways those independents are going to be breaking.
So, Cameron, I got to ask you, Andrew and I were just chatting about the concept of mirages in the early minutes and hours of these races. We're seeing some of these lightly shaded battleground states right now, and I'm going to point specifically to Michigan and Pennsylvania, which have light blue, but very early results so far in those states. What's a blue mirage? What's a red mirage? What do we need to know about mirages on Election Day?
So I'll use the example of here in Arizona. Going to see a drop of ballots that came in early, some of those election day votes, and a good chunk of those as well. So I think we really got to keep an eye on those ballots and seeing how that evolves throughout the night. Are we going to see more mail-ins that tend to favor Democrats? Or are we going to see a situation where it kind of flips slowly over time? As these races tighten, it really boils down to the different ways these people decide to vote. And so we'll see a different impact in different states in terms of how that plays out. But I think the key here is for people to be patient. And if you see a close margin, you see that margin flip, keep an eye on terms of what those ballots are coming in those ballot drops.
Yeah, that's such a good point, Cameron. Almost like the object in the mirror isn't as close as it would appear, or is as close as it would appear here. So, yes, I think a lot of people are kind of just keeping their powder dry on that one, knowing that some of these results you got to take with a grain of salt right now because they come in piecemeal. But we do have our electoral college tally, if we can just bring that up here. I was told by my executive producer that in 2020, at this very same point in the night, the tally was identical to then and now, 2020 to 2024. At this point in the night, you see it there in the lower left-hand portion of your screen, 95 for Trump, 35 for Harris. It is really, really early so far. We have vantage points as well, though, inside of the Trump election night watch party there in West Palm Beach. We also have vantage points outside on the campus of Howard University in the nation's capital at the Harris Walls ticket. So wanted to get all this in. I think that was a kind of a good pausing moment. Let's take a quick commercial break, you guys. Austin Westfall, Cameron Arcand, they'll join me on the back end here. We'll see everyone in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on this historic election night here in the United States. Happy election night to all of you. Let's get into more of these storylines throughout the course of the evening. Going to be joined by my colleague here in the Live Now newsroom, Austin Westfall, and New York Post reporter Cameron Arcand with the latest here as well. Cameron, we were discussing some of these battleground states. We're getting results in from some of them here. But let's talk about the campaigns themselves, the Trump campaign specifically here. I know you have sources within the campaign. How are they feeling tonight? We have a live picture inside their election night watch party. We have some reporting as well from Fox News Digital. Who have you spoken to there tonight?
There is definitely a sense of cautious optimism from the Trump campaign when it comes to the outcome tonight. I think there is definitely still a push to make sure that these votes get counted, because keep in mind, they had a massive early voting push, and you saw that in a lot of states. This big advantage for Republicans here in Arizona for these early ballot returns. But the matter of it is they have to make sure that that slice of vote that they have on election day didn't just transfer to early voting. They need to make sure they're getting those election day people out, as well as your low propensity voters, and maybe those people who have changed their mind from 2020 and 2022 and now want to back the former president. So that's kind of what they're keeping an eye on, keeping tally on who are these voters that we maybe did not see come to the polls for Trump in prior elections.
So, Cameron, I got to ask you. Oh, and go ahead.
Yeah, so we just have some of the more reporting that Cameron was alluding to. This from Fox News Digital's Brooke Singman. She's talking to Trump campaign officials. They're telling her early signs are the night could be shaping up like we hoped, on track for a great night. They say the direction indicated by early voting is continuing, and people who voted early did not cannibalize election day voting. Based on network exit polling, Trump campaign officials saying Trump is doing better with female voters than Harris is doing with male voters. Also, they say GOP turnout in Philadelphia is high, where Trump was successful in 2016 and 2020, like South Philly and Northeast Philly. Also, they say rural turnout for Republicans is, quote unquote, through the roof. They say exit polling has a very, quote, anti-incumbent mood here. So this is to be expected, from some of these campaign officials, Austin, going into election night. They want to project confidence here. That seems like what you're getting from some of these quotes obtained by Fox News Digital on the Trump side.
That's right. And if we can, I want to bring Cameron back in, because I want to ask him a little bit about his state. We've been talking all day about the 7 battleground states. I said earlier today the easiest path to victory for Harris would be the blue wall: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, 1 in Nebraska. The easiest for Trump would be North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. That's the path of least resistance for both candidates. Notice I didn't mention your state, Cameron. How does Arizona play into this? What if the path of least resistance is not the way it plays out with these states? How does Arizona fit into the equation?
Well, Arizona fits into this equation where we backed Trump in 2016, but backed Biden in 2020. I'm going to read you a text that I got earlier today from the GOP chairwoman. She says she feels great. She says they feel like they were unified and voted early and on the big day. She told me this weekend on a phone call that they did not cannibalize those votes from election day to early voting. And how does this play a role into this? We also have in Arizona a unique situation with independent voters who make up about a third of our registered voters in the state. We're also looking at those disaffected, more moderate Republicans and seeing how they're voting. I want to point this stat out. Nikki Haley, before she dropped out of the primary, received over 100,000 votes in opposition to Donald Trump. The Harris campaign, with their whole Republicans for Harris coalition, whether or not that's going to work or not, is banking on those votes. I'm in regular contact with the Harris campaign. This is part of their strategy, seeing if they can close the gap with those Haley voters in getting them to vote for Kamala Harris.
All right, Cameron Arcand there with the New York Post. Cameron, thanks so much. Have a good election night. Great reporting this cycle, as always. And in the meantime here, we do want to bring you out to some of these live events that we have at the moment here. Austin and I and Cameron were talking about Arizona specifically, major issues put to Arizona voters on the ballot, like immigration, like abortion. Same with Florida, though. We are getting some of these reactions from some of the candidates there in Florida, including, remember, that key Senate race between Republican incumbent Rick Scott and his Democratic challenger, Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. We have Mucarsel-Powell. Okay, it looks like this just wrapped up here. So we're a little off on our timing at the moment there. But Debbie Mucarsel-Powell most likely conceding the race to Scott there. Let's take this here. You see that Scott was declared and projected the winner of the Florida Senate race, 56%, with Mucarsel-Powell's 43%. So this is going to happen here on Live Now all throughout the course of the evening. We're going to try to get to some of these campaign speeches, election night watch parties, but also victory speeches and concession speeches as well. In the meantime here, let's take yet another quick commercial break. Almost at the bottom of the hour. There is so much more where that came from on this election night. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are at the bottom of the hour here on this election night, 6:30 Mountain Time, 8:30 there on the East Coast, as we continue to track some of these results and bring you these live events, live, raw, and unfiltered here. We do have this as well. This is a live vantage point inside of Senator Rick Scott's election night watch party. We're expecting Scott very, very soon here to give his victory speech. We just heard from his Democratic opponent, Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. She conceded the race to Rick Scott there, and this is the breakdown we have in the results according to the Associated Press right now. You can see there the race was called about an hour ago, and so Republicans breathing somewhat of a sigh of relief there in the Sunshine State. We also know Trump has been projected to be the winner of Florida as well, besting Harris. So Florida looking very, very solid for Republicans, as it has in the last cycle in 2020 as well. In the meantime here, we do have more and more experts, reporters, analysts joining us on the stream, including and especially Anna Giartelli at the Washington Examiner. She joins me, and Austin Westfall here at Live. Anna, good to see you here. We got a lot of live events to contend with, but let's focus our efforts on the Harris campaign right now. This is their election night watch party on the campus of Howard University. And Anna, I know you have some sources in the Harris campaign. How are they feeling tonight?
They're feeling very good. Certainly a lot of joy. I think that would fit with the campaign theme. But the Harris campaign, I was with them last night in Atlanta for concert, parties, lot of high expectations. They're really confident that this is going to be their time, that their candidate has stuck on message. Certainly she has, possibly to a fault, according to Republicans, because she has, jumped on positions, gone back and forth. And really, on a number of issues, particularly immigration, which is what I cover every day, we haven't heard Harris's border plans. And so that's to Democrats' advantage at this point. They just need someone to run against Trump, pretty much stay quiet, not make problems, and defeat him. And they think that's going to happen tonight.
Yeah, and I wanted to just bring up a race call that we're getting. Speaking of Harris here, let's go to the Garden State at the moment. We bring you all these in real time, as you know. The Associated Press calling the race for Harris. She beats Donald Trump there in New Jersey. Also, Westfall, Harris winning New Jersey.
Harris winning New Jersey, and if you'll come out to me, let's show the electoral map. We are seeing more and more blue filling in. A lot of these smaller states are now dark blue. That means we're seeing finally that they're being called. No surprises there so far. We're still hearing for more results from battleground states like Michigan and Pennsylvania. Preliminary results coming in from those states, but nonetheless, Andrew, that race call, not a surprise.
All right, and Anna, let's get back to some of the Harris campaign, I guess, the vibes within headquarters there on the campus of Howard University here. What does Harris need to do if she has the momentum to maintain that momentum? And what have they done in the last 4 or 5 days to shore up any support here?
Yeah, what the Harris campaign has done is it's very similar to Trump's, but they had the closing message at the Ellipse on Tuesday.
To cut you off, Anna. Sorry to cut you off here. We do have Rick Scott at his election night watch party. We'll get to that question and answer in just a moment here. Let's listen.
Well, Florida, we did it. And for once, we did it before midnight. I want to thank God. I want to thank my beautiful wife who put up with me. My wonderful daughters, Allison and Jordan. Oh, Allison and Jordan. And their husbands, Pierre and Shane. And my perfect grandsons. And I want to thank my mom, who couldn't be here. So, and guess what? We won Miami-Dade. So I think we won every constitutional officer down there. We have a new sheriff, Rosie. It's unbelievable what happened. Together, this is a team event. Together we get to celebrate a great victory tonight. There's a lot of people to thank. There's a lot of people that knocked on doors, made phone calls, did text. We had a lot of people just busted their butts in every one of these places. So we had a great campaign team led by Jackie Zeckman. We have a great office team. We've got 10 offices led by Craig Carbone. Now, let's do something fun. Keep your hands up if I ask you. Raise your hand if you worked in the governor's office. Raise your hand if you were appointed by me when I was governor, or you have a family or friend that was. How about you worked in my Senate office? Keep your hands up. Or you worked at the National Republican Senatorial Committee when I was a chair. Or you worked at the RNC in my last election. Or you volunteered or you're donated. Almost everybody is part of that. This is a team win. We won, they lost. Every person in this room has a dream. My dream is that every child, I don't care the color of their skin, their religion, where they were born, has a chance to live the dream of this country. If that's true, it's a hell of a country. And that's what we're going to do. But our work is not done. Next week, we have another election. Senate Republican leader. So 2 years ago, I challenged Mitch McConnell because I know there has to be a change. We have a great Republican Party all across this country. We need a Republican Party in D.C. We need a Republican Party to start solving the problems of this country, and we have a significant number of problems. Florida is the center of the Republican Party of this country. Washington can learn a hell of a lot from what we've done right here in this great state. We are the best melting pot in the world. Los votantes hispanos son republicanos hoy. Hoy enviamos un fuerte mensaje al mundo. Florida is roja. Y no hay lugar para el socialismo en los Estados Unidos, especialmente la Florida.
Okay, so as Senator Rick Scott there accepts victory in Spanish there in the Sunshine State, Wanted to let you listen into some of his remarks there alongside his family as well. We also have the results in the lower right-hand portion of your screen coming back out here. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. So that's what we're going to do all throughout the course of the evening. It really is still early yet here. I want to bring into the conversation yet again Austin Westfall and Anna Giratelli there at the Washington Examiner. Before we do that, we do have some race calls that we want to make as well. We just brought you that New Jersey going for Vice President Kamala Harris. Remember, there's a Senate race there we're watching. Let's take this. All right, so Congressman, the Democrat Andy Kim beating Republican Curtis Bashaw there in New Jersey. And this race just called by the Associated Press with around 28% of estimated votes counted. Remember, this is Senator Bob Menendez's seat that he resigned from this summer after being found guilty of 16 felony corruption counts, and he was convicted of that. He gets sentenced on those convictions come January here. Andy Kim will replace Bob Menendez there in the Garden State for this Senate seat. Democrats keeping the seat there in New Jersey. But we also have some race calls coming in on the presidential level as well. For Vice President Kamala Harris, we brought you Delaware for her. We brought you Maryland for her. We brought you New Jersey for her. Take a look at this there in the Garden State. Harris beating Trump in New Jersey. New Jersey solidly blue, solidly Democratic. I believe, okay, also we do have a race call. Let's go to Illinois right now. 19 electoral votes there in Illinois going to Kamala Harris here. She bested Trump there, 56 to Trump's 43, with 9% of estimated votes counted there. So you see the tally in the lower left hand of your screen there. That's the Electoral College. Remember, the magic number is 270. Harris has 71 right now. Trump with 101 here, bringing Anna and Austin back in here. Austin, we'll start with you. So we got an updated Electoral College tally. Still no surprises there? That was to be expected, right?
Yeah, no surprises so far. Let's take a look at our bar. It's been filling in 71, as you mentioned, to 101 with Trump. We're starting to see, though, and this gives us a little bit more context, the lighter shades are some of the more interesting ones, specifically in the battlegrounds of Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Let's very briefly just look at what little information we have out of Michigan. So with 7% of the vote in so far, we do see Harris with a 14% advantage in Michigan. Pennsylvania, only 12% of the votes have been tallied so far. And right now, Harris has a sizable lead. Looks like she's got a 40-point lead right now. That very well could be one of those blue mirage situations that we were just discussing very early on in the tabulation cycle. North Carolina, let's go to the Tar Heel state here. Let's see what they're working with. They have a fifth of the votes in, 20% of the votes in North Carolina. And Trump right now has about an 8-point lead over Harris with a fifth of the votes tallied. Finally, let's hit Georgia. And it looks like we have Trump up with an 11-point advantage. That's with over half of the votes tallied. So Trump with an 11-point lead in a battleground state. We don't know exactly which ballots were being tabulated in that. We, again, don't know if this is a red mirage, if you will. We will be waiting to see more results as they come in. There you see on your screen right there, Georgia, 52% of this state has been called. Georgia was so important. It actually had a record number of early voters. It was so robust that a top official told the Associated Press that the big day could look like a ghost town at the polls. Biden became the first Democrat to take that state since Bill Clinton in 1992. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out, guys.
And Anna, of course, you've spent so much time in Georgia this cycle. Let's talk about it. You saw the vote spread there between Trump and Harris, a little over half of estimated votes counted there in the Peach State. I want to focus our efforts on Harris, too, because we've been showing a lot of the Trump election night watch party. This is the Harris night watch party right now. It looks to be quite raucous there. A lot of performances at the moment on the campus of Howard University here. So if you could, Georgia first, and then what are we seeing right now?
In Georgia, you know, I was at a polling site today, and Georgia has 159 counties. 2 of them could be flipped. And I was in one that's leaning blue. And I spoke, actually, I kept finding voters who were saying, we're going to vote for Trump, even though, we may be Democrats, we may be Black. That's the way that we're going to vote this cycle. And people were concerned about the economy. I mean, we've seen it over and over again in the polls being conducted since the caucuses and primaries. It's the number one issue, followed by, threat to democracy, the border, immigration, those types of things. But tonight, I think the Harris campaign is taking an early victory lap. It seems to believe it's going to win. Certainly, it looked like it last night when I was with Harris in Atlanta, or I should say the Harris campaign at a party in Atlanta with 2 Chainz. And that's what we're seeing on Howard campus. People are excited. But, the election night is just getting started, as you and I know.
So, Anna, I wanted to also ask you, because it seemed like, and this was evident yesterday, moving from Georgia to Pennsylvania, Harris was in Pennsylvania all day yesterday for stops before election night. And she was visiting Puerto Rican businesses. It seemed like the Harris campaign went all in on the response to that joke that was made at a Trump rally at Madison Square Garden in New York now about a week and a half ago here. Was that kind of strategic on the Harris's part, or a waste of time, money, and effort here? How do you see that? How is the Harris campaign kind of spinning that to their advantage here? It seems like they think there could be some benefit to it, right?
Yeah, definitely. Pennsylvania, out of the 7 battleground states, has the most electoral votes up for grabs, and so what we've seen is the candidates jumping around between these 7 states, sometimes multiple per day. But Harris is really focused on Pennsylvania in the end. And so, with the Puerto Rican thing, Puerto Rico, I should say, Pennsylvania's makeup of a Puerto Rican isn't high compared to other states like New York and Florida. But it's something that they've realized we can really get a lot of life out of this incendiary remark that was made at the Trump rally at Madison Square Garden a couple weeks ago. And you're right, Andrew, they've continued to hit on it again and again and again and play the racism card. And, will it work or not? It's going to be interesting to see the exit polls among Hispanic and Latino voters, even if you get really into the weeds and look at Puerto Ricans and see, did that move the needle at all? I think people's minds were already made up before that comment was made.
Anna, we were speaking earlier about the Senate and the balance of power in the Senate. We saw the race being called for Rick Scott in Florida. He's somebody that's thrown his name into consideration to become the leader of the Senate. Can you walk us through how that process works?
Yeah, so once Congress does get back this month, there's going to be a vote and move forward similarly with the House Speaker, move forward on who's going to be the best candidate for Republicans, and then as well as Democrats. But depending on who takes control tonight, if we know tonight, we'll determine, if it's going to be a House and Senate controlled by one party, by both, if the White House is going to be controlled by a separate party. But I think Rick Scott is throwing his hat in, and very interestingly, Florida is a state of immigrants. Even with the situation at the southern border, we've seen millions of people released into the country and choosing to go to Florida, specifically South Florida, Miami-Dade area. And so Rick Scott has a firsthand understanding of, not only how to help immigrants in his state, but this population that's technically illegal in the country, and what that looks like. So I think he's got an interesting perspective.
Interesting in his very same election night victory speech, he mentioned the Republican Senate leader race as well, that he has thrown his hat into the ring here. Anna, thank you so much for being with us. Also, we do have some of these candidates stepping up to the podium at their election night watch parties as well, including Mike Braun, who's leaving the Senate. He's going to the governor's mansion there in Indianapolis. Let's listen.
I think it was up at the Moontown Brewery that we celebrated. And the journey that I've been on over the last 7 years Most people would think you'd been crazy to do it in the first place. Dear, what do you think about that?
No, it's good.
Okay. All I can tell you is 7 years ago in August, when I declared to run for the U.S. Senate, there weren't many believers. And even folks close to you wondered, did you really have a game plan? Well, my game plan started very simply when I got to be the luckiest man alive to marry this lady here. Now you do all these fancy commercials and they don't even talk about you, they talk about my wife. We were lucky, I think, going way back when we made the decision, unlike most did then, to move back to our hometown. And when we did that, that set the stage for everything else that followed. Most people didn't think that made sense either. But had we not done that, I'm almost certain we wouldn't be here this evening. Yeah. When you marry someone that says the priority is to have my own business and raise a family, how in the hell could you argue with that? So we came back and did just that. We lived the American dream, blessed with 4 kids, 3 of them running the business I ran for 37 years, and a family that's always been behind me and Maureen in anything that we did. That truly is what life is about. And so often you get caught in the groove where you don't want to get out of it, because that's success measured in one way. To me, once you do it, I think you need to look beyond that. And that's what I decided to do 7 years ago. So that was a tricky navigation when you didn't really have any real experience at it. As I've always said, politics and government are a lot easier than running a business. Any of you that own businesses, yeah. Hell, in government, you just got to be smart enough to not spend more than you take in. In business, you're signing the note. Your livelihood is on the line. And by the way, there are dozens of competitors in a real market that want to take a bite out of your flank. That is difficult. Now, the difference is when you jump into the political arena, business is over a span of time. 2 hard deadlines in politics, May and November. And then you need to take all the skills that you've learned in the real world, where you've been understated, underestimated, and you've overperformed, and then it's like shooting ducks on a pond. Because it's so assumed that you got to come from that pathway. I never did assume that. When you go to the U.S. Senate and you get a crew mostly of Hoosiers that come out there with you, you end up being the most successful freshman Senate office. That's something to be proud of. And yeah. And then in issues that really count, like healthcare, education, agriculture, you get more done than the senators out there you got to wheel out of there after 3 decades. Do you think I believe in term limits? Yes, I do. Everybody campaigns on it, and then they have amnesia once they get there. And let's throw in a balanced budget amendment to boot. As hard as it was to get there, it begs the question, why would you give it up? Wasn't going to do it more than 2 terms anyway. And when I saw the fork in the road to burn another 6 years there, when the numbers, the fact that they're borrowing now $1 trillion every 6 months, and it was annually just 6 years ago, the interest on the debt's as much as what we spend on defense. We need to shock that place into reality. And when you're an entrepreneur by trade, you generally, if you survive, know how to pick the best fork in the road. And there are many of them. And to me, if it was coming back to lead our state where you can set the agenda, where you're going to get along with the legislature, imagine what you can do with that.
All right, you've been listening there to Indiana Governor-elect Mike Braun, former Republican Senator Mike Braun, Republican Congressman Jim Banks taking his seat there in the Senate. So we got some race calls in there in Indiana. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are fastly approaching a new hour. You know what that means. Polls will be closed in even more states, though, but we do want to give you a lay of the land. Remember, we're tracking, and we have vantage points inside the Harris Walz watch party. That's live. Also at the Trump-Vance watch party. That's live there in West Palm Beach, Florida here. But let's talk about some of these gubernatorial races as well. We are getting a race call in a pretty big one. The Tar Heel State, Austin Westfall, joining me in the LiveNOW newsroom to break it down here. What's going on in North Carolina between Mark Robinson and Josh Stein?
All right, so this was not one that we expected to be a red state gubernatorial-wise, because there has been so much controversy surrounding the GOP candidate there, Mark Robinson. There was that bombshell report that discussed some of his alleged online postings from over a decade ago on an adult web forum. He already had an uphill battle before that scandal came out. Once the scandal came out, he stopped being invited to Trump events when he was in that state. Mark Robinson's campaign basically floundered at that point. North Carolina, let's pull up some of these results and let's zoom in so that we can see how this thing played out. Josh Stein, he's the AG in the state. He will be the next governor. He's going to be succeeding Governor Roy Cooper, who was term limited. So Josh Stein going to be moving into the governor's mansion there. He won by a margin of about 8 points. North Carolina, that's a fascinating one. I want to keep it moving here because on this map too, Andrew, again, North Carolina, we kind of expected that one to fall the way that it fell. New Hampshire, that's something I want to focus in on. That's the only real toss-up gubernatorial race that we were following. 32% of the votes counted so far, and Kelly Ayotte, the Republican, so far has exactly a 2-point lead over Joyce Craig. Looks like there's still a lot of ballots to be counted in that competitive gubernatorial race. We'll keep you posted. I think we have some props to get to.
Yeah, that's right. So we have now a resolution to the North Carolina gubernatorial contest that got so much attention with those bombshell reports about some of Mark Robinson's alleged online behavior. This is the election night watch party for Robinson's supporters here, Austin. So if we see any campaign staffers or Robinson himself take to the podium there, we'll bring this live as well. So that's a live vantage point we have coming to us from North Carolina. We also have a live vantage point coming to us from New Jersey. We're expecting Senator-elect Andy Kim, the Democrat, to address his crowd of supporters here. But to your point, Austin, we got to get in some of these race calls in on these ballot proposals and ballot questions put to voters in several states on a lot of different issues, including and especially, though, in Florida. Remember, the issues of abortion and marijuana were put to voters there in the Sunshine State, and we have some calls to make on that. I want to put this up here. This is Florida Amendment 3, Austin, to legalize marijuana in the state. 91% of estimated votes counted, and this fails. Austin, you see there.
You know, and this is fascinating, Andrew. Every time a statewide measure relating to abortion has been put to the states every single time, and it looks like our graphic is having some trouble there. We will say that we're not seeing exactly what we believe is happening there with that race. But if this measure were indeed to fail, we'd be talking about the first statewide abortion measure that would be shut down, and that would be notable. Every single time that this thing has been put to a state, the pro-abortion side has won out. Of course, the overturn of Roe is what returned the power of these types of decisions to each individual state. We will, of course, work to get that graphic updated. I think we had some other propositions to get to as well, Andrew.
Yes, Austin, of course, we're tracking Florida Amendment 4. Like you said, that's the abortion referendum there. But both, according to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, both of these ballot questions have failed there in the state of Florida. Austin, you noted the higher than usual threshold that was needed for these to pass here. Well, our colleague Christina Evans, she's tracking some of the reaction to the failure of some of these proposals on social media. Christina, what are they saying?
Absolutely, Andrew. You pointed it out. Yes, the Florida Governor, Ron DeSantis, was one of the first people to come out and say that both of these amendments had failed when we're talking about marijuana and abortion as well. Taking a look here inside of our social studio, I want to pull up for you some of the tweets that we have been monitoring right now. Here's a look at that tweet from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He says, with the polls now closed in Florida, Amendment 3 has failed. Amendment 4 has failed as well. Again, one of the first people that we saw call this. But again, an additional reaction is coming in from the state. Take a look at this tweet there from Florida Representative DeSantis. He says spent tens of millions of taxpayer money against abortion rights and legalizing marijuana. This criminal and abuse of state dollars must be investigated by the Department of Justice immediately. So, of course, that is, again, Representative Maxwell Alejandro Frost there in the state, upset at the way that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis went about going on a blitz to make sure that these amendments did not pass in the days before the election. Here's also some results as well that we're getting from an NFL legend here, Tony Dungy. The polls are now closed in Florida, and Amendment 3 and Amendment 4 both failed to pass. Thank you to all the Florida residents who helped to protect the lives of the unborn, and we want to help people to realize that those expectant mothers who need help will still be able to get it. So just some of the reaction that we're now seeing come in on social media in response to these amendments failing. Again, with the Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, one of the first people to speak out on social about this amendment failing. Andrew.
All right, Christina, thanks so much. Those were definitely key to watch there in Florida. We'll check in very, very soon. We are in a new hour. It's a little past 7 o'clock here Mountain Time, 9 o'clock there on the East Coast. Let's go to New Jersey right now. Congressman, the Democrat Andy Kim, giving a victory speech there in New Jersey, winning his Senate race. Let's watch.
I know that many of you took risks to join this campaign. You had people doubt your choice to join this campaign. You worked long hours and struggled and stressed about the challenges we confronted. I hope you take pride in this moment. Whoever says young people don't care about politics haven't met the young people that are the engine powering campaigns all over this nation. And to our supporters, look what we've accomplished. Look what we've been able to do. By most standards of what is possible, this moment right now should not be occurring. A year ago, 6 years ago, few believed we could show that what we could accomplish. That we showed that politics isn't some exclusive club just for the well-off and the well-connected. Right. That we built something that epitomizes the grassroots. I hope this experience has brought you closer to understanding the essence of our democracy, that you have a deeper understanding of what it means to be a citizen of this great country, and that you feel empowered by that. You've heard me say this line a lot, and I'll say it again tonight, that I believe that the opposite of democracy is apathy. And by extension, I hope that you've seen our campaign as a means of being the opposite of that helplessness. Yes. I hope this moment is every bit as meaningful for you as it is for me. I want to say thank you to my family. My parents and my sister are here, who gave me the grounding in service and purpose that powers me every day. To my wife, Cammie. Cammie, look what we've accomplished. Look what we've done. For them, right?
Yep.
I'm just so proud of our family and what we've been able to do, our humble family. Be able to take this kind of actions. To my boys. I'm proud of the two of you. You know, I know that this has been tough. I know it hasn't been easy. And I know there have been moments where I haven't always been there for you in the way that I wished I was as a father. But I hope you're proud of me. And I hope that when you learn about this moment in America, that you come to understand why I did what I did and why I fight for you. That's what this is about. I chose this hotel for a particular reason. 37 years ago, when I was 5 years old, my family and I lived out of this hotel for several weeks when we first moved to New Jersey. My first nights in this state were right here in this hotel. My dad had just accepted a job, his very first job ever, working at a lab in Camden to do cancer research. And we were looking for a home for us to rent. My very first nights, as I said, were here, and some of the strongest memories I have ever had in my life, early moments of my life, were here. I remember staying here. I remember there was a restaurant here. I think it was called Circles. I can't remember, but I just remember feeling like the food was amazing. I was like, people in New Jersey live good here. Quality of the food, high class. I felt like a prince. And I just have to say, I wanted to be here tonight in this hotel. I wanted to pay tribute to my parents, to my family, to this state, for giving a kid like me a chance to be able to dream, for giving me the tools through public education and a kind community.
Yeah.
It wasn't easy initially. We had no family to lean on here, no friends to help us get started, but New Jersey welcomed us. And I wanted to return here tonight to give perspective. For my parents, this hotel was an important step in achieving the American dream and in ultimately giving back to this state. My parents taught me something I'll never forget. They taught me to love America. I revere this country. I am in awe of America. When I worked at the White House, I've shared this story before, when I worked at the White House, I had a pair of black, pristine leather shoes that I would only wear whenever I was asked to go into the Oval Office. I wanted to treat that room different. I wanted to remind myself that I'm part of something bigger than all of us. And it's because of my reverence for this nation that it also pains me to our core to see the struggles that we are going through. That we aren't just having policy debates and fights, but instead the very foundation of our democracy is rendered fragile. People tell me they simply didn't trust their public servants. They simply didn't trust that the politics was working for them. That they didn't think that the big challenges we face in our family and as a state are solvable because they thought nobody was looking out for them. While we know what happened in our race, I certainly recognize right now that we are at a moment of profound anxiety about what comes next for our country. Yep. That the coming minutes and hours and days could very well be excruciating. But regardless of what happens next, we need to recognize that we face significant challenge regardless of the outcome. That the divisions we face are deep to the bone. They will not be fixed by any single election, and it isn't just about the politics. We live in the time of the greatest amount of inequality in our nation's history, too. In Salem, I visited a public housing complex and talked to a mother who showed me the black mold growing on her home, on the walls where her kids live. She told me about her pleas for help that did not go answered. I heard from a young man who felt so pessimistic about his life, he said to me that he didn't think that he could ever afford to buy a home in this state because of the high costs as well as the high student loan burden that he was facing. Regardless of what the final results are from this election, our nation is on an unsustainable trajectory. But let there be no doubt that this is a...
All right, so you've been listening to now New Jersey's new Democratic Senator-elect Andy Kim there, giving his victory speech, besting his Republican rival Curtis Bashaw there. This is, remember, Bob Menendez's seat that he vacated after resigning his Senate seat there. All right, I'm Andrew Kraft. We are in a new hour. We want to get in more of these presidential race calls, especially here, and we have a lot of them to make now that we are 10 minutes removed from this new hour, and let's take them here. So going now there to Wyoming, Wyoming's 3 electoral votes. Going to Donald Trump there, you can see with only around 2% of estimated votes counted, Trump besting Harris there right now, at least. There 3-1. So wanted to make sure we got that in. All right, Louisiana here, 8 electoral votes. Louisiana being called for former President Donald Trump over Vice President Harris. Trump getting 8 electoral votes out of Louisiana. Louisiana staying in the red column here. Also, we do have more of these election results coming into the South Dakota here. 3 electoral votes going to Donald Trump here. This race just being called within the last couple of minutes here. We also have more, another Dakota here. We have a North Dakota race called there. So both Dakotas going into the Republican column for Donald Trump there. 3 electoral votes for Trump in North Dakota. Harris, of course, coming up short in this predominantly red state there in North Dakota. So moving on to Nebraska. Okay, Nebraska District 1. Nebraska is somewhat of an interesting, peculiar state in the way they count their electoral votes. It's not a winner-take-all state there. Harris up on Trump with around 31% of estimated votes counted, 57-42 there. And Austin Westfall joining me here in the LiveNOW newsroom as well, commenting, responding to some of these race calls and results coming in. We have Nebraska District 2. This is Omaha. That's that congressional district here. 1 electoral vote there is up for grabs. And Harris over Trump 61-38 there with 46% of estimated votes counted. Also Nebraska District 3, Trump over Harris. This is like the rest of Nebraska, central and western Nebraska here. And you see there 10% of estimated votes counted. Trump up on Harris, almost 2-1 there. So wanted to get in some of these numbers. Now, all of Nebraska has 5 electoral votes. Austin, let's talk about Nebraska here. Why does it all have 5 votes there?
Yeah, it's a little deceptive, Andrew. Basically, what we're talking about here is 2 of the electoral votes out of those 5 go for the entirety of the state's popular vote. That's how they determine 2 of those votes. The other 3 votes are split between the 3 congressional districts in Nebraska. Each one gets 1 electoral vote. The second one specifically is going to be part of Kamala Harris's easiest path to the presidency. If she gets that 1 electoral vote in Nebraska District 2, as well as the blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, that would give her the presidency, as long as all of the 43 other non-battleground states and D.C. fall the way that they expect them to fall. You just gave us a lot of data. Here's what that means for our Electoral College tally. Right now, Harris is at 99, Trump at 177. Here is how the map is filling in. You see a lot of these states that we expected to go red, they're being called as soon as the polls are closing because the Associated Press knows that these are going to be reliably red. They're going to be dominated, really, by Republican voters. We see Texas going red, Oklahoma, Georgia, and let me just say that none of the battleground states have been called so far. Let's talk about Nebraska, because Nebraska is interesting. It's these little tiny dots here off to the corner. You see Nebraska has District 1, 2, and 3. Maine has a similar dynamic where their electoral votes, 2 of them go to the state at large, and then both of their congressional districts each get 1 congressional vote each. So those 2 states, they operate a little bit differently than the rest of them. Ohio going red, and let's zoom in here because Ohio's interesting, Andrew. I mean, we've been following elections, and Ohio used to be that prototypical swing state. Not anymore. Look at the results. The AP, with just over 50% of the vote tallied, says that Trump's going to take this state with about a 9-point lead. That's just with over 50% of the vote counted. Ohio's interesting, not so much because of the presidency. We expected it to go that way. Let's switch over to our Senate map here, and let's look at how Sherrod Brown and Bernie Moreno's race is going. So this is fascinating because Moreno does have the edge over the incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown right now, but you see the difference. There's a lot less room between these 2 candidates than there was between Harris and Trump. Trump had a much more commanding lead at this point compared to Moreno over Sherrod Brown. This is one of those Senate seats that will decide the balance of power in the upper chamber of the House. You see there that over 1.5 million votes have been cast for Bernie Moreno, just under 1.5 million votes so far have been cast for Sherrod Brown. As I've been mentioning, both parties have been sweating this race out. A lot of money has been pouring into this race. I'm curious to see if this is the last true example of Ohio being a battleground. It certainly looks like this race is a tight one, Andrew.
Yeah, that's right. So many resources put into the Senate race there in Ohio by Republicans and Democrats alike. And to your point, yes, Ohio has been called for Donald Trump. So we just brought you a lot of race calls for Trump. We do have a race call as well, though, in a solidly blue state. That's the Empire State as well. For Harris, let's take a look at this. Harris getting New York's 28 electoral votes there. The Associated Press calling New York for Harris. So we do want to bring into the conversation as well Tom LoBianco at 24 Site. Tom, bear with us here. We have a lot of live events going on right now. Let's stay in New York right now. Democratic Senator out of New York, Kirsten Gillibrand. She's speaking there at her watch party. Let's listen.
With our Cyber Academy, so kids can actually go to college free in exchange for public service as our cyber defenders. That will help us keep our country safer. So we have a lot of work to do, but one of the issues that I think people in New York feel most passionate about is guaranteeing women equality in this country. Making sure that we have our civil liberties and civil rights, making sure that we get to make those life and death decisions over our bodies, when we're having children, under what circumstances. We have to guarantee an equal rights amendment in New York State. I hope everybody will vote yes on Prop 1. Get the ERA added to our U.S. Constitution as well. So, other things that I hope we can work on in this next Congress, we need a national paid leave policy. We need to make sure that families don't have to make these tough decisions about caring for a child or a loved one and bringing home a paycheck. We have to make sure we keep supporting our workers, strengthening our abilities to join unions, to collectively bargain for wages and benefits. Yes. We have to expand access to health care and keep bringing down the cost of medicine. And last but not least, I will fight against the politics of hate and division in this country. No student should feel unsafe being on a college campus because of anti-Semitism. Any kind of bigotry of any kind. We have to, as a nation, figure out who we are. We are a country that used to love one another, that used to care about our neighbors, that treated others the way we wanted to be treated. We have to focus on all that is noble, all that is right, all that is pure and admirable, and we have to lift that up into our national dialogue. Now, I know you're thinking that's a lot of things to get done, but we are going to have a Congress to pass this agenda. Because of the work the governor has done, because of the work that Hakeem Jeffries and I have done, we are going to have a majority in the U.S. Congress, and we are going to elect our new speaker as Hakeem Jeffries. Now, this coordinated campaign that the governor and I, Hakeem, worked on is extremely extraordinary. We were able to work with Chairman Jacobs to build the greatest turnout machine that has ever been seen in New York State, and I'd argue anywhere in the country. We have 40 offices across these battleground districts, 23,000 volunteers, 150 staff. We've knocked on 1.3 million doors, and we have made over 5 million phone calls to voters. So I'm going to tell you tonight, we are going to see victories up and down the Hudson Valley, all across Long Island, in Syracuse. We are going to flip the House of Representatives right here in New York State.
All right, Senator Gillibrand there at her victory watch party. I want to put up the results there for Gillibrand. Quite an easy go at it against a Republican challenger there. This wasn't necessarily one of those competitive races. But also, we just brought you the news. Harris getting all 28 of New York State's electoral college tally there, electoral votes, rather. And so in the meantime, though, we do have yet another state call. Let's move from New York now to Texas, and the Associated Press is calling Texas for former President Donald Trump. So Trump getting Texas's 40 electoral votes there. This is with 58% of estimated votes counted. And I'm bringing into the conversation Austin Westfall yet again here. So, Austin, right now, Texas going to Trump. Kind of knew that. New York going for Harris. Definitely knew that here. I think right now, and we want to bring in Tom LoBianco, because I think all eyes right now are on this Ohio Senate race, aren't they?
Yeah, all eyes are on the Senate race. And real quick here, just because we mentioned them, no, New York, Texas are not surprising, but nonetheless, they both carry a lot of electoral votes. So now that we see that New York is officially in Kamala's bin, she's at 99. Texas, Trump is at 177. I'm interested to see how this Senate race in Texas plays out as more results come in. I'm also interested, as you said, Andrew, in the Ohio Senate race. And Tom, I'll start with you here. What are the stakes of the Ohio Senate race? So far, we've seen that Trump has a sizable lead over Harris in Ohio, but we don't see that Moreno has the same sizable lead. He has a lead, but not that same sizable lead that Trump had. What do you make of that?
Well, you know, it definitely looks like the Senate is going to be a Republican at the end of all this. That's the one thing think we'll feel pretty confident about with some of these early race calls. So, that's really important. But how Republican then? If Sherrod Brown's able to hold on, then that probably hurts the control there. But this is really interesting this cycle. The split ticket voting. We talked about that before. We're starting to see this in play, especially with working class voters, working class men. And that's a really big dynamic this cycle.
Yeah, and just to set the stage here, Tom LoBianco with 24 is going to be with us throughout the hour, kind of popping in, reacting in real time to some of these results. Though we do have some live events going on right now. I want to go out to North Carolina. Josh Stein there, the Democratic Attorney General, just won the governor's race over Lieutenant Governor Republican Mark Robinson. He's at his election night victory party here. Let's listen.
When we go together, not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as independents, but as North Carolinians. And I know we can do this because I know who we are. I have met so many inspiring people across this state. Debbie and Cornelius, who tragically lost her son to fentanyl and is fighting to protect other families from that same fate. Lauren, a teacher in Greenville, who digs into her own pocket to buy school supplies for her students to give them a better chance. I want to thank everyone I have met along the way for sharing your stories with me. And to the thousands and thousands of people from every corner of this state who helped to build this campaign, I am forever grateful for your support. Thank you for believing in the promise of North Carolina. And if I didn't earn your vote in this election, I hope to earn your trust by working hard for you as your governor. I pledge to listen and work across party lines to do what's right for North Carolina, because no person or party has a monopoly on good ideas. To all of the smart and smart aleck young people on my campaign, thank you for the long days and late nights. Thank you for the hard and high quality work. And thank you for the laughter along the way. They, by the way, are incredible. I also want to thank Governor Cooper. Let's give that man the hand that he deserves. Roy Cooper has led our state with a steady hand through an unprecedented global pandemic, a 1,000-year storm in the West, and 2 500-year floods in the East. He expanded Medicaid, strengthened our business climate, and fought for our public schools. Roy, I could not be more grateful for your service and your friendship, and do not even think about changing your cell phone number on me. My parents, Adam and Jane, raised my brother Eric and my sister Gerda to try to do what is right, just like they did. It's truly one of the best gifts that parents can give to their children. I want to thank them, and I hate that my dad got a bug yesterday working early voting, and so they're watching it here on TV. Let's all say thank you, Adam and Jane. To my wife, Anna. Otherwise known as a rock star. Thank you for being the glue that keeps our family together, for keeping me focused on the things that really matter, and for being you. She is going to be a remarkable First Lady. We are blessed to have our 3 kids here today, Sam, Adam, and Leah. Mom and I love you very much and are incredibly proud of you. Fundamentally, this campaign is about you and all of the young people of North Carolina. We want all of you to want to call North Carolina home the same way we do. Friends, we are so blessed to be of this place. And while nowhere is perfect, I firmly believe that whatever may be wrong with our state can be repaired by all that is right. After all, North Carolina is where the Greensboro Four sat down and the Wright brothers took flight. It's where my father joined Julius Chambers and James Ferguson to form North Carolina's first integrated law firm to fight for equality and opportunity for all. It's where people come together to solve tough problems and believe that our best days are ahead of us, not behind us. This is our North Carolina. This is our home. Tonight, let's celebrate this hard-fought victory, and tomorrow we will get back to work to building a North Carolina that is safer, stronger, and more prosperous for everyone. Thank you, and may God bless you, and may God bless the state of North Carolina. Thank you.
All right, there you have it. North Carolina Governor-elect Josh Stein at his victory party there, thanking his family, thanking his supporters. Of course, the incumbent governor right now, Roy Cooper, term limited there. So this stays in Democratic hands. So Stein there besting the Republican gubernatorial candidate, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson there. And you can see right now the race is called by the AP. But there is right now a 15-point margin there, and this was to be expected. You see it there on your screen as well. All right, I'm Andrew Kraft. We are at the bottom of the hour. Let's step away. Let's step out of North Carolina. Let's take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be giving you the latest updates. We'll get an electoral college vote tally. Also, we'll be tracking some of the results coming in key Senate races in Ohio and Texas as well. A lot more on this election night in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on this election night. I want to bring into the conversation my colleague Austin Westfall here in the Live Now newsroom and 24 Sites, Tom LoBianco. We all are here tracking all of this, and we have a lot to get to. Let's first start off right now. Where does the Electoral College stand at 9:30 Eastern, Austin?
Right now, the Electoral College, and let's get over to this because we are starting to see Trump 178 here, and we'll make sure that we've got the map up because Trump is getting, right now, he is just under 100 points away from that magic number 270. Harris with 99. There are still a lot of big Democratic states that are yet to be called. California, Oregon, Washington, those are going to be some of the bigger states that are going to put some more votes on the Harris side. Nonetheless, we're, of course, tracking all the battleground states, that being Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia. We have no results yet out of the two western battleground states, Arizona and Nevada. But as you can see so far right now, as we look at Wisconsin, at least where it stands, with 12% of the votes counted, it looks like this battleground state, Trump has a 4-point lead so far. That state leaning red at this early hour. Michigan, let's look at that. 12% of the votes counted. Right now, Harris has about an 8% lead in Michigan. Pennsylvania, what many consider to be, it's an easy argument to be made, that this is the most crucial battleground state of them all. Just over a quarter of the votes have been tallied so far, and right now, Harris has an 11-point lead over Donald Trump. We'll see if more Republican votes file in as the night progresses. Of course, every single poll has indicated that is as tight as can be. Moving down to some of these southern states, let's focus on North Carolina. 58% of the vote being tallied so far, and right now Trump has about a 4-point lead. Excuse me, that's looking more like a 3-point lead for Trump in the Tar Heel state. The final one I'll get to here is Georgia. Andrew, 75% of the vote tallied. 3/4 of the vote is in the Peach State. Trump has a 5.4% lead. That's where we're at right now.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. Tom, with whatever Austin just said there, kind of giving the roundup of the battleground states, can we glean anything from them, from the results coming in right now?
Yeah, and super helpful there. Look, the numbers that we are seeing right now from Georgia and North Carolina really seem to show him running away with it down in the Sun Belt, okay, especially in Georgia. All right. Now, this is very tentative, but some of the early exit polls we have seen have shown Trump performing, a lot more men voters showing up and supporting Trump. All right. And that's a really big dynamic. We've talked a lot about women voters with Harris. All right. But up in the Rust Belt, Wisconsin, Michigan, all right, Pennsylvania, especially in Wisconsin and Michigan, we're still not too many returns yet. I think I saw like 9% returns, something like that, up in Wisconsin. So it's going to be a little while before we see what's happening up in the Rust Belt, Blue Wall. But down the Sun Belt, especially in Georgia, it's looking really good for Trump right now.
All right, we do have live pictures there inside the Trump-Vance election night watch party. We also have live pictures outside there at the Harris-Walz election night watch party as well there on the campus of Howard University in Washington. Tom, let's talk, though, now about some of these key Senate races that we're getting the results in. Let's focus our efforts first there in Ohio between the Democratic incumbent Sherrod Brown and his Republican challenger, Bernie Moreno. And we were talking before the break, Austin, you and I, about the Senate map and the Senate makeup here. this is where it stands between Moreno and Brown. What can we glean from this?
Yeah, and I'll just do a quick run through here because there was a number, and if you can come out to the map here, I want to show off a little bit of what we're working with here. So you'll see an odd color, that's yellow, that's because, and Vermont and Maine both leaning for their independent incumbents in both of those cases. Senator King and Senator Sanders expected to win in Vermont and Maine. That's why you see yellow. As far as battleground states go in the Senate, there are toss-up races, at least what have been considered to be toss-up races before the election, in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We've been eyeballing Nebraska to see if the independent challenger there could make some noise. It appears so far that that state is leaning red. So Montana, that's going to be an interesting to glean from once we start getting results in. But Tom, and this is something that we're going to be focusing on a lot, is Ohio. Many thought that the three-term incumbent senator there, Sherrod Brown, he has been elected in favorable Democratic years. I believe the first time he was elected was in light of the war that was back in 2006. That was a favorable year for Democrats. 6 years later, that was an Obama year. That was another favorable year for Democrats. The last time he was up for election was in the midterm after Trump was elected. There was a blue wave there. Is this the toughest challenge yet and the most polarizing race we've seen Sherrod Brown participate in so far?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, look, I was talking with one of my longtime Republican sources about this a couple days ago, and we're going to know a lot after we see all the tallies, but Democrats still have a problem up in the Rust Belt with working class voters, okay? And, you know, big questions on what happens with the presidential. But Sherrod Brown always was one of the, more populist Democrats and was able to outpace national Democrats in Ohio. That might be changing, okay? That's really important to watch. And if that is, I think that's a leading indicator of a bigger problem for Democrats right now. But again,
Tom, just want to chime in here. We are getting a race call because we're talking about Senate races, Tom. This is a Senate race in Maryland. This is an open seat here. Angela Alsobrooks, the Democrat, beating former Republican governor of Maryland, Larry Hogan, there in this Senate seat. It's being vacated by retiring Democrat Ben Cardin there. So this seat stays in Democratic hands here. Tom, Austin, let's comment on this. A lot of Republicans, and you and I have talked about this race, Tom, had thought this could be a pickup, that Hogan would somehow materialize a victory. That's not the case here tonight. 55-43 with a little over half of estimated votes counted here. This was also Brooks to lose. She has not done that. The AP calling the race for her.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I remember years ago when then Lieutenant Governor Michael Steele ran against Ben Cardin, all right? And there was a lot of talk that he might be the Republican to do it, especially because he was the first elected black statewide politician in Maryland, okay? He ended up losing by a pretty similar margin to that. Now, we don't know because we've only seen about 55% or so right now. But if that divide holds up, it just really goes to show for Maryland. I mean, Hogan was an incredibly popular governor of Maryland and did a lot to break away from Trump, which is what you need to do in, traditionally blue Maryland. Maybe you just can't win statewide, or at least in these Senate races.
Yeah. So, Tom, talk to us, because there are several examples around the country, correct, of some of these competitive races where the candidates have had to move more to the center in order to win votes in these battleground states. Can you talk about some of the notable ones?
Well,
I mean,
we
did
used
Larry
to say
Hogan
40 years ago,
Tom,
or 50 years ago, all politics is local. I think it's all politics is national now. I'm not sure that you can break away from this stuff. I remember I was up at the state fair in Maryland not too long ago, and you had the Larry Hogan signs next to the Donald Trump signs at the Maryland Republican Party booth, and you could tell he didn't want anything to do with it. All politics is really national now. It's changed so much from the way it used to be.
All right, we do have some more of these results coming in. We want to stay, though, on the Senate races. Let's focus our efforts on Texas right now. We just got this live picture up there. This is in Texas at the Colin Allred election night watch party here. Let's put up that race right now. This is quite a sizable lead Cruz has over Allred at the moment. 64% of estimated votes counted. Democrats were somewhat bullish here, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tom. Were Republicans worried about how Ted Cruz would do? The race hasn't been called yet, but we see the vote spread here.
Well, my Republican sources were never really worried about the Cruz race. I think you heard more from Democratic sources that, they might be able to, ride a wave of support from women in this election and, maybe potentially get Allred up over the top. Cruz historically has been fairly unpopular, as statewide go for Texas. But that doesn't seem to be the case right so far. But again, we still got 1/3 of the vote still to come in. That could change. But as these race calls go, it becomes harder later in when you have more of the precincts reporting. It becomes a lot harder for these candidates to overtake a gap of that size. So it looks like Cruz is in pretty good position right now.
Even though Texas is a deep red state, is there anything to learn from some of the counties within a deep red state like that?
Well, it's, we've been talking about this as the gender election. And, boy, you talk about, groups of voters that are not a monolith. Men and women are not monolithic. They do not vote uniformly. Okay. I think we really got to look at and especially as the exit polls come back more, and we match that up with the actual vote tallies. I think we're going to have to look at some of the key dynamics of what people are talking about, what concerns them. Abortion is not the only animating issue for women. I heard a lot about the economy, too. And Trump seems to do better on the economy with women. But that's also not always the case, because Harris had been cutting into that. So it's elections are always wild. There's always surprises on election night.
Tom, while we have you, though, let's focus our efforts on one more key Senate race we're watching. Let's go to Wisconsin now, between Democratic incumbent Tammy Baldwin and her Republican challenger, Eric Hovde there. This is only with around 22% of estimated votes counted. Baldwin up over Hovde, not by much, though. How much trouble is Tammy Baldwin in? Should Democrats be worried?
Could be. This is, okay, so we were talking earlier about split ticket voting. This is one of the strangest things I've seen this election. Tammy Baldwin had put out some mailers or advertisements where the Democrats was talking about supporting Trump trade policies back when he was in office. I mean, the political bedfellows this cycle are some of the strangest I've ever seen. Now, she could be in good shape. One of the things, over on the 24 Site podcast, the Ground Game podcast I run out of 24 Site with my friend Patrick Finkston, we had on Charlie Sykes a little while ago, and he was talking about how Republicans used to have a very good ground operation in Wisconsin. Scott Walker, Wrights Priebus, back in the day, about a decade ago. Democrats have usurped that and have done a lot better under Ben Wickler, Democratic Party chair in Wisconsin. Ground games, turnout, operations, those things matter, especially in tight races like this. So, it's not unforeseeable that she wins and Trump wins too in Wisconsin. That's not out of the realm of possibility here.
Let's back up here. Let's go back to Political Science 101 for a minute, Tom. Explain to us why we're talking so much about the balance of power in the Senate and the House. How does that dictate how powerful of a president we're going to be working with?
Well, I'll tell you, you hear voters complain a lot about how Washington doesn't get anything done and need to return to normal order. It is incredibly hard to pass legislation through Congress and get it to any president's desk these days. And certainly a lot of that has to do with the Senate. You need to be able to break a filibuster. And, with the exception of the courts, it's 60 votes. And, neither side, the traditionalists in the Senate, have wanted to touch that. Okay. So in a strong sense, no matter if you get a Harris presidency or a Trump presidency again, it's not a guarantee that you're going to be able to move things. Now, where that comes into play is those nominations and whether you're able to get actually confirmed the judges, but also the secretaries, the cabinet. If you're able to get them confirmed, that gives them more power, and that's really important here. And the Senate Republicans could be, I mean, they look to be in a very strong position right now. And if this goes as it looks, it might go with John Thune potentially becoming the Senate Majority Leader. And again, a lot of things still yet to play out within the Senate Republican Conference. That would give Senate Republicans and Senator John Thune out of South Dakota a lot of power.
Yeah, Tom, speaking of who would be in charge of Senate Republicans, who would be the leader there, we aired Rick Scott's victory speech last hour, and almost in the same breath, he moved on to yet another race he's waging, and that is for Republican leader in the Senate. He's thrown his hat into the ring. He's been very critical of current leader McConnell. McConnell stepping back, but will remain in the Senate here. So I believe those elections take place internally for Republicans on the House and Senate side, November 13th. We won't put the cart before the horse here. We'll focus on today's election. But I just want to get your sense here. Let's focus on the Harris-Trump campaigns right now. And Tom, you got a lot of sources within the Trump campaign. That's their election night watch party. We have this, what we call a switched feed here. We're seeing a lot of folks there with red MAGA hats. I also just saw one of these Jewish Trump voters as well. You see there people taking selfies. So, you can get a sense of the vibes. You can't really glean anything results-wise from how the parties are doing. Maybe a little bit later on you can. But what do you see when you look at this shot we have inside Trump HQ?
Well, this campaign, we've talked about this extensively throughout the election, is, as Trump campaigns go, has been remarkably disciplined. All right, and you got to give credit to Susie Wiles there and Chris LaCivita and Tony Fabrizio, kind of that trio at the top of this operation. All right, but there have been a lot of concerns. I mean, look, when the Iowa poll came out, Ann Selzer showing a lot of problem with women voters in Iowa for Trump. You started seeing that reflected by Trump himself on stage at these rallies. All right, whether it's performative on purpose or whether he's just getting tired and worn out, whatever the reason, he's very transparent in his emotions and how he's feeling about things. We've always known that about him. So I don't know. Look, the early results that we're seeing, again, go back to the Sun Belt, especially Georgia and North Carolina, doing incredibly well there. And if these exit polls turn out to be correct, with a larger number of men breaking for Trump, especially with minorities, Black and Latino voters, that gives a lot of confidence. All right, and you can see that reflected in the crowd. But there's still a lot of concerns with with women breaking hard for Harris. All right, in the last couple of days of the race. So still a lot to be determined here.
Yeah,
it's still,
Tom,
this is early.
It is early, Tom. I mean, I keep reiterating that point. We have a live picture, though, at Harris's election night watch party there on the campus of Howard University. Of course, she's an alum there. So let's talk about how the Harris campaign might be feeling. I've been citing this all day today, Tom. Senior advisor to the Harris campaign, David Plouffe, was on CNN last night at this time with Aaron Burnett. He says the campaign, they believe they can win all 7 battleground states. Now, is that what some political pollsters and pundits call hopium or not here? What does that mean?
No. I just, based on what we're seeing so far tonight, that looks incredibly unlikely to happen. Okay. And, that's standard for any campaign, top of the campaign. They're always going to say that. But look, we saw some of the early exits from NBC News. There was a lot of talk a couple days ago about the Madison Square Garden rally and the Puerto Rico comments really damaging Trump with Latinos and Puerto Ricans, okay? That does not seem to have translated among the electorate, especially among Latino, the men, all right, and 3rd and 4th generation younger Latinos, all right? So if that is the case, it's going to be a lot harder for her. Especially, you can't even talk about places like Arizona at that point. Nevada could be a little bit different, All right, Nevada's it's its own unique beast, but in Arizona, you know, if that trend stays true, you can pretty much write off Arizona for Harris. And you know, again, and then it becomes an issue in Pennsylvania. All right, we got to look at Allentown, the Lehigh Valley. All right, and you got to watch the returns coming out of there. That was the big concern. All right, Pennsylvania is really a must-win for Harris. Okay, it's not as much of a must-win for Trump, but for Harris, it looks like she needs that blue wall to hold.
Sure. Before we go, Tom, I got to ask you about Puerto Ricans, because there's an interesting statistic coming out of Osceola County. This is just south of Orlando. Right now, Trump, with 95% of the votes counted, Trump has 50%, Harris 48%. So Trump's up by 2 points. If I'm looking back 4 years ago, Biden won Osceola County by 14 points. So we're seeing a sizable shift. This county is important because I believe around a third of the population there are Puerto Ricans. What do you make of Trump seeming to gain some ground in a county like this?
Yeah. You know, one of the big things, and this is really important, we had Mike Madrid on the Ground Game podcast recently. He specializes in Latino voters. Look at the way Trump talks about immigration, the wall, wanting to crack down on immigration. Especially, you know, of course, now we should note here, of course, that Puerto Ricans are Americans, all right? But culturally, the problem was Tony Hinchcliffe dumping on the entire culture. It was very racist. Trump, if you listen to him, you know, he talks a lot about illegal immigration. And among Latino voters, especially people who have been here 3 and 4 generations deep now, all right, they agree with that. And you start to see that movement among the younger Latinos towards Trump. And that's really key in understanding this dynamic. You also got to remember, too, especially for Latinos, you know, large South American population, Colombian, Venezuelans, you know, Cubans are getting older now, or the expats down in Florida, very traditionally conservative, socially conservative. And you got a lot of that down in South Florida, okay? So it's you know, when we talk about voter groups, no group is a monolith. And sometimes Democrats seem to forget that.
All right, Tom LoBianco with 24/7. Tom, can't thank you enough. This entire year, you've been so instrumental.
Thank you, guys.
Austin, thank you too. We're going to take our final commercial break of this hour. More results where that came from. We're also going out live to the Trump-Vance watch party in West Palm Beach. Some of our reporters standing by. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here as we approach yet the top of a new hour. In the meantime, like I said before the break, let's go out now live to West Palm Beach, Florida, to the Trump-Vance election night watch party. That's where we find Fox News' Rebecca Castor with the latest there. Rebecca, good to see you here. How's the energy there in the room?
Hey, Andrew. Well, of course, with this being filled with Trump supporters, they are excited and encouraged. The Trump campaign advisors, they tell us that they feel they're on track for a good night. They're encouraged by some of this exit polling that is coming in. The supporters here, they cheer every time a state is called for the former president. Trump, though, is watching this all go down from Mar-a-Lago, where he's watching the returns come in with family and friends. Former President Trump is spending election night where he kicked off his campaign in Palm Beach, alongside one of his biggest supporters, Elon Musk. And his team is feeling confident they can secure the magic number of 270 electoral votes.
For early voting, it was definitely, we didn't have as much male turnout, and that's not just for our party, that's for any party in terms of voting. But after today, we're seeing a change, and we're seeing such optimism.
Millions of voters braved long lines to cast their ballots, each with different issues in mind.
Under a new Trump administration, I think we're going to have more secure borders.
We have everything going for us. We're going to lose a lot of that if Trump wins.
But with the race neck and neck, it could be days before we know the final results. During a visit to thank his campaign staff, the former president expressed his frustration with the vote counting process.
They should do paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, and be done. One day, same day. and you'd by 10 o'clock.
No matter the outcome, the winner of this election will have a challenging task on the first day of their administration.
One of the most important jobs of whoever the president-elect is going to be has got to be unifying the country.
Donald Trump was asked earlier today if he'll accept the results of this election if he loses. He said, if it's, quote, a fair election, I'll be the first to acknowledge it. Andrew, back to you.
So, Rebecca, I had a question because remember, a lot of reporters have been asking Trump whether or not he would be voting in favor of Amendment Question 3 and 4 on marijuana and abortion in Florida. We haven't really gotten a sense of how he voted on that, though we do know those questions failed there in Florida.
Yes, so we didn't really get a clear answer from Trump on how he voted on those measures. But as you said, really not a big deal. They failed today.
All right, Rebecca Castor there live for us in West Palm Beach. Rebecca, talk soon. Thanks so much. All right, in the meantime here, we do have yet another race call that we have to make. The Associated Press calling Missouri for Donald Trump here. Let's take that. You see there, 30% of estimated votes counted right now, though this was enough to call the race for Trump there in the Show Me State. There you can see the vote margin. So in the meantime, we do want to bring it into the conversation as well. Remember, we're checking in on some of the trends going on social media as well, because we are about 15 seconds away from the top of the next hour. That means polls will close in some of these western states as well. Let's check in with LiveNow's Christina Evans, and she joins me. Christina, what's going on social media right now?
Absolutely, Andrew. It's been a very busy night on social media as well. We're getting a lot of updates and able to see what's happening on the ground in certain states, including Arizona, one of those critical battleground states. I do want to show you another look here in our social center so you can get an idea of kind of how we're tracking these tweets and these other posts as they're coming in to our newsroom. But let's talk about the latest one that we're seeing out of Arizona. This is thanks to Fox 10. We're getting this update. What you're seeing now on your screen, this is an update there from Fox 10 reporter Kinsey Beach. She's there on the campus of Arizona State University in Tempe. As you can see, polls have closed in this location, but the lines are still long there, with students still putting in their opportunity to cast their vote for the presidential election and some of those other elections happening there in the battleground state of Arizona. So she did say that folks are encouraged to stay in line so that way their votes will be counted. But in areas like on college campuses at Arizona State University specifically, lines are still long, even though the polls have closed in Arizona. I do want to also give you an update here on Live Now. Another look at another place in Arizona where the polls are going to remain open. This is the Navajo Nation area in Apache County. This is all thanks to the Navajo Nation president that he filed a lawsuit to extend polling hours to accommodate voters. This after the Arizona Secretary of State said that voters in the county experienced issues with e-poll books and printers. So we do know there in the Navajo Nation, those polls will remain open until 9 p.m. local time. That's just another hour or so in the state of Arizona. So again, they will stay open so that way the Navajo Nation members can cast their vote there for the presidential election. Again, Arizona, one of those critical battleground states that we're keeping a very close eye on in this election. Will be interesting to see how these things shake out, but long lines are happening on social media, but folks remaining in place to make sure that their voice is heard.
Yeah, that's, of course, so true. If you're in line, stay in line. That's the message from some of these election officials there in some of these battleground states. Christina Evans, thanks so much. We'll talk soon. In the meantime here, we do want to kind of reset here at the top of the hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. So we are going to go through some of the Electoral College vote tallies at the moment. If we could pop that up there in the lower left hand of your screen. You see where the tally stands right now. Trump with 198 Electoral College votes. Harris with 99, though it is still early, of course. Polls now closed in some of these western battleground states like Nevada, like Arizona, like Montana, like Utah as well. We're tracking some down-ballot races in those states, including some of these key Senate races there as well. In the meantime, we do have, let's go back to Michigan now. The Secretary of State there, Jocelyn Benson, she's addressing the press. Let's watch.
Clear and unequivocal will of the voters. This is an incredible day for Michigan, and this is an incredible day for our nation. My thanks to clerks and staff all across the state who worked long and difficult hours over the last several months preparing for today. Their preparation paid off in a smooth and successful election, and I'm grateful to so many members of my team here tonight who helped facilitate that work all throughout the state, all day today, and the many partners we have had along the way, from our faith leaders to, yes, our sports teams. And that's one of the reasons why we're here in Ford Field tonight, to really emphasize how important these partnerships were, from faith leaders to sports leaders to business leaders to law enforcement and our Attorney General, all of whom share with us a belief that our democracy is at its strongest when every voice is heard and when every vote is counted. Finally, I want to thank the millions of voters who participated in our democracy this election. Just like our Lions, you have made winners of all of us. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions. Go ahead.
Darylyn Horn with WWJ. Were there any instances of any issues or any misinformation spread today? And if so, how was that addressed?
Yeah, one of the candidates, the former president, said there was a strong law enforcement present in Philadelphia and Detroit. That was not true. We quickly debunked it. To the extent that other people were upset, it was usually just because they couldn't get one of these stickers. We saw some of them sold on eBay, which I don't recommend. But at the same time, we also made these stickers available at our Secretary of State branch offices for the rest of this week. But no.
All right, Jocelyn Benson there. She's the Secretary of State in Michigan, talking about all those I voted stickers and how the voting has gone there in Michigan as well. But in the meantime here, let's step away from Secretary Benson. We do have one of these candidates conceding the race there. Let's go out to Maryland. Former Republican governor of Maryland, Larry Hogan, losing this Senate race to Democrat Angela Alsobrooks there. Let's watch.
Who inspired me to get into this race, and my entire family. Give them a big round of applause. I stepped up to run because I was concerned about what kind of a future we would be leaving for all of our kids and grandkids. And for me, the greatest title wasn't governor or senator, it's dad and pop-pop. I also want to thank our incredible campaign staff. Please give them a round of applause. They did an amazing job. And the thousands of volunteers all across the state who worked their butts off. You know, some campaigns drag on for years, but this one was a 9-month sprint. We ran full speed from day one, from early mornings and late nights to every corner of the state, knocking on doors, making calls and meeting voters from Oakland to Ocean City and everywhere in between. And we built a broad coalition of Republicans, Democrats, and independents, and we brought together first responders, police, veterans, longshoremen, teachers, small business owners, young people and retirees, and hardworking families all across the state. This was truly a grassroots campaign. And most of all, I want to thank my fellow Marylanders, especially all those in deep blue Maryland who were willing to put country over party and split their tickets. If the pundits and the politicians were more like the good and decent people that I meet every day on the campaign trail, our country would be so much better off. We got into this race for the right reasons, to fix the broken politics and to put our country on the right track. And we ran the kind of campaign that represents what politics can be and what it should be. Driven by the people, not the party bosses, and focused on the issues that actually matter to families all across Maryland. From day one, this was the only campaign in America that reached out to Republicans, Democrats, and independents alike, because that's what it's going to take to solve the serious problems we face. Americans today are thoroughly convinced that we're hopelessly divided, that Washington is completely dysfunctional, and that our entire political system is fundamentally broken. The voices of the exhausted majority are ignored in deference to the demands of the loudest and angriest few who seem hell-bent on tearing America apart. No matter what happens in this election, we as a country must move beyond talking only with those we agree with, and we need to stop dismissing or even hating those we disagree with. We have got to find a way to come together, to listen, and to believe in each other once again, because there really is far more that unites us than divides us. While tonight did not bring the outcome we had hoped for, we can all hold our heads high. I can tell you, we left it all on the field, and I'm so damn proud of the effort. Thank you all. Thank you.
All right, there's Larry Hogan, former Maryland governor there, trying his hand at Senate politics, coming up short there in Maryland, losing to Democrat Angela Alsobrooks. Of course, Alsobrooks currently is an executive with Prince George's County there. And this seat stays blue. This is Ben Cardin's seat, longtime Democratic incumbent there. Ben Cardin opting not to seek re-election in Maryland. In the meantime here, we do want to get in some more race calls that we have right now as well. Let's move from Maryland to Massachusetts here, staying in the Senate. Elizabeth Warren fending off this Republican challenger in John Deaton. About 25% of estimated votes counted right now. The Associated Press calling the race there for Elizabeth Warren, the Democratic incumbent. She gets another 6 years in the upper chamber. In the meantime here on the presidential contest, on that level, we do have a race call. Remember, these states out west, Utah, Montana, Arizona, Nevada, polls just closed there 10 minutes ago, and we just got a quick race call there in Utah. Take a look at this. The Associated Press projecting Donald Trump will win Utah's 6 electoral votes there right now. Okay, let's stay out west right now. Let's move from Utah to Colorado there. Take a look at this. Colorado being called for Vice President Kamala Harris. You see there over Trump. 48% of estimated votes counted. Harris getting Colorado there. And you see that margin, 56-42, Colorado trending blue in the last really 3 cycles. If you think about it. So in the meantime here, let's take yet another quick commercial break. When we come back, more experts, more analysts, more reporters, more results, more race calls. Yes, it's still early. I'm Andrew Kraft. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We have more of these candidates taking the stage at their respective election night watch parties and rallies. I want to focus our efforts right now on the Texas Senate race there. The Associated Press has not called this race yet. Other outlets have, though, for Ted Cruz. You see there 67% of estimated votes counted. You see the wide margin in the differential between Cruz and Allred. Cruz just stepped up at his election night watch party. Let's listen live.
And I believe, and I hope and pray that Donald Trump will be reelected as President of the United States. I want to say thank you, number one, to my extraordinary wife, Heidi, my best friend in the world. Such an amazing partner on this magic carpet ride of life. And I want to say thank you to our 2 beautiful and amazing girls, Caroline and Catherine. You know, politics at times exacts a price on the family. And I want to say I am so grateful for their love and support, and you guys are amazing. Thank you. I also want to give a special shout out to Alexis Nungri. Alexis, thank you for your incredible courage speaking out for your precious Jocelyn, and your courage has made such a profound difference in this nation. We're going to. I also want to thank all the Democrats across Texas who crossed over and supported my campaign. Including especially Harris County District Attorney Kim Ogg. Who has stood strong for prosecuting violent criminals. And I want to thank every Texan across our great state who has stood with us in this fight, who worked and who fought for Texas. I want to congratulate Colin Allred on a hard-fought campaign. And I want to say to all of those who didn't support me, you have my word that I will fight for you, for your jobs, for your safety, and for your constitutional rights. But tonight, the people of Texas have spoken. And their message rings clear as a bell across our great state. Texas will remain Texas. You know, the media were ready to write off Texas. And Chuck Schumer poured in more than $100 million to our state. Well, I want to say thank you, Chuck. And I hope we win a few more Senate seats tonight because you wasted so much money in Texas. They deployed every trick, every lie, and every Hollywood celebrity they could find. Chuck Schumer tried to buy this Senate seat like it was a piece of Manhattan real estate. But he learned what we've always known, that Texas isn't for sale. And Texans can't be bought. Amen. Over the last 2 years, I've traveled every corner of this state, from the Panhandle to the Valley, from deep East Texas to far in West Texas. We have traveled 9,094 miles, 53 rallies all over the state of Texas. I've worn out my boots, at times my voice, and certainly the patience of my incredible political team, who did an amazing job on this campaign, and I think is the very best team in all of politics. And what I found traveling the state of Texas was worth every single mile. Because everywhere I went, I found something that gives me profound hope. Common sense isn't dead. It is alive and well in Texas. Everywhere I went, I met Texans who share a simple dream: to keep their families safe, to keep their freedom secure, and to keep their Texas values strong. Tonight, we are witnessing incredible results, especially with Hispanics across the state of Texas.
All right, you've been listening there to Senator Ted Cruz, the Republican winning re-election there, speaking to a crowd full of his supporters there. And you can see there, some have called this race for Cruz, though the Associated Press has not. and that is what we rely on here. You see there the numbers. Cruz up on all red now, about over 10 points. And so we'll be waiting to see whether or not this race gets called sometime soon here. Let's take that full. We have it. So 68% of estimated votes counted there in this Senate race. Like I said, Cruz declaring victory there. We wait for the Associated Press, although some outlets have called this race for Cruz. In the meantime here, we do have some more race calls to get to. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. Let's get to them right now. We want to focus our efforts on the presidential contest right now. Remember, some of these Western states, polls closed there at the top of the last hour. I'm talking about Montana. All right, so Trump getting Montana's 4 electoral votes there. And so this is not a shocker, not a surprise. Montana ruby red there, though the Senate race, I believe, is too close to call there between Tester and Sheehy. In the meantime, let's move from Montana now to Utah. Remember, we brought you the results in the presidential contest from Utah, Trump sweeping Utah there. But there was a Senate race we had our eyes on because, remember, this is the seat being vacated by current Republican Senator Mitt Romney. This was the race to replace Mitt Romney and Republican John Curtis, the current congressman right now there from Utah, winning this race, the Senate race in Utah, over his Democratic challenger there as well. So wanted to make sure we got some of those race calls in moving forward. In the meantime here, we do have some tweets. Want to put this up. This is from Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Let's go back to Texas. You see there, he says, congratulations, Senator Ted Cruz, on your big win. Senator Cruz will continue to defend Texas values of freedom, liberty, and prosperity in the U.S. Senate. Working together, we'll keep Texas. Texas, you heard that common refrain there from Ted Cruz at his party. All right, in the meantime here, we do want to bring into the conversation my friend and colleague, Austin Westfall, in the LiveNOW newsroom, who we've been relying so heavily on for what to make of these race calls. He joins me also with some viewer engagement. We want to hear from the viewers tonight. Take a look at the lower left portion of your screen. About 800,000 of them are watching alongside us. But first, Austin.
We've been checking in with Christina throughout the evening as she's been traversing social media and seeing what's going on there. Let's ask you all who's watching. Let's ask you what's going on and what you're thinking about. We're asking you, and by the way, we'll say QR code right there on your screen. Andrew, if we can take that in full so that the people can point their smartphone camera at that QR code, it'll send you to a web page where you can vote on this poll. We've already had a couple of results come in. That's because some of you are looking at our website and you're voting on this before we even brought it to air. Arizona, Michigan, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Georgia, Nevada, Pennsylvania. Those are the 7 key battlegrounds we've been following. The question is, which battleground state do you think will have the most impact on the presidential race? Right now, it appears with 51% of the vote, Pennsylvania is looking like it's taking the cake. But again, we've only gotten a few dozen, I believe, answers to this poll so far. So if you want, you can either scan that QR code on your screen, or if we take it off the screen, before you're able to do that, you can simply type in livenowfox.com/connect. livenowfox.com/connect. You can tell us which battleground state you think will have the most impact on the presidential race. We've been talking about this ad nauseum, Andrew. Pennsylvania is going to be the common denominator for both Harris and Trump's easiest path to the White House. Pennsylvania so far winning in our poll. Okay, so as you mentioned, let's bring up the map. This is what we're working with right now. We've got Harris with 112. We have Trump with 198. Trump is 72 electoral votes away from the magic number. We have had so many race calls in the last few minutes here. So we're seeing a lot of this dark red being shaded in. Most of these not necessarily a surprise. I want to focus on the battleground states, though. Let's start with Wisconsin, and let's zoom in. 48% of the votes in Wisconsin have been tallied, and so far, this is a tight one. Trump right now, 1 point above Harris, 49.8% versus 48.8%. That's with nearly half of those votes being tallied so far. Looks like Michigan is leaning blue right now. Only 21% of the votes called so far. Less than a quarter of the results have been tallied in Michigan. Of course, so much attention is going to be on the Detroit Metro. How are those votes going to fall? That's also, I believe, the largest hub of Arab Americans that are going to be voting as well. It'll be interesting to see how they react to some of the news and how the Biden administration has handled the Israel-Hamas war. Moving on to more battlegrounds. Pennsylvania, this is the one that our viewers say is the most important. Just over half of the votes have been tallied so far. 55% has been counted in Pennsylvania. And Trump right now has just under a 3-point lead in this.
Don't mean to cut you off here. We do have more of these now winning candidates stepping up to their election rallies and watch parties, including Maryland's Senator-elect Angela also Brooks there. Let's watch.
Doesn't it feel good to be in Maryland tonight? Oh, yes. Well, first of all, to Alex, you know, she forgot to tell you one important part of that story. She's the one who got on the bus after I had to race after her first grade friends and said, well, we have to wait for a certain 40-year-old to come across the park. Well, I have to say, first of all, tonight, I must give credit to the absolutely unfailing God that I serve. One whose grace has been sufficient at every turn. I don't have enough words to say thank you to God, whose faith has been unfailing. I want to thank him so much. And just a moment ago, I received a call from Governor Hogan congratulating me on tonight's victory. Offering his congratulations and the congratulations of Yumi. And I know that we both share a very deep love for Maryland and commitment to Maryland, so I certainly want to thank him so much for his service. Now, I start off with something that is so obvious, and it's that it couldn't be overstated, but tonight absolutely could not have been possible without you. Without every single person in this room and the people of Maryland. So to the people of Maryland, thank you so very much. Thank you to Marylanders. Thank you. Now, if I named every person who shares this victory with us tonight, we'd be here for a few hours. But I can't leave the stage without thanking some very special people who made tonight possible. First and foremost, to the single most incredible, the baddest campaign team, let me tell you, ever to have graced the earth. This team is incredible, and they are led by the incomparable Sheila O'Connell, our campaign manager. Thank you so much to Sheila, who is what I love to call a super bad woman. Sheila led this, she flew this plane, no matter what the winds were, against over $100 million that was spent against our campaign. And we're here tonight for every single person on this team who gave everything they had. They left it all on the field. This was the single most talented team. I've seen every single one of them. I want to thank them so much for their commitment. I want to thank them for sharing their talents with me, and I can't wait to continue working and making your efforts worthwhile. I'd also like to thank some of our partners, Emily's List. I want to say thank you so much to Emily's List and the super incredible Jessica Mackler, Higher Heights, and Glenda Carr. There's a network across the country electing women. I want to thank them so much. And also want to thank all of our partners in labor who are here tonight, many of whom are here tonight. All of our faith leaders and faith community, want to thank them so much. To the super bad Divine Nine, my brothers and sisters of the Divine Nine. Yes, the coalition. Yes. I'd also like to say thank you so much to the Democratic Party led by Ken Ullman and also Dr. Charlene Dukes. I want to thank them so much for all their incredible support. All of my friends in elective office, don't we have the baddest captain of Team Maryland, Governor Westmore. I want to thank him so much. All of our friends and our federal delegation who are here tonight. You just heard from Senators Cardin and Van Hollen. I want to thank them. All of our the congressmen who are here. I see Congressman Hoyer. I want to thank him so very much. Congressman Mfume, sir, thank you so much. Congressman Sarbanes, and Congressman Raskin. Yes, Congressman Raskin. Yes, America's congressman, Congressman Ivey. Want to thank them, Rupersberger. Thank them so much for all of their support, as well as all of my other brothers and sisters in elective service who are here tonight, from the state Senate, our delegation, our council members, all the Democratic Central Committee members who worked so hard on this campaign, to all of our volunteers, all of Team Brooks, every single volunteer. Thank you not just for believing in this movement, but I thank you for working so hard to take the movement to the people. So for every single volunteer who opened your home, who met us in coffee houses, met us in backyards, for all the donors who contributed, I want to just say thank you so much for every phone call and every door knock. Thank you so very much. And to the people, thank you, that's Wanda Durant, you guys. To the people of Maryland, especially the folks who came out. Now, you all know we started a little later tonight. And you know why that was? It was because our college students and first-time voters, so many of them showed up at the polls tonight. They had to keep the polls open later because our children came out to vote tonight. And so I want to just say thank you to them, and also want to just give a special shout out to my hometown, Prince George's County, Maryland. Prince George's County, Maryland. The place where I have grown up, the ones who I love so much. You know, I woke up this morning to my neighbors.
All right, you're hearing there from Angela Alsobrooks declaring victory after her race call against former Maryland Governor, Republican Larry Hogan there, and she goes to the Senate, replacing outgoing retiring Senator, the Democrat, Ben Cardin here. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We're a little past the bottom of the hour now here, a little after 8:30 Mountain Time, a little after 10:30 on the East Coast there. Thanks so much for being with us. We are in for it tonight. Remember, we're not stopping. We are going live, raw, and unfiltered throughout the course of the evening, bringing you these results in real time, coming to us from the Associated Press here. And in the meantime, we do have some of these race calls I want to bring you. Let's go to the District of Columbia right now. You see there Harris getting their 3 electoral votes. This race was called, about 10 minutes ago here. Also, we have some results coming in on some of these western battleground states, including Arizona. Take a look at that. Arizona has 11 electoral votes. As you know, it's a battleground, very close here, but a little under half of estimated votes counted there. So neck and neck there in Arizona between Trump and Harris. Let's go to Missouri briefly. Remember, Hawley was facing a Democratic challenger in Lucas Kunce there, and he won this race. Hawley 52 over Lucas Kunce there 46. 45% of estimated votes counted. Hawley goes back to the Senate with another 6-year term. In the meantime here, we do want to bring into the conversation my colleague Austin Westfall in the LiveNOW newsroom and New York Post's A.G. Gankarski. He joins us as well. We'll start with Austin. Austin, we were trying to get through where the battleground states lie right now as far as the presidential contest is concerned. What do they?
Let's go through them. So let's start up in Wisconsin. Let's just go with what the AP is calling for now. 53% of the vote so far tallied according to the Associated Press. That's a tight race. 49.5% to 49%. Trump up by 1/2 of a percentage point in Wisconsin. Moving over to Michigan, which is currently, and it's light blue, but if you really look at the results, that's a dead tie, 49.1 to 49.1. It looks like we just lost that. Let's move on to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, considered the most pivotal battleground state, 19 electoral votes up for grabs in the Keystone State. Right now, Trump has a roughly over 100,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris right now. So we're looking at Trump having just under 3 points of a lead versus Harris right now. That's the most important battleground. Going down to North Carolina, we're getting in a little more results there. 83% of the votes have been tallied in the Tar Heel state, and right now Trump has just over a 2.5% lead. Going further south to Georgia, 88%. So we've been speaking all night about preliminary results, Andrew. We can toss that out now when we're talking about states like this. Georgia has 88% of the votes tallied. Trump with 51.3%, Harris with 48.1%. I'm going to zoom out again because we've been saying all night, Trump's easiest path to victory, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. Still a lot of votes to be counted in Pennsylvania, but for now, we're seeing that Trump has a slight margin, especially in Georgia here. We're starting to see some of these counties really fill in. Not surprisingly, seeing this kind of blue blob in the Atlanta metro, but then we see all of these bright red and dark red rural counties that are pretty much balancing out, if not overcoming, some of what we're seeing in some of these larger cities, specifically the Atlanta metro. Let's zoom back out just to make sure that we hit every battleground state that we can. Arizona's the other one. 50% of the votes in here. So half of the vote tallied. Most of this coming from Maricopa County. Maricopa County is most of the ball game in the Grand Canyon state. Right now, we've got a dead tie, 49.6 to 49.6. Interesting to say the least, Andrew, as this map gets filled out. Let's ask AG about it.
So, AG, thanks so much for being with us. AG with the New York Post, of course. What can we glean from some of these battleground states here? Is it accurate to say that some are too close to call? Not Georgia, is it?
You know, I think Georgia is trending toward Trump, but the thing I'm noticing is that blue wall is looking like it's going to crack. I mean, you know, what's happening in Michigan, what's happening in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, it's going to come down to late returns from these like bigger cities, but you know, really it's looking more like 2016 than 2020, and you know that's kind of remarkable for people who thought that Harris, you know, had a pathway that you know was more like Biden's in 2020. It's looking much more like Trump's got the 2016 coalition. You know, men are coming out to vote for him, and you know this is really a remarkable political comeback in the making by Donald Trump, because I think a lot of people looked at this a few weeks back and said there was no way he can make inroads in the blue wall. And there was a lot of thought to say Jill Stein would be a bigger factor in a place like Michigan. She hasn't been as of yet. So this is just Trump versus Harris, like, you know, R versus D. But, you know, Trump is really, you know, he's really driving it right now.
So, AG, I've got Pennsylvania up right now. 51% of the vote so far is going for Trump. He has roughly a 3-point lead over Harris. 57% of the vote has been counted. Let's talk about what is considered the most pivotal battleground state here. There is still 43% of the vote to be tallied. What are we going to be watching for as we get that 43% of the vote in?
Philadelphia County, you know, because that is predominantly Democratic. I think in 2020 was more than 80% for Joe Biden. And you expect similar margins with Kamala Harris, but the question is always turnout. Like how many people actually turn out to vote? You know, how many votes are counted in, you know, the coming days? It's not just what we see tonight, but we'll see what we see in the next couple of days as well. So, you know, a Trump lead, you know, say 3 o'clock in the morning isn't necessarily safe in Pennsylvania because of Philadelphia County primarily. The rest of the state, you know, Trump's got an advantage in it, but yeah, that's machine politics, and you know, it works a little bit more slowly, it works a little more gradually, and it looks a bit rougher from the outside, where people are saying, "Why haven't these votes been counted already?" You've got late votes, you've got precincts that take a while to count for whatever reason, you've got anomalies that happen in the counting process, all kinds of things. So people will be watching that one over the next couple of days for sure.
Okay, so AG, we have a live picture there at the Harris Walls watch party. You said there are indications of 2016 vibes, so to speak, when Hillary Clinton lost. Do you see any of that on the faces of some of these Harris Walls supporters here? Because I want to ask you this. The question going into the night was whether or not we would know a winner in the presidential contest tonight. Do you think we will, or will it take till tomorrow morning?
I think it's going to take a day or two before we have something where we can say somebody's going to be the winner. I just don't think that we're going to have enough of the count in tonight, especially in those blue wall states, to really figure it out. I think Arizona may take a little bit of time too. It looks a little close from what I'm seeing also. So, between those states, you've got, 55 electoral votes between the four? That's a lot of suspense. So, expecting a winner before you go to bed tonight, I think is a little bit unrealistic. But the trend right now is Donald Trump. It's looking good for him. But, you have to consider that the late vote, that the late counted vote, the mail vote, things like that, that is going to trend Democratic. And, so any margin that Trump has at, 10:41 Eastern time may not hold, when we wake up in the morning.
Let's talk about Detroit. I want to talk about Michigan. We talk so much about some of these southern states, and we've been talking about Pennsylvania. Let's talk about Michigan. And I'm going to just kind of zoom in on Detroit here, because that's one of the largest Arab American populations in the country. When we focus in and we go in on what is, and let's just make sure we get this correct here, we're focusing in on the area where Detroit is. So Wayne County is what we're talking about here, AG. So right now, Wayne County is showing that Trump is up 61% to 37.5%. We're talking about Trump having a commanding victory so far with 24% of the votes in. 24% may not sound like a lot, but what do you make of what we're seeing out of this county so far?
It really comes down to the precincts that are coming in, because a county in and of itself isn't necessarily the thing. There are precincts in the counties that will tell you what the real story is that's happening. And, when you're watching that precinct data being dumped in, that can move these totals. And we've got these margins as thin as they are in Michigan. You get 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 votes dumped in. And if they're D plus 80, that makes a remarkable difference in the narrative.
So we do have some race calls we do want to get to right now here on the presidential level. Let's go to Kansas right now, AG in Austin. So you see there Trump getting Kansas's 6 electoral votes. The Associated Press calling Kansas for former President Donald Trump here. Let's stay in the Midwest. We also have a race call there in the Hawkeye state of Iowa. Iowa's 6 electoral votes going to Donald Trump there over Harris, with 56% of estimated votes counted. Now, this is really interesting, because we got to dive into some of the numbers there in Iowa, because there was this poll that was put out over the weekend by Ann Seltzer. She's considered the gold standard there of polling mavens in Iowa, AG in Austin. She had Harris winning Iowa by 3 in her poll. She even considered her poll an outlier here, AG, but obviously we're not seeing that here. Trump getting the state, and it's a pretty sizable margin so far, more than half of votes counted.
Yeah, the Trump campaign said that, they tell people to look at the Emerson poll, which is more of a 10-point poll. The Seltzer poll, the methodology seemed really weird to me. And, this idea that there's this groundswell of women in this very conservative state that elected Kim Reynolds governor and all of that was moving over to Harris, it didn't make a lot of sense. But, when you look at polls, we know this. It's like it comes down to your sample size. It comes down to your random pick. So you got 600, 800,000 people. Not all those people are created equal. So it looks like a real sampling error from Seltzer, back to the drawing board moment. But, every presidential race has really wild polls. And this just happened to be one of them. And it raised questions about Iowa, but I don't think those questions were legitimate. Obviously, voters did what we expected them to do before this election. Leaving aside that Seltzer poll.
Yeah. So, AG, as I zoom in on the map here, we're starting to see that almost every single battleground, in fact, every single battleground that has results, save for Nevada, which we do not have results in for yet. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona. None of them have been called in Trump's favor yet. All of them so far are, they're light red. They are leaning red right now as Trump is ahead in these races. What does that mean? We saw so many discussions out there saying that this race would be as close as it possibly could be. Is this something that's fascinating you as we're seeing this night progress? I mean, Georgia, North Carolina, we have over 80% of the vote tallied. Over 60% of the vote has been tallied in Pennsylvania. Michigan has just about a quarter of the votes tallied and over 50% of the votes tallied in Wisconsin, as well as half of the votes tallied in Arizona. Out of those 6 battlegrounds, AG, what's standing out to you?
I mean, to me, it really is the trend. And you know, you have to ask yourself right now, who would rather be, Trump or Harris? And, you know, Trump, basically his strategy of going all over the place, campaigning everywhere, taking all kinds of questions, even from adversarial media, it seems to have paid off. And, yeah, I think voters are responding to the authenticity, to the viscerality of the Trump campaign, to the approach, you know, and to the central question, are you better off 4 years ago? Trump weaved that question in over and over again in his closing argument. And, you know, many of these voters in these states, Michigan, Wisconsin, you know, and so on, you know, they looked at their pocketbooks, their bank balances, their credit cards, and they said, no, we're not better. And, you know, I think Harris not doing press conferences, kind of doing these parachuting in, doing these scripted rallies, I don't think that helped her. I think voters really wanted a connection, especially after the 2020 pandemic election where, you know, Joe Biden basically campaigned from his basement. You know, Harris did a version of that. And the voters seem to be rewarding Donald Trump here.
So, AG, let's just transition briefly here to some of these Senate contests and some of these Western battlegrounds as well here. We're getting results in on the Arizona Senate race. Let's take this. Ruben Gallego up over Lake 53-46 right now with 49% of estimated votes counted. If we can also bring up the Montana Senate race too between Sheehy and Tester, just so we can get a good lowdown of where that race stands at the moment. Let's take that. There you see Sheehy up 56 over Tester's 42 there with about 5% of estimated votes counted. So Montana still has a kind of long way to go there. But these are the Senate races to watch still now that we are moving our way westward across the country, though some of the other races, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Ohio, those Senate seats, they're still in the mix. They haven't been called yet, at least by the Associated Press. AG.
Yeah, and, you know, Republicans need to flip a couple of these. And even if you go back to 2022, they're saying that 24 would be their year for the Senate. And they've got a lot of opportunities. And I think as Trump rises or falls, you know, so too does the Senate candidates. If you look at the state polling that came out in the various swing states where you had Senate races, you know, the candidates run a couple points behind Trump. So if Trump can win these states by 2 or 3 points, that's very good for a Dave McCormick or Eric Hovde or somebody like that. I think if you look at Montana, I think, you know, Trump's strength is going to lift Sheehy in that race. I don't think Kari Lake has a shot per se. The polls I saw of Arizona had a lot of split ticket between Trump and Gallego. But, you know, overall, if Republicans can pick off a couple of these Democratic seats, you know, then it's a very good night because they probably will take the House also. So you can see a unified Republican Washington, D.C. next year, and Donald Trump would be able to enact a lot of this policy agenda that he was thwarted, you know, from doing during his first term if he's elected.
So, AG, if we can come back onto my screen here, I want to just show the Senate map. The balance of power is behind me here, and this is giving us a look at how this thing is shaping out. So right now, and obviously you need 50 seats in order to have control of the Senate if the president is Donald Trump, because that would mean that J.D. Vance would be the tiebreaker. That would give Republicans control. That would mean they would only need 50. Now, if they want control regardless of who wins the presidency, they would need 51. Let's tease this out, AG. There are quite a few competitive Senate races around the country: Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. As you mentioned, it's not as competitive in Arizona as it once was. Montana, we are seeing that John Tester has a steep uphill battle. Is there really any path to the Democrats maintaining control in the upper chamber at this point?
Not with the way this map is going. It's going to be very difficult, and I think you would need for the Senate candidates to really outperform Harris in state after state. My guess right now is 52, 53 Republican seats, and that's really what you want if you're the Republicans, because it's very hard to maintain a unified caucus in the House or the Senate. So you want that margin to be a couple points higher than just a 50-50 split with Vance casting a bunch of tie-breaking votes. It's really early to tell with these Senate races, but I'm less confident in those than I am in Trump right now. But I really do think Trump is the rising tide that will lift some of these Senate candidates up.
Okay, so in the meantime, A.G. Gankarski with the New York Post, we're going to have to leave it at that. We do appreciate it. We are nearing the top of the hour. Also, Westfall here in the LiveNOW newsroom with me. But in the meantime, though, speaking of some of these Senate races, I want to put up some of the results. Let's go back to Virginia right now. Take a look at this. Democratic incumbent Tim Kaine there leading over his Republican challenger, Hung Kao. You see there. We also have Tim Kaine speaking live right now to his rally group of supporters. Let's listen.
Embody, and by the progress that you've demonstrated. So it's going to be a long night. We're going to have, however all these results go outside Virginia, we're going to have a lot of work to do. We're going to have a lot of work to do to promote more peace in the world. We're going to have a lot of work to do to create this economy that is not just for a few, but for the many, and expand healthcare options and protect reproductive freedom and fight gun violence and battle for a cleaner environment. And there's so much work to do. But we've shown in Virginia that if we link arms, we can walk side by side. We can andar con la gente. We can walk side by side with people and make progress. So thank you so much for putting your faith in me. And you may or may not, over the course of the next 6 years, agree or disagree with this or that, but I won't embarrass you. I won't let you down. I won't cause you to lose a moment of sleep. And we will keep moving Virginia and this country forward. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And then watch TV very late, and we're going to go win, right? We're going to go win.
All right, you're just listening in there to Tim Kaine wrapping up some of the speaking to reporters. You can see there the 52-48 margin right now, not officially called by the AP, but a happy crowd on the hand there in that state of Virginia. All right, we're following it all here on Live Now from Fox. A change of anchor. I'm Andy Mack now in the desk, supplanting Andrew Kraft after a great election night for him, covering all the latest. All right, let's continue on. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. We have more polls closing here at the top of the hour as it gets closer to 8 o'clock Pacific time. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox here on this election night. Thank you so much for joining us. Some 900,000 people tuning in across all of our streaming platforms. So we appreciate you joining us as we're approaching the top of the hour. 8 o'clock on the West Coast is nearing very closely right now. Let's continue on. I do want to put up just some of these Live Now looks, including at Howard University, the Kamala Harris watch party getting going. The vibes there still very high as well, despite what we're seeing in the polls right now, and also in West Palm Beach, Florida, a live look there with all the American flags. Plenty of people excited for this as we're soon to have polls close in California, Oregon, and Washington. And let's continue on. Let's bring in again my colleague here, Austin Westfall, to discuss the latest of what we're seeing from this on the West Coast. Austin, thank you so much for joining us. So what are we looking at now, and what do we expect here as polls close in just a matter of minutes on the West Coast?
Good to be with you, Andy Mack, and props to our colleague Andrew Kraft for a 5-hour-long marathon manning the controls there. Let's get into the maps. So here's what we're talking about. We're going to be watching some of these West Coast states now. At this point, polls are going to be closing in, and it looks like we had a misstep there, but polls are going to be closing in states like California, Oregon, and Washington at the top of the hour. We do, of course, unless something completely surprising happens, we do expect that those 3 states will fall in the blue category. Now, what's going to be interesting, though, about these states is in the House. We haven't really been checking in on the balance of power in the House so far. The magic number is 218, Andy Mack. Right now, the Republicans have secured 152 of those seats, Democrats 98. Why am I talking about this on the West Coast? That's because there are tons of toss-up races all along this coast. So many of them in California. There's one specifically in southwestern Washington. That's going to be a particularly close one. Bend, Oregon has a close toss-up race. California's Central Valley, parts of Southern California, there's 5 House seats in California alone, currently owned by the GOP, but they're considered to be complete toss-up races. That's why it's been, as the weeks have developed, it's been much tougher for pundits to forecast who may control the House. There are so many tight races, and another thing to mention about the Sandy Mac is that not only are these going to be super tight, but if they're as tight as they have been in years past, it could be so close that it could take days, if not over a week, to get some of these things done. That's the House.
A lot to get to with that. And let's talk about the Senate seat in California, as we're expecting that one potentially close with Adam Schiff, the Democrat there, going up against Republican Steve Garvey. What do we make of this, and what is kind of the outlook on this in the Senate, and how does it, the balance of power factor in all of this in California?
So ultimately, as far as the question of balance of power goes, we don't expect California to make any seismic shifts with the balance of power. We don't consider this race to be a toss-up like we do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, states of that nature. California is an interesting one, as you can see. That might be a familiar name to some people. Steve Garvey, he was a first baseman. He played for the Dodgers. He played for the Padres in mostly the 70s and the 80s. He is running as a Republican against Adam Schiff. Adam Schiff led the charge on the impeachment process during Trump's first impeachment. As soon as polls close, we may get an early call in this race. Of course, any statewide race in California would be expected to fall blue, but no results from the Associated Press as of right now, and it looks like the clock just hit 8 p.m. on the West Coast. So polls closing, we should start to see some color, Andy Mack, in some of these states here shortly.
Yeah, and the colors will start lighting up any minute now, as you mentioned, just the 8 o'clock hour there, as we're continuing to follow it on the West Coast, as we're moving east to west.
And I'll mention, it just happened right now, just as we were speaking. So Washington, and there we go. So we're seeing some of these Senate races. Washington, as soon as the polls close, and this is just how reliably blue these states are. I'm going to just guess 0, yes, there's zeros on these. There's probably zeros on California as well. That's because the AP has such confidence in these states. As soon as results start coming in, they're going to be so overwhelmingly blue that they feel comfortable calling these races as soon as the results start coming through. So Adam Schiff going to be the senator in California for 6 years, and it appears there as Washington as well. We're going to see so no numbers there as well, but still, Maria Cantwell going to be starting off her 6-year Senate tenure in the state of Washington. Andy.
All right, very, very interesting West Coast. We're following it very closely. Also, we're going to check back in with you over the course of the evening, as we've had over the last several hours as well, but we appreciate your time. Let's get out to more different conversations here, as we're hearing now west to east, as I do want to put up just this, one of the most recent calls there in Idaho being called for the President Donald Trump as well. So I do want to put up just this, those 4 electoral votes going for Donald Trump in Idaho for electoral votes is kind of the balance of power as we talk about all those electoral votes being cast up. So we're hearing different ones about Nebraska. You know about the split one there with that, but also in Maine, we're talking about. All right, and we're also getting more about Washington as well. So let's continue to follow the latest here. As you can see, just the excitement within this watch party there in West Palm Beach in Florida at this watch party as they maybe see some of these results come in themselves, see the excitement of there as instead on the other side in the watch party at Howard University, it is Kamala Harris eventually getting the decision, 12 electoral votes in her favor going for the Vice President Kamala Harris on the West Coast. As you did hear from Austin Westfall, those going blue very, very quickly. The blue for Washington, we just see it go blue for Oregon. Let's bring in Austin one more time here as we're getting this about this. What do we make of this decision? And give me a breakdown of this here, Austin.
Yeah, just like the Senate, just like we were just talking about, as soon as the polls closed, the AP feels confident enough to call these Western states in favor of Harris. California has the most electoral votes in the country. We're talking about 54 votes coming from California alone. Washington is going to have 12 electoral votes. Oregon not being called yet. It's likely blue. Let's go in and let's see what we're working with here. It looks like Harris is up by just over 21%. That's with 44% of the votes counted. It looks like the AP not feeling quite as confident as they are in Washington and California about Oregon, but nonetheless, Harris with a dominant lead in Oregon as well. So what does that say for the electoral count at large? Now that California's huge swath of votes has been added, that jumps Harris up to 179. Trump at 214. That means Trump is 56 votes away from claiming the presidency. Harris looks like she is roughly 91 votes away from the presidency. While we're at it, Andy, let's look at the battlegrounds again. Let's just do a swing through all the states that very well could make or break this race. Wisconsin. Now we're at 60% of the votes tabulated. Trump appearing to have just over a 2% lead in Wisconsin. Neighboring Michigan. Michigan was leaning blue not too long ago. Now it looks like it's leaning red, and Trump is up by over 4%. That's with 28% of the votes counted. So that is and we just saw it update a little bit. It looks like Trump might have gained a little bit of ground slightly there. 28, just over 1/4 of the votes counted in Michigan. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes at stake. This one was a tight one for quite some time. And now it looks like as more and more votes are tabulated, we're nearing 3/4 of the votes being tabulated. 70% of the votes in Pennsylvania have been tallied. And right now, former President Trump has just over a 3% lead over the vice president. That's a major state right there. And that's a lead that Trump has with only 30% of the vote left that Harris can make up. North Carolina, the Tar Heel state. Again, the AP has not called any of these battleground states yet, but 87% of the vote has been tabulated in North Carolina. Trump has just under a 3% lead over the vice president. Let's bring you out to Georgia, where we're seeing 90% of the vote tallied, and Trump, he's got a 3-point lead above the vice president. Let's head out west. Nevada, not reporting anything in as far as the Associated Press is telling us so far. That's the one battleground we haven't heard from yet. But Arizona, still at exactly the point it was the last time we checked on it. Exactly 50% of the vote tallied right now. Trump with a 0.2 of a point lead over Harris, Andy.
All right, that is very, very interesting. A good breakdown here as we enter a new hour just to get everyone up to speed on those 7 key battleground states. All right, Austin, we're going to be checking back in with you in just a little bit, but I do want to give you that roundup of some of what we're looking at in some of those states along the West Coast, including in Arizona, including in California, Washington, and Oregon. I do want to just put these up, a full roundup of what we saw on the West Coast. This one in California being called for Kamala Harris. in terms of this, and that 54 big electoral votes for her, the largest state in terms of that. Also in Washington as well, 12 electoral votes going to Kamala Harris, and then also in Oregon as well going for Kamala Harris. And I also want to talk now about California, as we're learning that information about the Senate, a key race with Dianne Feinstein's seat being open, the late Dianne Feinstein, as this one going for Adam Schiff over Steve Garvey, the former Dodger, the former Padre. Adam Schiff moving chambers from the House to the Senate as he takes over that seat. So big news in terms of the Senate, as the Democrats, they keep that seat blue. We'll talk more about the balance of power and everything to do with it. But let's continue on. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll get you more live pictures, different speeches. We're expecting to hear from Adam Schiff, likely Steve Garvey, within the hour, just based on the fact that this was called so quickly after polls closed there in that state. We'll have much more here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox on election night, just past 11 o'clock on the East Coast, as we continue to follow the latest in terms of the balance of power and the race for the White House. And I do want to talk now about the Senate race in Ohio. No call as of yet, but Bernie Moreno leading in a big way over the 30-term incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown, some 300,000 votes, just under 300,000 votes, a lead for Bernie Moreno. And we do see him speaking to the crowd of supporters in Westlake, Ohio. Let's take you out to this right here on Live Now from Fox.
Republican leadership. With President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda that is an American agenda. An agenda that says we are pro-immigration, but not pro-invasion. We're going to make certain that the people who come to this country are invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy-dominant nation so that my kids do not grow up in a country where we ever rely on a foreign nation for energy ever again. And we have that energy right here in Ohio. That means coal, that means natural gas, it means oil, and it means nuclear. And in terms of EV mandates, they need to be gone first thing in January. And we're going to make certain that we tell California, you don't get to dictate to the whole country what our emission standards are. We're going to dictate that at the federal level. We're going to allow consumers to pick the kind of car they want. Look, the other piece that I want to talk about is what President Trump has brought to this country, which is peace and stability around the world. America will be a leader in the world, will always be a leader in the world. American leadership has made the planet safer, more prosperous, and more secure than at any point in human history. But it means that we ensure peace through strength. The weakness of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is rejected, and I know that from whether it's in Jerusalem or Kiev or anywhere else on earth or Taiwan, they're cheering this election because they know American strength will ensure peace around the world. And if you're a police officer in this country, just know you have a senator in me and a Republican Party that will always have your back. And we got rid of Chuck Schumer tonight, but pretty soon we're going to get rid of another couple people that need to be gone. First among them, Randy Weingarten should start packing her bags. Because what we need in this country is school choice for all Americans. And then as I look at my children, I've blessed with 4 kids. And by the way, can we give my wife an amazing round of applause, please? Thank you, Bridget. Bridget. Look, we need to make certain that we honor teachers, They're doing great work in every...
You're just listening in there as they were talking with Bernie Moreno talking in very excited terms, optimistic terms, although the AP has yet to call that race in his favor. It is looking to be a margin that continues to grow for Moreno over Sherrod Brown, the 3-term incumbent Democrat there in that state of Ohio, as this one will flip from blue to red likely as soon as that's called. But that is what we're following right now as they moved off the shot. But we do have another shot here on Live Now from Fox on the election night in Arizona, another key battleground state of what we're following here in Arizona. I want to put up this post from Ruben Gallego, the Democrat from Arizona, saying, shout out to poll workers across Arizona who show up early, stay late, and keep our democracy running smoothly. Your dedication to every single vote is a testament to our state's strength. Let's take you out to this, the speech from him to supporters in Arizona. Let's listen into this live.
I ever owned that my Uncle Al gave, who could not be here today. He gave it to me because when I went to college, I couldn't afford to buy a new suit. So he gave me one of his. When I got to college, I saw all the kids were happy because they were just happy to be there, happy to be at Harvard. I was happy because I finally got a bed. In college, one of my beds was cleaning the bathrooms of fellow Harvard students, scrubbing the toilets of the kids I had to see the next day. But I did it all proudly, because I believed that if I worked hard and followed the rules, even a poor kid would succeed in America. That's America. Because of that, I decided I wanted to serve my country. I wanted to serve my country, the country that gave my family a chance to live the American dream, the greatest country in the world. So I enlisted in the infantry of the United States Marine Corps. I know there's some out there. I had the honor of fighting alongside my brothers in Iraq in Lima Company 325, assigned to Al-Anbar, Iraq. They called us Lucky Lima at first, but unfortunately, eventually our luck ran out. Our company saw some of the hardest days of the war. And those were tough days, but the fight for my brothers was always worth it. And so is this fight for Arizona. We had a mantra on this campaign. Go everywhere and talk to everyone, and that's exactly what we did. We didn't take one vote for granted. For many candidates, Latinos and Native American voters are the afterthought, but they were part of our outreach from day one, and we worked to earn every vote. And we didn't write off our Republican brothers and sisters either. For 22 months, I've traveled all around this state. The thing I learned is that we have so much in common. Because whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or independent, we all want the same thing, a better life for our kids, and to give our kids a better future. It's just that simple. And that's exactly why I'm here. I believe in the American dream, and I want everyone else to have the same opportunity to make it that I had. I'm here tonight because I believe women should also be able to make their own decisions about their own bodies. Are still too high. And I understand how hard it is to work just to bring home enough to pay the bills, to pay the rent, and maybe, just maybe, save up a little. I understand the dignity of work, of trying to put 40, 60, 80 hours together to try and make a life for your kids. But there are too many people in Washington, D.C. who don't understand that kind of hard work and who don't actually respect that work. They don't understand what it means to actually struggle every day and still believe the next day is going to be better. Look, it looks like this race won't be called tonight, but one result is already coming through and clear. We fought for Arizona. And because of that, we are going to win. Even though our race isn't quite over yet, I still want to thank all Arizonans who supported me, Democrats, Republicans, Independents. And to those who didn't, I want you to know that regardless of who you voted for today, I will stand up and fight for you. As hard as I fought to get out of poverty, as hard as I fight now for my family, as hard as I fought in the Marine Corps, I will be fighting for you in Washington, D.C. To my family, my mom, my sisters, my aunts, my cousins, and they're all here. We're a big Latino family. I will always have your back, because you always had my back. And to Sydney, Michael, Isla, who always gave me a reason to fight, I will keep fighting. To my Lima Company Marines, the men I patrol with in Iraq, the men I went to the hardest days of war with and came back to a country that had forgotten us. John, Andy, and Justin, who are here tonight. I love you, brothers. Number 5, and I'll always have your back. To my campaign team, to all the volunteers and our supporters, to the unions and the community groups who stood in front lines us the whole time, thank you. So for the veterans out there suffering from PTSD, for the single moms working 2 jobs and raising 3 kids, for the dads who have to miss that bedtime with their kids to work that overnight shift, and for the kid sleeping on the floor tonight in Arizona, dreaming of a better future, this is for you. Gracias, Arizona.
You were just listening in there to Ruben Gallego talking to a crowd of supporters, noting that it would likely not be called tonight just based on the protocols in place in that state, but a very confident, optimistic person there speaking at that rally there in Arizona. I do want to put up just the number of votes, the sizable margin he leads over Kari Lake at this point. Some 7-point lead right now, so no call as of tonight. He admitted that such, but a sizable lead for him this evening. But we do want to get you out to some calls in terms of the race for the White House in some very key battleground states. This one in North Carolina going in favor of Trump as Trump takes the key battleground state of North Carolina, 50% to 48%, just over 100,000 votes as Trump, the AP calling this almost 90% of the votes tallied at this point. Another battleground state not called at this point, but in favor of the former president in a significant way, 51% to 48.3% as well. And we want to put up this, a post from our Fox 5 team, Eric Perry, saying breaking Donald Trump has an insurmountable lead with a number of votes outstanding. That a quote from the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, during a late night briefing. So some big news. And let's continue on. Let's bring in my colleague right now, Austin Westfall, to discuss what this means moving forward, because this is a big development in terms of the race for this White House. Austin, North Carolina going for the former President Donald Trump, and Raffensperger saying an insurmountable lead for Trump in Georgia. How pivotal is this moment for Trump?
Raffensperger saying that is very important. The AP has not officially called the race yet, so we can't officially call it ourselves here. A live look at the Trump watch party where we've been watching. There's been a lot of smiling faces. We have been keeping an eye on both of these watch parties. Here's how the map is looking now that we're getting some of these pertinent race calls in. This is the first battleground state that's officially been called. That puts Donald Trump up to 230. He's 40 away from the presidency. Harris still at 179. Let's take a look. North Carolina, solidly red at this point. We've been saying all night, Trump's easiest path to victory is North Carolina, which he has now. Georgia, which with 90% of the votes in, he has almost a 3-point lead. So, North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania. So, if he gets these 3 states and every other state falls the way we expect it to, that means that former President Trump will become president again. The only time that's ever happened before was Grover Cleveland. He was the 22nd and 24th president of the United States. So, North Carolina getting called. I'm watching Pennsylvania closely now. I'm watching Georgia closely now. Again, 9/10 of all the votes have been counted in Georgia. He's got almost 3 points up. Pennsylvania, just over 3/4 of the vote now tallied. Trump has, and right now we're looking at just about a 3-point lead out of PA as well. So Trump has leads in 2 absolutely crucial states. And I'm not even mentioning the fact that he has leads right now in Wisconsin. 66% of the votes in. Right now, Trump has about a 3-point advantage there. Michigan, fewer of those votes counted. About a third of them are in so far. But Donald Trump right now with a sizable lead over Kamala Harris. That one looking like it's just over a 6-point advantage. We go over to Arizona. It's very possible we don't hear any more results in from them for the rest of the night. They've been stuck at 50%. Nonetheless, that's at a dead tie right now. It's very possible, Andy, the way this is playing out, though, we might not need to worry about Arizona. Correct. We're going to keep an eye specifically right now on Georgia and PA, now that North Carolina's been called.
Yeah, it's a very good breakdown of all of the come. And, of course, North Carolina, Georgia, insurmountable leads in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan might be too close to call at this point, just based on the margin there. All right, Austin, we're going to check back in with you in just a little bit, but let's give you some Live Now looks inside of some of these watch parties there in West Palm Beach, Florida. You can see the excitement growing, building in that room. They are monitoring this in real time, as we are as well. Also there in Washington, D.C. at the Kamala HQ, the headquarters on the campus of Howard University, her alma mater. We're monitoring it all very, very closely. Also the race for the White House, other props coming up. We're going to have more on some of the down ballot races, some of those measures, amendments in place and what they mean across this country. We'll have that and much more here on Live Now from Fox after this. All right, welcome back in here to our election night coverage on Live Now from Fox. I'm the host, Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. I do want to give you a couple Live Now looks there in Washington, D.C. at the Kamala Harris watch party taking place on the campus of Howard University, and also in West Palm Beach, Florida. You can see just some of the excitement in the eyes of some of these viewers. Just approaching midnight on the East Coast. All right, we're also monitoring the latest inside some of these different polling locations, some of these tabulation centers, including in Gwinnett County in Georgia, as we're hearing from Brad Raffensperger talking about potentially an insurmountable lead for the former President Donald Trump. But they will continue on late into the night there. All right, let's talk more about the race for the White House, but other amendments, proposals on the table in different states. Let's bring in right now my colleague, Christina Evans. Christina, thank you so much for joining us. Break it all down for me. What are we seeing in some of these votes and some of these props around the country?
Absolutely, Andy Mack. So again, right now in the Live Now Social Center, I want to show you what things are looking like from my vantage point. We're keeping up with some of those storylines that you may not see on the regular news. This is some stuff that we're seeing on social media. And when it comes to social media, you have to talk about some of those conversations that pertain to abortion. Let's go ahead and take a look here on the screen. You can see this race call from the Associated Press. Voters in Maryland did accept a ballot measure to enshrine protection for abortion in the state's constitution. Now, this is a big deal because Marylanders did vote to protect reproductive rights. Abortion is already legal there in the state, but by approving the amendment, voters have made it extremely difficult for lawmakers in the future to pass a law that could limit reproductive care without violating the state constitution. Now, we all know that with some of these younger voters, again, with Gen Z and other places, abortion has been a huge measure that they have been following. I want to show you another one that we have. Here is a post on X from Fox 5 New York. New York voters also passed Proposition 1 in their state. This meant that the amendment is designed to protect abortion rights and other civil liberties that will now be enshrined as well in the state's constitution. This is all according to the Associated Press. Some of this news coming out. The final state that I want to hit on right now when it pertains to abortion, voters in Colorado have also approved a constitutional amendment to enshrine abortion protection there in their state as well. So it's important here for Colorado This measure did win the necessary 55% of the vote to pass, and it is already a regional hub as well for abortion access in that part of the country, because many folks who do end up traveling there if abortion is banned in their state. So again, on social media, we've been seeing reactions to this storyline as folks are finding out if their state will enshrine abortion protection in the Constitution. Happening now, we know, in 3 states, New York, Maryland, and Colorado. But we are continuing to track stories just like this on our social media pages. Make sure you follow us on LiveNOW Fox. It's on all platforms, including TikTok, where we have been continuing to keep you updated with some of the other storylines that we're following and seeing there online.
All right, thank you so much, Christina. So important for so many people, and we're glad you shined the light on some of these propositions as well. We appreciate your time, doing a great job back there in the social media center.
Absolutely. Thanks, Andy.
All right. Thanks so much. All right, let's continue on and let's give you a wrap up of some of what we're seeing in terms of some of those propositions. The Amendment 79 in Colorado in favor, yes, the right to abortion. So we're following it very, very closely. A significant portion, over 1.3 million voting in favor of that. Also in New York in Proposal 1, talking about equal protection. 3 million people cast the ballot, some 63 to 37 in favor of that. And also the right to abortion in Maryland. Coming back to that question one more time. Question 1 for it is almost 2 million people casting their ballot, a significant margin in terms of this there in Maryland. All right, so we're following the latest here on Live Now from Fox in terms of all of this, the race for the White House and much, much more. I do want to talk about another West Coast state that was recently called for Vice President Kamala Harris. Right here, you can see Oregon going in favor of her. So a blue West Coast, not unusual, not surprising as well, but Harris being called there for Oregon. All right, let's continue on because we're talking about different tabulation centers, different votes being tallied across the country. We're having Live Now looks inside of different locations. This one, I believe, in Harris County, Texas. Let's bring in right now to the conversation for more on it. We want to bring in Chris Mann, the director at the Center for Election Innovation and Research. Chris, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox on this election night. It feels like we're having a pretty smooth election night. What is your focus? What are you seeing around the country in terms of the tabulation, in terms of these votes being counted?
I think we've had a remarkably smooth election day and all the period up to it, with early voting going remarkably well. We haven't really seen any problems, looking very carefully around the country for any potential issues. The only things we've seen are the kinds of things that we expect. We had a polling place open late in Maricopa County, Arizona, because the person who was supposed to unlock the door forgot the key in the morning. We had a few places around the country where they had technology glitches in the morning, and that led to lines, but all of those were quickly resolved. Of course, we have had some extraordinarily unusual events. The bomb threats that the FBI has identified as coming from foreign actors, very likely from Russia, that disrupted voting in Georgia and led to polling place delays. There were similar threats made via social media in other states that were quickly dismissed and didn't interrupt voting. And as we get into the counting, things have gone remarkably smoothly. Probably the most high-profile event happened in Milwaukee, where they had to start over with counting. It was clearly a mistake, but in my opinion, they handled it exactly right. They discovered the mistake and they were transparent about it. They talked to the Republicans, they talked to the Democrats, and they decided to start over so that everybody knew the process worked from beginning to end.
Let's talk about Pennsylvania. So right now, as we look at the electoral map, we're focusing on 2 states that haven't been called on the East Coast right now. We're looking at specifically Georgia, which has, I should say, Chris, 91% of the votes tabulated right now. Trump with just under a 3% lead in that state. Still 9% of the votes to be tallied. But really what I'm curious to ask you about is Pennsylvania. We still got 23% of the votes to be counted in Pennsylvania, and Donald Trump's lead appears to be increasing. How are votes tabulated in Pennsylvania? What's the rules? What's the procedures? And how quickly could they get their process done this morning?
It is going to take them a while. So the key thing to know about Pennsylvania is they are one of the few states that are not allowed to do anything with mail ballots until this morning, until Election Day. So they get those mail ballots. They can't check the voter signature. They can't check that information to make sure it's a valid ballot. They can't take it out of the envelope. They can't even begin the counting process. All of that checking to make sure that the ballot is valid is the longest part. It's the part we want people to be careful about. And so that's why it's going to take a while. They are going to be much better than 2020. There are fewer ballots. And they have made changes, but election officials, Democrats and Republicans all across the state of Pennsylvania asked the legislature to allow them to start, like almost every other state does, a day or several days before election day, before today. And that didn't happen. The legislature didn't make that change. So they're going to be counting all the way through the night, through tomorrow, possibly into Thursday. Different folks are estimating when they'll be done at different times. But they started way behind everybody, so they're playing catch up. Election officials all over that state are going as fast as they can, but it's going to take them a while.
All right, that is very good to know, and good protocols in place to make sure that all these votes are counted. I do want to go back to what you mentioned about what was happening in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, those 30,000 votes that needed to be counted once more just due to a snafu, as one of the city commissioners talking about it earlier on today. And I do want to ask you just about the transparency, because we did see Senator Ron Johnson come down to that facility as well. How important is that to make sure that people are aware of what's going on? A human error can happen, but they can remedy it very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, election officials spend a lot of time preparing for this, but we're talking about thousands of people, tens of thousands of people running elections, doing the counting. They don't do this all the time. Mistakes are going to happen. When they found that mistake and being totally transparent about it, look, you can't undo a mistake, but mistakes happen in life. We all know that. So that transparency to stop, go back to the beginning, check all the machines, seal everything up, and then start over again so that there aren't any questions about those ballots. Best thing to do.
So, Chris, I got to ask you, misinformation has become a staple somewhat as we've been tracking this election and how the votes are tabulated. What do you want people to know about misinformation, and what do you want people to know about some of the common misconceptions people have about how these votes are tallied?
So the first thing to remember is that the reason it's taking a while is that elections are close, right? States that are not close for presidency or other races that are not close, you all can call that, decision desk can call that very quickly. We can know who's going to win. When it's going to be close, we got to wait longer. But the ballots are actually being counted faster than ever before, using technology to do it accurately. Every state after Election Day, so we keep talking about these results, but these are unofficial results. Before they become official, they will be audited, they will be checked. In every state, they go through a rigorous process before those official results are certified, so that we can trust that those final results are really the results that are out there. You know, in terms of misinformation, what I would say is if somebody's telling you something and it's really what you want to hear, be a little skeptical of it.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant
Well, that is a good advice for people moving forward. And my question is a little bit of a piggyback of what Austin just asked you as you're talking about disinformation, misinformation moving forward. What are you looking at over the next several days? Because some of these states like Pennsylvania, which could be the common denominator for the race for the White House, will be counting for tonight into tomorrow, potentially over the next several days. What are you looking at over the next several days? What are you focusing on?
The biggest thing that concerns me is actors out there, particularly foreign actors, that may be just trying to rile up anger on both sides and disrupt, you know, how we operate as Americans and our trust in this electoral process, in the political process. And so, you know, if something is out there and it's really getting you fired up, that's the most important place to take a step back and ask yourself, is this person just trying to make me angry? Is this social media post or wherever you're hearing it, is this just where something that's trying to wind me up? And that's the most dangerous piece of misinformation over the next couple of days. This process, we knew what was going to happen. We've known for months that this is going to play out. Pennsylvania was going to take a long time. Wisconsin will take a little bit of time, not quite as long as Pennsylvania, probably, maybe a few other states. But be patient and don't fall for those folks who are just trying to rile you up.
In general, Chris, I got to ask you, does it seem like the process is moving quicker this time around compared to 2020? And is that because of all of those mail-in ballots 4 years ago?
It's moving quicker for a number of reasons. One, we're not in the middle of a pandemic, so election workers don't have to social distance and all those other things that got in the way of moving quickly. Election officials learn lesson from every election, so they have gotten better. They've changed their procedures. They got more people, trained them to do things a little quicker, a little faster, all of those things. But yeah, big factor is that there are fewer mail ballots. They have those extra steps to process them, especially in those places like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, where they don't get the head start of being able to do that before Election Day.
All right, very good. Chris, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. It's glad, I think many people are, that it is going smooth here on Election Day, very critical election. I appreciate your time. We're continuing to follow the latest, but thanks again for joining us here on a busy day.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, let's continue on covering all the latest here on Live Now from Fox on this Election Day. As we do want to get to more race calls in terms of the race, the push for the White House. Another one out of New Mexico in favor of Vice President Kamala Harris, 52 to 46. The check mark next to her name, those 5 electoral votes going to her. And I also want to talk about Oregon one more time. Harris getting that state as well, 8 electoral votes for her over the former President Donald Trump. All right, we're also monitoring, like we've talked about time and time again, that balance of power in the Senate. We do have a new live pick right up now in Pennsylvania of this in terms of a watch party for Dave McCormick, the Republican in that state. And I do want to put up just this, a post of what's coming up in terms of this race in Pennsylvania over incumbent Bob Casey. It is a very tight margin, but a 2-point lead right now at this point for Dave McCormick. The AP has not called it yet, but it is getting closer to the finish line. 80% of the votes have been counted at this point, 2.7 million to 2.6 million in terms of that. All right, we're following all the latest here on this on Live Now from Fox. Let's sign away for another quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox here on this election night. I'm the host, Andy Mack. We appreciate you joining us as we approach midnight on the East Coast as we are getting closer and closer in terms of that call for the White House. I do want to put up just this, another state going in favor of Vice President Kamala Harris, this being Virginia right now. The AP calling this in favor of her, 51% to 47%. And you can see the electoral amounts on that left side portion of your screen, the 270 needed to win, 230 right now in favor of the former President Donald Trump, 205. It's going to be a very, very close one in terms of this. So we're following that very, very closely. I do want to give you another race call, a call that we've really already seen the speaker for this, the senator out of Texas, Ted Cruz, the AP finally calling this one. It is a sizable margin right now at this point, 54% to 44%, some 5.25 million votes for Ted Cruz in that state. We've already seen him speak to supporters there on the ground in that state. So I just wanted to give you an update on what we're seeing in terms of that state in Texas. But we're following all the latest here on this on Live Now from Fox. Let's continue. Let's bring in my colleague Austin Westfall, because we did see Ted Cruz being called, but Virginia going for Harris, and we're expecting to hear from Dave McCormick potentially in a little bit. We do have a live picture of that. Give me a breakdown of what we're seeing in terms of the Electoral College. What are we looking at right now, Austin?
So let's start off, before we get to the Electoral College, let's start off with the Senate map, because Texas going to Cruz, that is going to matter in the grand scheme of things. As things sit right now, Republicans have 49 out of the 50 seats that they need in order to get a split in the Senate. If they get 50-50, then that means that the vice president would be the tiebreaker. That means if J.D. Vance becomes the vice president, he would give the edge to the Republicans in the Senate. If Tim Walz becomes the vice president, that means the Democrats would become the party in power in the Senate. But right now, there are so many, Andy, so many of these blue seats that are competitive. They only need one more. The Republicans need one more seat to win in order to get to what they need to get to. So, and what we'll say here is Republicans do have 50. So yes, if they win the presidency, what that's going to mean is that they are going to control the Senate. If they get one more, that's going to confirm the fact that they've gotten the Senate. So, yeah.
Let me cut you off real quick because that was a great breakdown. But we do see Colin Allred now at the microphone after Ted Cruz secured that victory. Let's put this up one more time just to give you a sense of what's going on. Ted Cruz taking it over him. Now the concession speech coming from Colin Allred there in Texas. Let's listen in to him and what he has to say here on Live Now from Fox.
It's becoming rarer and rarer. I was inspired to run partly because of what I saw on January 6th. What happened when people lie about a free and fair election because they weren't happy with the results. I said then, and I'll say it now, you can't just be a patriot when your side wins. So tonight, we didn't win, but we will continue to be patriots. Is that right? I want to thank every single Texan, every single American who got involved in this race, but especially the folks who knocked on doors, who made phone calls, who gave whatever they could to this campaign. You know, I come from a family where we didn't have a lot of money. And so I know what it means when somebody sends in $5 or $10. It's an act of hope, and I appreciate them. And I really especially want to thank all the incredibly brave Texas women who've come forward and told their stories. Amanda Zarowski, Kate Cox, Lauren Miller, Dr. Austin Denard, Taylor Edwards, I could keep going. There are so many brave Texas women who've told their stories. And Allie and I will never forget them, and we will never stop fighting to overturn this abortion ban here in Texas. I carry 3 little rocks with me that my sons picked out on the playground. They represent my 2 kids and my wife, Allie. My boys are little. They're 3 and 5. I haven't seen them as much as I'd like to, and as for someone who grew up not knowing their father, that's a big deal to me. So I want to say a special thank you to my family, to my mother and father-in-law who have done so much child care.
Yes.
To the folks who mean the most to me.
I don't need to, I never do.
I ran for my boys, and I'm going to keep fighting for my boys' future, and for every Texas kid's future. And I hope y'all will too. There's a quote from Churchill that's been kicking around in my head that I'll probably mess up. But it said that courage is rightly esteemed as the first of human qualities, because as has been said, it's the quality that guarantees all others. You have to have courage. It took courage, and I'm not tooting my own horn here, but it took courage for me to come from a single parent household without a lot of money to the United States Congress. It took courage for these, thank you. It took courage for these Texas women to come forward and talk about the most difficult moment of their lives in front of thousands of people. It took courage for each and every one of you and everyone who got involved in this campaign to, even though we haven't won here in Texas in some time, to believe in this election and to put everything you had into it. And it's going to take courage for whatever comes tomorrow and the day after. This country is worth fighting for. Understand that. This state is worth fighting for. We are a great country. Nobody needs to make us great again. We are great because we are good. And we are good because that's who we are as a people. And so I don't want to see anybody putting their heads down. I want you to put your shoulders back and your head up and walk out of here tall that you participated in an American election. That's what we do. Because in this country, we don't settle our differences in the streets. We don't settle it with violence. We settle it at the ballot box. And if we don't win, then we dust ourselves off and we come back the next time. Okay? I don't know what's going to happen in any of the other races around the country, but I know this. It's going to require patriots like all of you and people all across our state and our country to stay engaged. This 250-year project of ours is one that is very tenuous. Every generation of Americans is responsible for keeping it going for another generation. We are not going to be the ones who drop the baton. And whatever happens in this election, I want you all to remember who we are. Don't ever lose sight of it. Don't ever let anybody tell you that it's not who we are. And I want to thank you again. God bless you. God bless Texas. And may God continue to bless the greatest country in the history of the world, the United States of America. Thank you so much.
All right, you're just listening in there. Call it all red, slightly dejected, but he says he will continue to fight for the people of Texas there as this going in favor of Senator Ted Cruz, the incumbent, earning that battle, a very hard-fought battle in Texas. Of course, I just want to put this up again here on Live Now from Fox on election night of what has come to the conclusion. Ted Cruz there by 10 points, 84% counted. The AP calling it in favor of him. I do want to take you out to another Senate race in terms of Minnesota as Amy Klobuchar, the incumbent there in Minnesota, taking that race, the check mark next to her name over Royce White, nearing 1 million votes in favor of her there in Minnesota as well. So we're following that very, very closely. We're also monitoring several different shots, including in Pennsylvania right now, an election update coming out from there in just a matter of moments. They've had one nearly every hour. Also a live look in Westlake, Ohio, I believe, at Dave McCormick, Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick's rally there. So we'll take you out to these in just a little bit. But let's sign away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll be back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. Approaching midnight on the East Coast as ballots will continue to be tabulated across the country. I do want to put up just some of these Live Now looks. One at Howard University, the site of this Kamala Harris watch party. You can see two very different vibes there in Washington, D.C., but also in West Palm Beach, Florida, the site of former President Donald Trump's watch party. So plenty to get to in terms of all of these races. For the White House, we're hearing race calls minute by minute. We're taking you as soon as the AP, the Associated Press, does call those. We'll bring it to you in real time as soon as they happen. We do want to talk about the balance of power, though, right now in terms of the most critical state in this race, that is Pennsylvania. I want to put up this one. Dave McCormick holding a lead over Bob Casey, the incumbent Democrat at this point right now, just under 2 points in favor of Dave McCormick, the Republican right now. Let's bring in Austin Westfall to give us a breakdown, the latest on this balance of power in terms of the upper Congress, upper state of Congress being the Senate. What do you make? What are we learning?
We're learning a lot. And as you just showed on your screen, Andy, we're talking about McCormick being up by roughly 2 points over Bob Casey. Bob Casey, an incumbent in Pennsylvania, 82% of the vote has been tallied. We're also seeing some results in from Montana as well. Tim Sheehy, so far, outpacing with 14% of the vote in so far, a legacy Democrat in Montana, in John Tester. Still a lot of votes to count, but nonetheless, Sheehy has a wide margin, at least in the initial phases of this. So let's pull up our map. Let's look at the balance of power. Right now, this is the important number. Republicans, they've got 50 right now. That's what they needed in order to get half. That means if Trump wins the presidency, J.D. Vance becomes the vice president. That means he's the tiebreaker. That means Republicans would have control of the Senate in that scenario. But as you can see here, there are still lots of these seats up for grabs, and they are in competitive states, Andy. So we're looking at states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Montana. These are all states where Democrats are facing tough challenges. And as you can see, they're all leaning red right now. So it's looking like it's very, very difficult to imagine a path where the Democrats maintain control of the Senate. I think we have Rich Rubino standing by. He's somebody that I've been speaking to over the weeks. We've been talking about what the most consequential races are in the Senate. We've been discussing how this thing could play out and that it was likely that the Republicans might gain control of the Senate. But I think Rich, and we'll have him on in a moment here,
yeah, I think... Before we get to that, Austin, I just want to cut you off a little bit because I believe we're just seeing Amy Klobuchar at the microphone. Of course, she did take that, the incumbent Democrat there. We did see her just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox. As you can see, she might be stepping away from the podium, so we're going to take you out to that in just a second. But Austin, let's get back to your comments because let's bring in Rich Rubino right now because Amy Klobuchar clearly wrapping up that speech. She did earn the title there in that Senate seat, retaining that seat over Roy Swine. Let's bring in Rich Rubino right now, political analyst. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Austin was breaking it down very great about the balance of power, what we're seeing right now. What do we make of the landscape on this election night, Rich?
Couple things. It's very competitive right now, and Republicans seems to be having an advantage. A state like Pennsylvania, I think that the thought process was that Senator Casey probably would eke out another term. He was elected in 2006. He actually defeated incumbent Rick Santorum, and then he was reelected in 2012, reelected in 2018. Now it looks like there's a possibility he may lose that seat. Ohio. That was a state that Sherrod Brown had to run ahead of the national ticket. He had to run ahead of Vice President Harris, and he had to distance himself from the party. In many respects, he tried to hug President on issues like President Trump, that is, and issues like trade. This is a state that the last two elections went 8 points for Donald Trump. This time around, it looks like he was not able to do that, and he apparently lost that race. Montana is an interesting race because Steve Daines was the chairman of the Republican Senatorial Campaign Committee, and he is the other senator from Montana, and he's really made this kind of his flagship race, defeating his colleague from Montana, John Tester. It's a state that won about 16 points last time for Donald Trump, so he's really somewhat of a survivor, having been elected and reelected there.
And I'd like to remind the audience, why are we talking about this so much? Why is the balance of power in the Senate critical to how powerful a president we're talking about?
Well, in order for the president to get his legislation passed, it has to pass both the House of Representatives and the United States Senate. There are other things presidents can do unilaterally. There are executive agreements he can negotiate with other countries, and he can certainly negotiate with other countries, and he can certainly sign executive orders. But for the most part, he needs the compliance of the House of Representatives and the United States Senate. And at some point in the United States Senate, there might be a movement by Donald Trump to try to get rid of the filibuster if they have all Republicans agreeing on that. The filibuster essentially makes it harder for legislation to get through because you need 60 votes really instead of 50.
Yeah, and let me ask you about that because you mentioned some of the things that could be in place if it is a Republican White House, but also a red House and Senate. How consequential could that be?
Very consequential. It could be very much that they're going to be butting heads. You'll have Speaker of the House, Hakeem Jeffries from New York, center-left Democrat, taking on the Republicans, Republican Majority Leader. It could be Rick Scott, who was just handily reelected tonight, the senator from Florida, or it could interestingly be John Thune. John Thune was a senator from South Dakota, and in 2004, he was elected against Tom Daschle. Tom Daschle was the incumbent Democrat, and Tom Daschle was at the time the Senate Majority Leader, and part of the message he had was that he could do more for South Dakota as a leader of the United States Senate than a freshman senator. Now we have a scenario where probably the front runner is John Thune, and John Thune himself could become the majority leader of the United States Senate. So one of those two, those are, of course, the case of John Thune. He's very much kind of an establishment Republican. It'll be interesting to see if Donald Trump is elected, how he will deal with Donald Trump. Donald Trump is obviously demonstrably popular with the conservative base and certainly with Republicans in South Dakota, but he really needs to get to use Congress in order to get any legislation passed. And it'll be interesting schism between the establishment Republican Party, Mitch McConnell and John Thune, and kind of the insurrectionist new right, if you will, of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
We're still awaiting some pertinent race calls in battleground states on the presidential race side. We'll get to that in a moment, Rich, but I just want to ask you in general, if history is any indicator, how long could it take before we know the balance of power in the lower chamber, the House?
It usually takes a long, assuming it's a close race like this, it can take a long time because there are a lot of races that are going to be very close. The state of Maine, for example, they use instant runoff voting or ranked choice voting. So they have one congressional race in the 2nd District of Maine, which would be very competitive. That could take a while for them to count, but there are usually a couple of congressional districts that it can take 2-3 weeks to go until they finally have a winner of that race. If it's going to be very close. I think that obviously the races that are close, they're close for a reason because they're usually in very competitive congressional districts. A lot of those are in upstate New York or in the suburbs of New York City, as well as many of them out in California as well. So my guess is are probably going to be about 10 seats that are probably going to take a while until we actually find out who the winner is going to be, and there's probably going to be 1 or 2 seats. They might not find out till January.
All right, it's going to be a while for that. Some of the states we've heard been called already. Some other ones are going to be taking quite some time. And one that might take quite some time is the Senate race in Pennsylvania. I want to put up this just as we continue to get votes in here. This one in Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick going against Bob Casey, a 3-term incumbent. We've already seen Sherrod Brown potentially lose his battle in Ohio to Bernie Moreno. What do we make of some of these flips? Because some of these guys have been in Congress for quite some time. Dave McCormick right now a 2-point lead. What do we make of this, Rich, in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, and also Montana with John Tester potentially losing? What do we make of some of these flips?
What we're making of it, I think, is that kind of Democrats who are in, and not the case of Pennsylvania, but certainly the case of Ohio and Montana, there's no longer split ticket voting. It used to be that you could elect a president from one party and then a member of the House of Representatives or a senator from the other party. And this is particularly true with Democrats. There's only 5 Democrats right now who represent congressional districts that were won by Donald Trump. And there's a very strong possibility that 4 of those 5 congressional districts at the end of the night could go toward the Republicans. There are just very few people that were so bifurcated that actually split their vote. I think Sherrod Brown, he's certainly won in the past, going back 2006, 2012, 2018, all which were years that were advantageous for the Democrats. 2024 apparently is not advantageous for the Democrats. And it's something that I think will certainly, and I think it certainly has deleterious effects on Sherrod Brown running for re-election. He was a very much a kind of unique Democrat, very much anti-free trade, someone who's very much of a populist. In the case of Pennsylvania, very interested because I thought Senator Casey was going to be the favorite. I thought he probably was going to pull it out. But obviously there was a upswell and there was certainly probably some coattails, if you will, by President Trump. Every time Trump held a rally, just about, he brought Mr. McCormick up on the stage and would present him and say, this is a Senate nominee. We want you to vote for him as well. And it looks like, all things being equal, that's apparently what had happened in the Keystone State.
All right, we're going to get back to you, Rich, in just a little bit. Thank you so much for your time, but let's quickly shift gears and talk about that in Pennsylvania right here on Live Now from Fox. We're seeing stepping up to the podium more election officials, their city commissioners in that state, a key battleground state in Philadelphia. Let's listen in to what they have to say here on Live Now.
We will not stop until we are finished. Thank you.
About turnout? Numbers of turnout?
We still have in-person results coming in, so it's still hard to predict turnout. But what we do know is of the 202,000 mail ballots that we've received, not all of those will count because some of them are unsigned or undated. But we will have another update of mail ballots later this evening, and we're going to continue updating the in-person results as they're coming in.
Do you know what divisions are still outstanding?
Well, again, we will report them as they come in. Again, election night, yes, a lot of logistical challenges. You got everybody just receiving all the results. So we will post them up on our website. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Could you give those numbers once more? It was a little faint back. I apologize.
Do you want to read these?
Oh, sure. So our mail results, 202,713. The polling place numbers were 437,427. And our posted mail results that we have on the website is 165,000. And again, our website is vote.phila.gov/results. And we will post them on a rolling basis, and we will continue until we stop. Until we're done. Thank you.
All right, an update there from officials in Philadelphia talking about this, how they'll post updates in a rolling basis, as this is one of the most critical states. Live picture right now, courtesy of the AP, of what we're continuing to follow. Dave McCormick there up by, as the margin maybe slimmed a little bit by this latest batch, 49.4 to 48.1 in terms of that. The U.S. Senate race there, the incumbent Bob Casey, an uphill battle against Dave McCormick. All right, we're following this very, very closely. I do want to give you some race calls really quickly before we get to an interesting one. In Hawaii, this one going in favor of Vice President Kamala Harris, the check mark next to her name, 4 electoral votes as it just closed. Polls just closed on that side. Also, the U.S. Senate there in Hawaii going for Mazie Hirano. So that is in terms of the Senate in Hawaii. Just wanted to bring you that. And we're also following right now in Nebraska, Deb Fischer taking officially the check mark over Dan Osborne, 51.5%. 48.5%. So Deb Fischer, the Republican there. And Austin, I'm going to bring you into the conversation right now because this was a big one, not a surprising one, but a big one. Can you talk about the meaning behind this?
This was a surprisingly competitive race. The independent in this race did put up a fight. Nonetheless, we are seeing that this seat is going to stay red. Yeah. What that means is that we now have 51 Republicans confirmed to have control of the Senate. 51 means no matter what, it doesn't matter who wins the presidency, it doesn't matter who's vice president, it doesn't matter who is the tiebreaker in the Senate, the Republicans are going to control the upper chamber. There is still a question as to how much control they'll have, how many more seats can they pick up. There's still some battlegrounds. Montana, that's going to be a steep challenge for John Tester in Montana. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. I'll just cycle through these really quick here before we bring in Rich Rubino. So as far as the Senate goes in Wisconsin, 78% of the votes have been counted, and we're looking at just over a 2% advantage for Eric Hovde. Talking about Michigan, that's Mike Rogers versus Alyssa Slotkin. Rogers right now has just over a 4-point lead, not even half of the votes tallied yet in Michigan. The final one I'll tease out here is Pennsylvania. As you were just talking about there, Andy, McCormick right now has just over a point lead, 84% of those votes tallied. So the question is no longer which party will gain control of the Senate. The question is, how much control will Republicans have?
All right, very good, Austin. Thank you so much. As you just heard, GOP will control the Senate, but we want to take you out to a Senate seat that did go blue today, and that is in California. As we're following this, as Adam Schiff taking this one over Steve Garvey, the famous Dodgers player, Padres player. He is currently at the podium making this concession speech there in the Golden State of California. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
Because you have truly been the wind beneath our wings. And we love you for that. But there's one thing, I see a little blue in the audience tonight. And I assume you're at the wrong party, but I think that you're still celebrating that Dodger World Championship. You know, winning the World Championship for this 2014 was amazing. So proud of the boys, fighting at all times, playing when they're injured and didn't feel well, and then winning in Game 5 at Yankee Stadium. If you can't win at home, winning at Yankee Stadium is the next best thing. And of course, the '81 World Championship, and you remember the great infield of Say and Russell and Lopes and myself and Dusty Baker. And you're all going, I remember those guys.
All right, Steve Garvey, even though he did have to concede, he was noting the win by the Dodgers, so maybe a little bit of a silver lining for him in terms of that. So we're following that, and just as we said, it's Adam Schiff stepping up to the podium as he did take this Senate seat in California, moving chambers from the House to the Senate. Listen in to his victory speech here on Live Now.
And appreciate our different backgrounds and cultures. I've seen it firsthand. From the first day I launched this campaign to the visits I've made to nearly every corner of the Golden State. From meeting with local leaders in the border community of Calexico to seeing the restoration of redwoods north of Willits, I've met the most amazing people all across California. I've listened to your concerns, I've heard your fears, I've shared your hopes, and imagined the future that you want to see for yourselves and for your children. And because of this, every day I woke up energized and hopeful. In Bakersfield, I met with entrepreneurs who turned their passion into successful small businesses that had lifted up their communities. In Salinas, I heard from farm workers who toiled in the fields from sunrise to sundown, rain or shine, to ensure that families across the country had food on their tables. In Oakland, I felt the joy and energy of an early morning service at the Allen Temple Baptist Church. In Merced, I sat down with college students and heard about the careers they were building for themselves. In Lakewood, I saw firsthand the hard and rewarding labor of childcare providers. I witnessed their patience, their kindness, and the love that they bring to their work. Our state has its struggles, like every state, but none are insurmountable because we are the Golden State and we get big things done. And my promise to you is that I'm going to deliver on day one, week one, year one, and keep on delivering for this amazing state. Because together there is no challenge that we cannot overcome. We leave no community behind. We do not stop. We do not rest until all our citizens have a safe place to live, clean water to drink, clean air to breathe, safe neighborhoods to raise their children, good hospitals, clinics, and health care, and the best public schools in the world. In pursuit of this dream for all our people, I will not rest, California. In the Senate, I will be a champion and voice for all Californians, whether you voted for me or not, whether you live in the big city or a small county, whether you grew up here or came to America searching for a better life. We are going to build more affordable housing so that you aren't forced to choose between your rent and putting food on the table. We are going to ensure that our fellow neighbors do not have to sleep on the street. We are going to help hardworking families by lowering costs. We are going to fight tooth and nail to protect abortion access and defend democracy and our freedoms. We are going to bring resources and jobs back to the Golden State to create opportunity for all Californians. We're going to fight on behalf of our dream workers, our farm workers, our immigrant families, so they no longer have to live in the shadows. We are going to protect our planet, fight climate change, and bring good-paying green jobs here to California. It is a big task, I know, but we can do it because we are going to do it together. I am determined to fight every single day on behalf of this great state and its great people, and I am so thankful for your trust and your support, and I can't wait to do this job with you together. I want to thank my incredible wife, Eve, and yes, we are Adam and Eve. My kids, Lexi and Eli. Lexi's boyfriend, Eric, gets a shout out. My brother, Daniel, and his wife, Amy. My brother, David, and his family. My nieces and my nephews, and of course, the one the world revolves around, baby Maya. I could not have done this without your endless love and support, and it's so wonderful to get to celebrate with you tonight. Eve, I don't know where to begin, but this Adam would be lost without this Eve. I love you, and I'm grateful to you for your strength and love. Lexi and Eli, being your dad is my favorite job in the world. I love you, and I am so proud of you. And I also want to acknowledge my mother and father, Cheryl and Ed Schiff. While they're no longer with us, I wouldn't be standing here but for their love and guidance and support. My father lived to be 96. He passed earlier this year. And I so wish he could be here with us tonight. Dad, give Mom a hug and tell her I hope she's still not upset with me for not being a doctor. I also want to thank every volunteer and supporter who made calls, sent texts, knocked on doors, and chipped in a few bucks, because your hard work not only made this Senate race possible, but you are going to deliver the House of Representative majority to Hakeem Jeffries tonight. And I want to thank Nancy Pelosi, the greatest of all time, the most incredible speaker in our history, for her friendship, her mentorship, her leadership. There was no one who stood more in the breach defending our democracy than Nancy Pelosi, and I thank you. We set out to build the largest grassroots campaign in California history, and I think we hit the mark. To my wonderful staff, I thank you. You are all dedicated public servants who've committed countless hours, nights, weekends to this effort, and this victory is also yours. To my wonderful, wonderful constituents in the 30th Congressional District who have supported me for over 25 years, I cannot thank you enough for your confidence and the honor of representing you. I hope that I have served you well and made you proud. And to my new constituents all over the state, whether you voted for me or not, I am committed to being a champion for every Californian in every corner of this wonderful state. California, I thank you for your trust. I am grateful to serve as your U.S. Senator. Now, let's get to work. Thank you, California. Thank you, everyone. God bless this state and country. Thank you so much.
That was just Adam Schiff there alongside his wife, Eve, after securing the Senate seat left by the late Dianne Feinstein. So you can see a happy Adam Schiff there, but also talking about how his hope for Hakeem Jeffries to be the majority leader in terms of the House of Representatives. Of course, we're following that, the latest here on Live Now from Fox in terms of that Senate seat. I do want to talk more about another race call we have in terms of Nebraska and what they do it. Another electoral vote going in the tally for Vice President Kamala Harris as she secured the District 2 vote, 84% coming in. So it's 230 to 210 right now, just 20 minutes past the top of the hour, 12:20 a.m. Eastern time. So we're following the latest here on all of this on Live Now from Fox. We're going to get out to more of this in terms of the race for the White House, a live look there in West Palm Beach, Florida. As you can see, some of the excitement, some of the vibes on this hand. The microphone still set up in the very front of this. I don't know how soon we could see any speakers, but also at Howard University on that campus, the alma mater of Vice President Kamala Harris. We'll continue to follow the latest with this race for the White House. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Just past midnight on the East Coast, and we're learning now from the Harris campaign, of course, potentially some uncertainty or turbulence within that Harris campaign, despite what we're seeing on the campus there at Howard University at this watch party as we're continuing to follow the race for the White House. Let's bring in right now to the conversation to learn more about what we're hearing, what we're reporting, what Fox is reporting. Christina Evans. Christina, thank you so much for joining us. Break it all down. What are we hearing, and maybe are there some nervous feelings inside that Harris camp?
Yeah, Andy, I think you'd be right when you say the nervous feelings maybe are going out throughout the Harris camp. Again, I want to show you again inside of our social studio here at Live Now. We've been keeping a close eye on all of those storylines that are popping up online, and this is one of them. This memo going out to several Harris campaign members as well. What you're looking at right now is a tweet from Nandita Bose. She's a reporter with Reuters, but this is a screenshot of an email that was sent out. Harris's campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, sent this message out and stressing patience and resolve. This was a message that was sent to all campaign staff, and it was also meant for some who are outside of the campaign, who are hopefuls for the Democratic Party, trying to give a sense of hope. She does say in this email that as we've known all along, this is a razor-thin race. So right now, the Democratic Party and the Harris campaign is planning on waiting out the blue wall of states. We know this is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Those are the states that they're calling to be Harris's path to victory. But right now, none of those states have been called as of yet. The only battleground state that's been called is, of course, North Carolina. But those blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, have not been called. And this is what the Harris campaign is now holding out for. Again, making this memo known on social media, as well as sending it out directly to those campaign people who are working for Vice President Kamala Harris, saying at the end of it, Jen O'Malley Dillon saying, get some sleep. We're looking forward to tomorrow, because they don't anticipate these results until the early morning hours. So, Andy, that's what we're seeing right now on social media as it pertains to Kamala Harris's campaign.
Yeah, if the results continue to go the way they do, I don't know how much sleep those people within the campaign will be able to get. Christina, thank you, though, for that great reporting, as always.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you so much. And let's continue on discussing the latest in that turbulence within potentially that camp as well. I do want to put up this tweet from Jackie Heinrich talking about this here on Live Now from Fox, talking about 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern over Harris's path to victory. It may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow that she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. Don't believe that will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me, quote, I 100% agree. The path is very difficult to victory. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source close to the campaign said, I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Harris may be coming to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. So that's reporting there from Fox's Jackie Heinrich about what we're learning with this race for the White House. Not a lot of call. North Carolina was called for Trump, but Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin yet to be called at this point as well. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Let's bring in my colleague, Austin Westfall, also political analyst, Rich Rubino, to continue this feeling of what we're hearing from inside of the camps. Rich, I want to ask you, how concerning is it and how real are these feelings of uncertainty within that camp?
I think it's a lot of uncertainty. It's probably a lot of pessimism within the Harris camp. I think that some of these places specifically, they thought that they were going to do a lot better when some of these counties came in. What's basically happening is that Donald Trump is overperforming. There's still a path, certainly, for Vice President Harris to win, but it's becoming a more and more narrow of a path. And I think that my guess is that there will certainly will not have the election called tonight, but it's becoming extremely, it's a lot of pessimism within the Harris camp right now about the results and what they've seen.
I got to ask you about the blue wall, Rich. So as we look at our map here, the blue wall, that's something that everybody's been discussing ad nauseum. Of course, the blue wall states are Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Ever since 1992, these 3 states, they have voted as a unit. Most of the time, they voted blue. In 2016, though, they voted red. Why do these 3 states tend to vote as a unit? Is there any understanding?
Yes, and they're very similar, although Pennsylvania is not a Midwest state. It's more of a northeastern state. Michigan and Wisconsin, of course, are both Midwestern states. But there are a lot of those, what's a very important constituency, and those are white blue-collar voters. Many of them are traditionally Democrats. Many of them were Reagan Democrats, but they came back to the Democratic Party, voted for Clinton twice, voted for Barack Obama twice, and then they moved over to Donald Trump. And I think part of that is trade agreements like NAFTA, for example, disproportionately had an effect on some of these counties and some of these parts of these states. As a result, there's been a lot of job losses, and whether it's right or wrong, they blamed it on trade agreements. And those trade agreements essentially had bipartisan support. NAFTA, for example, had Bill Clinton signing it with Bob Dole, Newt Gingrich, Bob Michel in the House and Senate, respectively, getting it through. A lot of Republicans were kind of free trade, laissez-faire Republicans. It didn't really go very well. It didn't bode well in these parts of the country. Now that you have Donald Trump, and that Donald Trump has gone to the left essentially of the vice president of the Democratic Party on trade, talking about tariffs, a lot of traditional Democrats, independents, conservative Democrats went over and they voted for Donald Trump the first time, and you're seeing that again. It's a problem Democrats have. It's something when Bernie Sanders ran in 2016, he also took very similar positions on issues like trade. And the other thing is that the Republicans do not have the traditional kind of anti-labor rhetoric. For example, J.D. Vance is somebody who is opposed to the idea of right to work laws. They've tried to become more and more populist and more friendly to the workers to that respect. And I think that is certainly helping them and boding well in trying to unlock that what really was a hammerlock the Democrats had from 1992 to 2016.
All right, very, very good. I do want to ask you more about Trump and the movement that is behind him. And I want to put up several of these posts here on social media. This one saying there is still no sign of Harris at a rapidly thinning watch party at Howard University, her alma mater. She could be speaking soon to a nearly deserted campus if she does not appear soon. And that is in contrast to what we're seeing now at the Donald Trump party. And I believe we have a post there of him arriving at this Mar-a-Lago post, as you can see from the New York Post, saying Donald Trump arrived at Mar-a-Lago election night party there with some of his supporters as well. And Rich, I do want to ask you about something else that was said in that post in the reporting from Jackie Heinrich, talking about the fact that his numbers, Trump's numbers, are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. What do we make of that, where Trump is, his numbers are higher than expected in some of the counties there from the Harris campaign and what they were expected? What does that mean?
You know, back in 1982, Tom Bradley, he was the mayor of Los Angeles, and he was running for governor of California. He was African American, and he took polls, and the polls show he would win anywhere from 10 to 15 points. Then people went to the polls, and Tom Bradley landed up losing. And one of the arguments why he lost the race was the so-called Bradley effect, meaning that voters would tell pollsters that they were going to vote for him. And then when they actually got to the polls, they could not vote for an African-American. There are other factors as well. For example, Jerry Brown was running for Senate, and his campaign tended to flounder toward the end, and that had a disproportionate effect on Bradley. What I'm saying here is essentially that there might be voters in the suburbs of places like Philadelphia who tell pollsters, because they don't know who the pollster is, it's perhaps not politically correct to say you supported Trump. This is all speculation here, but they could be telling pollsters that they'll vote for Donald, that they're not going to vote for Donald Trump. But once they go in there, the Australian ballot or the secret ballot, if you will, they land up actually voting for Donald Trump. So that's one scenario. The other scenario is that Donald Trump's effort, they might just have a better get out the vote effort, and they might have just had a better ground game, and perhaps that ground game was kind of underappreciated, and now they're seeing the fruits of their labor.
Let's talk a little bit about Georgia. This is one state, Rich, that we've been focusing in on. And Georgia, it's interesting. Georgia right now has 93% of the votes counted right now. Trump has about a little bit over a 2-point lead over Harris. You've been following races so closely for so long, and you don't work for the Associated Press. That's who's calling these races for us. But when you look at these figures, what do you say about Harris's chances in the Peach State?
It looks very dim. I mean, we don't know, obviously, until we get 100% of turnout. It's obviously very close, but perhaps she did not maximize the votes that she could get in places like Fulton County. It's interesting because her strategy, she actually spent 2 days on the campaign trail just riding through southwest Georgia, rural parts of Georgia, some of whom were traditionally Republican areas, to try to minimize the damage that they could have in those areas. It looks like it really was for naught. It didn't really have necessarily the effect that they thought it would. They also employed Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton went to many parts of southern Georgia, to traditionally culturally conservative, the types of people similar to those that Bill Clinton won over in 1992 when he actually won the state. He went out and tried to get those. It looks like despite what Barack Obama did, despite what Bill Clinton did, despite what Harris did, and despite what Tim Walz did, they seem to be treading water right now. And if they lose Georgia, they certainly would need to take just about all 3 of those states. But Georgia's a very interesting state. Certainly, it has some very Democratic areas right around Atlanta. You have to maximize your turnout, as well as some of the African American areas toward the southeastern part of the southwestern part of the state. But it's going to be very interesting to see what the final results are going to be in the Peach State.
Yeah, I do want to ask you about that, because we're hearing different reports about Gwinnett County and maybe the delayed votes that they're going to kind of tally up there in that county. Talk about maybe some of the areas around Atlanta, because Gwinnett County around Atlanta, how strong are they for Kamala Harris? How important are some of those kind of areas around there going for Harris, and how critical will these be even if they are delayed?
It's a very interesting state. Right around Atlanta, you have areas like, for example, if you keep driving, you run into places like Marietta and Sandy Springs, which used to be very Republican. Newt Gingrich was actually represented that area for that area. So it was a very conservative congressional district. But when I say conservative, they're more or less fiscally conservative, but they're kind of socially moderate. And Donald Trump is kind of inhospitable to their ideology. So consequently, a lot of them now have a Democratic congresswoman, for example. So it's become more and more Democrat. I think this is what we're seeing around the country. This is part of the Trump effect, right? Trump does very well in rural areas of the country. He maximizes his vote, but he tends to falter in some of the suburban areas where Republicans like Ronald Reagan or George H.W. Bush were able to rack up big margins. They feel kind of alien to Donald Trump's kind of new populist type of an ideology. And those are the areas right around very much educated class, places like Marietta, where there's really not much of a Southern accent. Those are the types of places that I think Vice President Harris really thought she could capitalize on.
I got to ask you about Michigan, specifically about Wayne County. We see behind me here, 55% of the votes have been tallied in Wayne County. Right now, Harris has 58% of the vote. If we're going back to the Biden election 4 years ago, Biden won that county with 68% of the vote. Why is this particular county important, Rich? I'm sure you know this. This is one of the largest areas of Arab Americans in the country. Can you tell us about how their vote factors into this election? The Israel-Hamas war has been a major talking point of both campaigns.
Yes, very interesting. We saw Donald Trump the last weekend of the campaign actually going to Dearborn, Michigan. Dearborn, Michigan has the largest share of Muslim and Arab American voters per capita. But I think that there has really been a lot in the community have been inflamed. Last time around, Joe Biden won 86% of the Muslim vote. This time around, there was a poll taken by the Center for Islamic American Relations that showed Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate in that community, remember, we're just talking about Muslim Americans, was actually winning a plurality of the vote. It's not that they necessarily liked Jill Stein per se. It's more that they were trying to send a message to Vice President Harris that they wanted there to be an arms embargo, and many of them blamed Joe Biden and Vice President Harris for continuing to send arms to Israel that are used in Gaza. So this really has been a lot of disaffected voters, Muslim voters. Some of them are going to Donald Trump. Some of them will be going to Jill Stein. And some of them are going to certainly stay with Vice President Harris. But Donald Trump has went in there. He racked up some endorsements. Some mayors in that county certainly have endorsed his campaign. But it's really been a problem for the Democrats. It's similar to what Hubert Humphrey had in 1968 in the Vietnam War. He just could not bring out a lot of those anti-Vietnam War protesters to the Democratic side. This time around, Vice President Harris has had the same very similar problem, trying to tell them that she's a little bit different from Joe Biden, and that she would favor some sort of a ceasefire. But certainly you can see in the numbers that she's not doing as well as Joe Biden pre-Israel Gaza war.
All right, very good. Rich Rubino, thank you so much for joining us. Don't go anywhere. We're going to continue on covering all of the latest, but we do want to take a little bit of a break because we're monitoring all of these shots. But thanks you again. All right, let's give you some looks at what we're following here on Live Now from Fox of all of these states, of some of these hotly contested battleground states. In Georgia, I want to put up this post here as Donald Trump there at a lead, almost over 2 points at this moment. 16 very critical electoral votes. In Pennsylvania, it is even tighter there, 19 electoral votes. Trump, though, in the lead at this point. So we're following the latest with that, as well as a key Senate seat in Pennsylvania up for grabs right now. Dave McCormick does lead that by just 1 percentage point. We could be hearing from Dave McCormick here in a matter of moments. You can see the crowd somewhat get riled up at this stage there in Pennsylvania. So we'll take you out to this as soon as it happens here on Live Now from Fox. But we're also seeing movement right now in West Palm Beach, Florida, at the watch party for former President Donald Trump. We see someone on the stage. We don't know if they're setting up the microphone, getting everything. The stage is set. Camera phones are out at this point. But we're following the latest here well past midnight now, 40 minutes past the midnight here on Live Now from Fox for this. All right, let's slide away. Continue here. Let me put up this before we go to break. Just a new post from Jackie Heinrich. New reporting here saying 2 sources tell Jackie Heinrich close to the campaign say Harris will not address the crowd at Howard tonight. Cedric Richmond will come out and give remarks. Harris is expected to speak tomorrow, and you can imagine the crowd there at Howard University disappointed by this. You can see maybe some of them learning this news, hearing some about this, and potentially leaving for the night to see Harris tomorrow. The enthusiasm going off as is past midnight there. So plenty of people still waiting here on this election night. Let's line away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll get out to more top headlines after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. We're learning that no Kamala Harris tonight at that podium at Howard University. Instead, it will be Cedric Richmond there, the co-chair of the Harris campaign. Let's listen in to what he has to say here on Live Now from Fox on election night.
But you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
All right, a quick speech there from Cedric Richmond, the Harris campaign co-chair, saying Kamala Harris will not come out tonight, encouraging people to return tomorrow to Howard University, her alma mater, to see her. And you can see the crowds filtering out very, very quickly after this, well past midnight, 12:45 on the East Coast, as the crowds are dispersing. A disappointing night not to see the vice president there addressing the crowd as we're still learning the route to 270 in place. We're also monitoring this live picture right now in West Palm Beach, Florida, at Mar-a-Lago, as West Palm Beach, where former President Donald Trump is in attendance. You can see plenty of camera phones out right now. I don't know if anyone will step to the podium here in just a matter of moments, but the mic check is going to be in place. But let's just continue to give you a roundup of what we're learning as some of the battleground states already called, that one being North Carolina, called a check mark next to his name for the former President Donald Trump. We have not heard other checks being placed in yet, but Trump expected to speak to supporters, to the crowd gathered. You just see the amount of enthusiasm on the ground there at this watch party. Almost 1 o'clock in the morning. He was in Grand Rapids about 24 hours ago exactly at the final campaign stop of this. Of course, he is at the West Palm Beach Convention Center there. Plenty of people in attendance for this just down the road from Mar-a-Lago. So the excitement there is interesting, the contrast of what's going on right now on election night at West Palm Beach to what is going on at Howard University. Just wanted to give you a contrast of what we're looking at right there, right now. All right, let's bring into the conversation one more time Rich Rubino, as we could be here for Trump in just a second, but we did hear there from Cedric Richmond at Howard University. Rich, this is obviously not what they wanted to hear from Howard University. How unusual is it to not hear from one of the presidential candidates on election night, and what do we make of that recent speech?
It's very rare. What the kind of inside baseball going on is, I don't know. I think there's certainly precedent for that. For example, this is an interesting one. But back in 1976, when Gerald Ford lost, he literally lost his voice from all the campaigning, and Betty Ford had to read the concession speech. But I think it's very interesting. They're probably strategizing behind the scenes. They don't know exactly what they're going to say, but she certainly will come out tomorrow. And I don't think it's going to be settled for. I don't think this election will be settled for certainly in the near future.
Rich, we've been watching, and you see how happy they are, all of those red caps at this Trump event in Palm Beach, Florida. We still have not gotten official race calls from the Associated Press for Georgia, for Pennsylvania, for Michigan, and for Wisconsin. If I can here, if you'll take me in full, Andy Mack, I want to just tease out how exactly Trump's path could lead him to victory now. So we've been talking all day about how Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania would be his easiest path. Well, on top of that, he's also going to have to get Alaska, which we do expect, as long as everything falls the way that we expect it to. We expect eventually Alaska will be called in the red. Then there's these two little areas in Nebraska, and there's one in Maine as well. Let's just talk about this map, Rich. Ultimately, it's looking like states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. Is it very possible that some of these battleground states won't end up mattering?
Yeah, theoretically, if one candidate could win 5 or 6 of the swing states and the election is pretty much over, I don't think that's going to be the scenario. I think that every battleground state will matter. Just the fact that we only have 7 battleground states is the first time you go back to 1980 when there were only 10 battleground states. They have such few battleground states. But I just want to say something interestingly. The reason that you're talking about Maine and Nebraska is because they award their electoral votes, unlike the other 48 states, to whoever wins their state. They award 2 electoral votes to the person who wins their state. And then the rest of the electoral votes are spread up to congressional districts. So the one in Nebraska, it's called the Blue Dot District. That's right around Omaha. And that's kind of a college town. So it's the only part of Nebraska that is potentially blue. So that's very contested. And the reason Maine is contested, Maine, right around Portland, that area is very liberal. But if you go to the second congressional district, which starts right around Lewiston and Auburn at the bottom, and goes all the way up to Caribou, very rural district, that tends to be a little bit more red. So that's why those can matter. And there's theoretically a possibility that if one candidate musters just 269 electoral votes, that one electoral vote could put that person over the top. That's why Tim Walz, for example, actually spent 2 days campaigning in Nebraska trying to get that Blue Dot district in the favor of the Democrats.
All right, Rich, and I do want to ask you, because we are expected to hear from the former President Donald Trump here coming up in just a little bit. Of course, I want to put this up here as well, as Trump expected to speak shortly at the campaign watch party in Palm Beach as his YMCA walkout song comes on and Secret Service clears the lobby area here. So we could, in a matter of moments, hear from the former president as well. And I want to ask you just historical context, because Donald Trump has been in this scenario before, and we've seen him speak before some of these check marks have been placed by his name or by other people's names. What are we expecting to hear from him tonight? Could he come out and say that he won the election, even though the AP has yet to call it from him? What could we hear from Donald Trump at this speech?
That is very possible. Back in 2020, he essentially came out and said that he was at the White House at the time, that he believed he was going to win. So there is a very formidable possibility that he could say something like that. My guess is that he will say that we have to wait till the results. I think that because so far they seem to be in his favor, it's in his best interest to try to be cautious and just say something to the effect of "thank you everybody for coming," and then just kind of walk away and then hope that tomorrow he will receive a concession from Vice President Harris. But right now we really don't know. Once again, only one battleground state poll has come in, and there still is a possibility for Vice President Harris. And that's why she didn't want to come out. She was trying to strategize what's going to happen tomorrow.
So let's just talk about what's the tradition when the race is not called yet. Let's be completely clear about that. The race has not been called by the Associated Press at this hour. But what is the order of operations when it comes to a concession? Does it start with one candidate making a personal phone call to the other?
Yes, that's how it's supposed to work. One candidate makes a phone call, says that they concede, and then the candidate goes out and gives gives a speech, and usually when he gives a speech, he said the candidate usually is very nice and says, "I appreciate my opponent. I appreciate the campaign that he ran." Something to that effect. That's usually the protocol. I don't know, because we're in such a divided time right now, if Vice President Harris would actually call up and give a confession speech, if Donald Trump would come on and, kind of applaud her. But that's usually kind of what happens. Sometimes if it's a blowout, like in 1984, Walter Mondale conceded very early. There was actually an issue back in 1980 because Jimmy Carter, when he losing in a landslide, he lost 44 states that year, called up former California Governor Ronald Reagan and conceded early. And Tip O'Neill, the Speaker of the House, blames Jimmy Carter for doing that for about 10 House seats in the West Coast, because what happened was a lot of people that were traditionally Democrats in Oregon, California, and Washington State did not come out and vote because they were depressed, because they believed that their presidential candidate had lost the race. So sometimes, even if you know you're going to lose the race badly, it's the best thing in order for your party. So the candidates that are trying to run on your coattails and are trying to get as many voters to come out, it's better for that sometimes for that the candidate concedes as late as possible. 2000, Al Gore conceded to George W. Bush. Then a few hours later, called back and rescinded his endorsement. And George W. Bush said, "Are you saying that you're rescinding my endorsement?" To which Al Gore famously said, "You don't have to get snappy about it."
All right, very good. That's good historical context, and it's interesting to look back at previous election cycles and see what happened before. And I do want to get to some news here on Live Now from Fox. Fox News is projecting that Trump will win Georgia, but the AP at this point, as we are relying on that, the Associated Press in a significant way has not called this president's these 16 electoral votes yet for Trump. 50.9 to 48.4 at this point. So he holds a significant lead, but Fox News reporting that Donald Trump will take the Peach State, the AP not at this point. Let's talk about that.
Looks like we have
maybe
McCormick coming out.
Oh, it looks like Dave McCormick has come out. Well, good eyes there, Austin. Rich, stick with us. We're going to continue here on Live Now from Fox, a key Senate seat there in Pennsylvania. Let's take us to it now here and hear from him on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. What a great group of friends. We are so honored to have you all here today. And how about my wife, Dina Powell? So to say that Dina and I are partners in this whole thing, and I wouldn't have done it without her, is an understatement. She is, this is something we decided to do together, something that we felt honored to try to do. It was a mountain to climb. And none of this would have ever happened without Dina. So thank you, Dina. And now I want to just ask the question, who's ready to save America? We got to do it. We've got to do it. And listen, this election night's not quite over, but about 85% of the vote is in. And we've looked at where all the rest of it coming, and it looks like we're headed in a very good direction. And listen, when we started this, Dina and I looked at the country. We feel like we've been blessed by everything America has to offer. Two of the luckiest people in the world. But that opportunity, that American dream is slipping away, and we got to get it back for every single Pennsylvanian and every single American. And we need new leadership. We need new leadership in the Senate to make sure that every single kid in Pennsylvania has the opportunity to be all that they can be, regardless of party, race, creed. We need to create opportunity for every single person. We need to create an economy that works for everybody. We need to secure our border. We need to have energy policy that protects the environment, but also makes us secure and creates great jobs. The bottom line is we need leadership. We don't have it, and we're going to get it. And so, listen, in the coming days, the election results will be finalized. And when they are, we will look forward to a new agenda, a new America. And we'll look back on this day today and we'll say that was the day that we turned the corner. That was the day that we had new leadership in Pennsylvania. That was the day that we got our country back on track. And, you know, some of you know, I think most of you probably know, I had the opportunity to go to West Point, and my brother went to West Point, and my mom and dad went with us to West Point for 8 years in a row. And they hadn't gone back for 35 years, and we took them back last fall. And with Dina's parents as well, and we walked past the MacArthur statue. And it has a very famous speech etched in granite. And the speech says, "Duty, honor, country." Those three hallowed words reverently dictate what you ought to be, what you can be, what you will be. They are your rallying point to build courage when courage seems to fail, to regain faith when there seems little cause for faith, and to create hope when hope becomes forlorn. And that makes sense to me because this is a moment where we don't have enough leaders showing courage. This is a moment where Americans are losing faith. This is a moment where America is losing hope. But we can turn that page. We can look forward. We can have an America that works for everybody. It starts now. It starts with this election. It starts right here in Pennsylvania. And so from the bottom of our hearts, we have been so honored to campaign across Pennsylvania. 450 visits in every little town and every city. And the people we've met along the way have given us hope. They've given us faith. They've given us courage to want to represent and serve the great people of our Commonwealth. It'll be the honor of our lifetimes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, you can just listen in there. Dave McCormick making these speech to supporters as he leads this Senate race against the incumbent Bob Casey right there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We saw both the Harris and the of course, we saw both the Harris and Trump campaigns in that state yesterday on the final day of campaigning on the eve of the election. So we're still awaiting to hear from the former President Donald Trump there in West Palm Beach, Florida at that convention center. He's expected to make some remarks coming up in just a little bit of time. I do want to put up this here just to give you a sense of what we're looking at that Senate seat, as Dave McCormick does have a lead almost 2 points over the incumbent Bob Casey right now in that state in Pennsylvania. So a very critical swing vote potentially, as the incumbent could be flipped in terms of blue to red right now. So we're following the latest here on this, and we do want to give you another call. And Fox News was reporting it just a little bit ago. We are relying on the Associated Press right here about Georgia, and we are just hearing this call coming in right now at this point, talking about Donald Trump winning Georgia here just about 1 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. As you can see the check mark next to the name of the former president right now over Kamala Harris, the vice president. So it is now 2:46, closing in ever closer to that 270 mark right now, some 24 away at this point. Kamala Harris 210 right now for this. So let's just continue on. I do want to give you just a contrast of what we saw just a little bit ago there in West Palm Beach, Florida at this convention center, of what's coming up in just a little bit, but also what we heard from Howard University in Washington, D.C. is Cedric Richmond did make remarks to a crowd, telling the crowd there that Kamala Harris would not be making a speech tonight. Let's take you right now back out to this, if you missed it, because it was very brief, a 90-second remarks from him, the co-chair of this Harris campaign. Let's listen into what he had to say just a little bit ago.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
That was a quick remarks there from Cedric Richmond there, the co-chair of the Harris campaign just a little bit ago. We wanted to bring you to those because it was only 90 seconds, a brief remarks saying that Kamala Harris would not be speaking to her supporters tonight there on this election eve. We also are expecting to hear from the former President Donald Trump in West Palm Beach, Florida. You can see the crowd already on their feet awaiting him to take the stage. And this comes as we are learning that Trump, AP is calling it in favor, Georgia going for Trump right now. Let's continue on. Let's bring in Rich one more time here on Live Now from Fox before we hear from the former President Donald Trump, could be the next president as well. How critical was Georgia being called for him, and maybe how closer is he to regaining the White House?
Very important state. It's a state that Bill Clinton won in 1992, lost in 1996. Barack Obama was the only president to Barack Obama rather carried it, and Joe Biden certainly carried it in 2020. So it's a very critical state. It's a state that Vice President Harris spent 2 days just simply going around the state, going from event to event. They spent an inordinate amount of time trying to muster the electoral votes of Georgia. I think they viewed it as absolutely critical. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily decisive, but the fact that they've lost North Carolina was the closest state that Donald Trump won last time, and Georgia, which Joe Biden barely won last time by about 11,000 votes. It's obviously is something that it's a good omen for the Trump campaign.
Rich, yeah, ultimately, Rich. Let's kind of play this out for us here. So, we're talking about Trump with 247 electoral votes at this time. That means he needs 23 more. Pennsylvania has 19 electoral votes. Michigan has 15. Wisconsin 10. I've already gone over some of these little districts in Maine and Nebraska. Oh, and it looks like this is the first time I'm seeing that we're starting to see some results out of Nevada. Let's pull this up. 75% of the votes being tallied. Looks like Trump has 51, just about 51% of the vote. Harris with 47.6% of the vote. So it looks like Trump has a 3-point advantage in Nevada with 3/4 of the vote tabulated. Rich, your reaction?
Yes, well, Nevada is a state. It only has 6 electoral votes. It's really the smallest of the showdown states. It's a state that if you go back to last weekend, last Friday, for example, Vice President Harris was in Reno. Donald Trump was in North Las Vegas. The state that you have Clark County, which is 70% of the state, which includes Las Vegas, which tends to be more Democrat, and then you have Reno and Carson City kind of up on the edge, kind of on the northwestern part of the state. And then you have a lot of very rural counties. Sometimes it's very hard to have a ground game because you're talking about very few voters. But if you can really maximize yourself in some of those kind of rural areas for the Republican, it can very much benefit. It can very much benefit the Republican presidential candidate. But I think this certainly does not bode well for President Harris in that she. Obviously, when you're there the weekend before the election and you're in a place like Reno, it's a state that you expect to win, and it's a state that you believe is critical to your political future.
No, that is a very good point, Rich, as we're continuing to follow the latest with all of this. And I do want to put up just the other one because I think Austin talked about it where it was 23, and we were talking about it just a little bit ago. It's only 24, but this was the one vote, the one electoral vote that he did get out of Nebraska, District 1 there, Donald Trump winning that one, as it's a little bit of an interesting one with Nebraska and Maine as well. And as you're looking at this, the Electoral College, the race to 270, you talk about Pennsylvania being so very, very important. What other states could be you're focusing on over this next day to get him to that 270 mark?
I think it's those blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. They were all states from 1992 through 2016, went for the Democrat every single year, including John Kerry in 2004 when he lost. Donald Trump was able to upend his opponent Hillary Clinton in 2016 in all 3 of those states. It's very hard to see a scenario if he can win If he can win 2 of those states, I think he's going to be elected as president of the United States. And the polls right now are showing him a couple of points ahead. So it's not impossible for Vice President Harris to win here, but she really needs she really needs almost an inside straight to be victorious here.
Rich, thank you very much for all the informative. I mean, the always informative Rich Rubino, one of my favorite people to talk politics with. We appreciate you on this big night.
Thank you. I greatly enjoyed it.
All right. Thank you so much, Rich. We appreciate your time. As always, we'll let you sign off as well as we continue on. But we're going to hear soon enough from the former President Donald Trump coming up here in just a little bit there in West Palm Beach, Florida, Of course, we're following it very closely here on Live Now from Fox. A live picture there inside of this convention hall as well. So he will be soon to take the stage. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll be back after this.
All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we are taking a live look out there in Palm Beach, Florida at the watch party for former President Donald Trump. Here on your screen, a live look as we can see RFK Jr., and we are expecting the former president to make some remarks already the day after Election Day has passed. Thank you all for sticking with us here throughout this day, and it keeps on going. My name is Carel, Lajara. So once again, a couple of vantage points that we have here. We also have this one, a close-up look at the podium there, in which we are awaiting for the former president to speak up, make some remarks. Not really sure when that's going to get started at this point, but it's just one of the stories that we continue to follow here. And so while we wait for this to get underway, let's kind of backtrack a little bit and talk about what we have seen throughout these last several hours. So to do that, I would like to bring into the conversation once again my colleague and friend here, Austin Westfall. Austin has been with us all day long today, and man, a lot of stuff to keep track of. Austin.
Carel, good to be with you as we close out our evening here, at least in our West Coast newsroom. Let's pull up the map that we've been staring at all night, and let's just get a gist of where things stand for now. Harris is at 210. Trump is just 23 electoral votes away. 23 electoral votes away from the big prize. Where can he get those 23 electoral votes? Well, there's 19 in Pennsylvania. That, paired with Michigan, will do it. Pennsylvania, paired with Wisconsin, that'll do it. Michigan, paired with Wisconsin, that'll do it as well. Alaska, pink right now. We're finally starting to get some results in from Alaska. Right now, the preliminary results, 15% of the vote in right now. Trump, as expected, has a pretty healthy lead, about a 15-point lead over Harris. 3 electoral votes at stake in Alaska. Let's just zoom in before we bring in our next guest, because I just want to bring you the latest numbers and the latest vote tallies out of the battlegrounds. Wisconsin right now has tabulated 86% of the votes, and right now Trump has roughly a 4-point lead over Harris. Let's look at Michigan. 61% of the votes have been counted, and that's a sizable lead that Trump has in Michigan. Still 39% of the votes to be tallied, but at this point we're talking about Trump having roughly about a 6% vote. He has quite the advantage over Harris in Michigan right now. Pennsylvania, let's pull this up. 90% of the votes counted so far in what's considered the most pivotal swing state. We have 51.2% of the vote going for Donald Trump so far. 90% of the ballots have been counted. So we're talking about roughly a 3.5% advantage for Trump in the Keystone State. We've now been getting results in from states like Nevada. Nevada, it was taking a bit. We didn't get anything from them for quite some time, but now 3/4 of the vote is in. Trump has around a 3-point lead in Harris in Nevada. Arizona, we're not entirely sure if we'll get any more vote tallies in for the rest of the night. Arizona has been stuck at 51% ever since they released their initial batch. All of this is to say, Carel, when we zoom out on this map, we see a whole lot of red, we see a whole lot of pink. What we don't have yet is an official race call from AP. We'll leave it at that for now.
All right, Austin, and I know you've been a trooper here, out for hours. So we're going to have to wait and see. Like you said, still kind of waiting for more of these results to be confirmed. And we do have this tracker here on our screen. Right now, 247 and 210 for Harris. It's a countdown to 270. Austin, Westfall. We'll check in soon. All right, let's continue on here. Of course, as I do want to bring you once again out to this live picture of a podium there in Palm Beach, Florida. As I said before, we are waiting to see if we're going to hear from former President Donald Trump. Right now, that is kind of the news that's going around here. And we do know that a little earlier today, we were informed that Vice President Kamala Harris was not going to be speaking to all of her supporters that came out to see her at Howard University. That was her alma mater there in Washington, D.C. Now, while we wait for this to get underway, let's continue to talk more about these campaign strategies and more specifically, why some of these candidates choose to speak and why some of them don't. So to do that, I'd like to bring into the conversation now Casey Myers. He is a professor of public relations at Virginia Tech. Casey, good to see you. I know it's late over there on the East Coast, but first, initial reactions when you hear that Vice President Harris wouldn't be addressing all those people that came out to see her.
Well, it's no surprise given what we've seen in the polls and what we've seen in the results. And as the map shows, I mean, the path to victory for Trump is multifaceted. And you look at Harris, I mean, she would have to really pull an upset in so many different states that are leaning Republican and win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And if she loses one of those, I mean, her path to victory is very limited, right? So one of the things that I think that we're seeing is that she knows these numbers. She may have even more numbers than what we have access to that are demonstrating to her that maybe victory is not in sight. And so it is not atypical for someone to just not address the supporters that night, but then wait for the next day. And we saw that in 2016.
All right, so Casey, and also we have been previewing, of course, this shot that I continue to show here. Former President Donald Trump going to speak here. It seems a little bit like deja vu. We saw something similar back in 2016. We didn't hear from Hillary Clinton right after those election results were first coming in, but we did hear from the former president. So what can we expect from that appearance tonight?
Well, I think the big question about that appearance is going to be, what does he say to the supporters? I mean, obviously, it's going to be the things about, thanking them for their support. But is he going to declare victory? Is he going to say that victory's in sight, or we're still waiting to kind of see what the final vote tally is going to be? In all likelihood, the final every vote counted and accounted for is going to happen not tonight. It's going to happen days from now. And so are we waiting on that, or is he going to say, looks like we're headed to a victory now, and it does appear that he is. The question I think now is how, what is each state? How is it going to come down? What is that margin going to be? There's also going to be this question about the popular vote, and we don't know what that is yet. Could there be a Trump winning the popular vote? That's something that's been a kind of a recent development as of tonight. A few days ago, we were looking at polls and other outcomes that kind of didn't account for that. So what I'm looking for from him is to see what he says about his own victory and see what he says about, the states that he is at a head in.
Just want to remind our viewers that we continue on with this, a live look there in Palm Beach County as we await for former President Trump. And here joining us still is Casey Myers, Virginia Tech public relations professor. So Casey, continuing on with this point, because, it really is a question of when, I feel, at this moment, the former president is going to come out here. What kind of, what's the thinking behind this, especially when we see that so many of these people come out? I know that you discussed a little bit about wondering what they're going to say exactly, but how much does it really mean to a campaign, especially because we don't know exactly who is going to be the next president? I mean, is this more positive, more negative? What's that strategy?
Well, I would say that there's obviously the signal is positive because he's addressing his supporters tonight. There seems to be, from that shot, a lot of enthusiasm in the audience. And so I would see that as a net positive. And obviously, Harris not addressing her supporters and them going home is a negative. But again, one of the questions that we have right now is, is he waiting to hear some of these final tallies? It is all likelihood Alaska would go Republican, is traditionally Republican. It looks like from the polls that Pennsylvania is Republican. It was just not been called by anybody yet. Michigan and Wisconsin, I mean, and Nevada are still states that we don't know yet either, but are leaning Republican. So again, I mean, is he waiting for something in terms of an account to come back to the to his headquarters, and then also what is he going to say to the supporters in terms of his victory? Is this kind of the traditional victory speech? If you remember back in 2016 when he addressed the supporters, it was a victory speech, and again, that's typical of elections, but on the winning side to address the supporters that evening, and with the person that loses the election addressing their supporters maybe that evening or maybe the day after, or as information comes in. But again, in these kind of close elections, you have long election nights. And again, the fact that they're sticking around is a sign that I think that they are pretty optimistic about the outcome.
Right. And I think I want to go back to this point that I had made, that back in 2016, we did see something similar with Trump addressing his supporters before Hillary Clinton did. Of course, he did win during that election. What does that say about each of these candidates? Is this something that's distinct to perhaps the Republican versus the Democratic Party, or are we just talking specific on personalities here?
I think it's the personality of the candidates, but I also think it's the reality of momentum, right? So Trump clearly has the momentum going into this evening, particularly now. I think there's a lot of excitement around some of the numbers that have come back, and the statistical possibility of a Harris victory, I mean, is diminished tremendously by how you're seeing Trump outperform in some of these areas in Pennsylvania, and particularly doing better than he did in some areas than he did in 2016 even. And then you also see a Harris underperformance some of the areas that she needs to win. What she had to do was to recreate the Biden coalition in 2020 and get that coalition out, and then also hope that a lot of the kind of disaffected Trump voters didn't show up, didn't support him. Some of the undecideds leaned toward her and not toward him. And that didn't really materialize tonight in states like Georgia and North Carolina, which they saw as potential pickup states. Again, the other thing that's is very telling about this election in terms of some of the results is that we're seeing many of the kind of urban cities that have traditionally been very Democratic. They're still Democratic, but it's about that margin. Trump's margins are a little bit better than they were in 2020, and in a swing state, that makes a lot of difference. And so again, I think that everybody's kind of reading into that data, looking at the statistical probabilities, looking at what is the percent chance of being able to win, and how many votes you need left with all of the votes that have come in states like Pennsylvania. And they're doing the math too, and they know that in all likelihood you're looking at a victory. So again, I think both sides are doing that calculation, and as traditionally, the victor's going to address his or her constituency groups and supporters that evening of the election.
Casey, hindsight is 2020, and I just had to put up this live picture that we have there because you can see the crowd kind of going wild, dancing around. There's a lot of optimism, a lot of momentum there in Florida, even though we're way past midnight at this point. But I want to bring us back to just last night, actually, because we did have some dueling campaign rallies. At the same time, we heard a speech from Vice President Harris in Philadelphia, her final one before Election Day. And then we heard from former President Trump in Grand Rapids, Michigan. To just kind of compare and contrast both of those speeches, I think Harris spoke for about maybe 20 minutes or so. Trump went for almost 2 hours. Do you think that was really appealing to those supporters, and based on what we've seen today with these elections?
I think Trump's supporters are very loyal, and I think that his base clearly has an affection for him, and that's the kind of speech they want to hear, and they're very receptive to that message. I think Trump really did in the last days of the campaign seize upon a lot of issues. I mean, he took a negative, which was the comedian's joke about garbage, and then used Biden's comment to then reverse that negative momentum for something for himself. And so, again, that's really kind of the momentum going into the end of the campaign. Some of the things that he was doing, I mean, we think about, and there will be a lot of kind of after the fact analysis of what went on into this election and what made him win in some of these states that were really kind of toss up states. But I think a lot of it has to do with just consistency of message, staying on message, having events, having rallies. It's an unconventional way of campaigning. It's not the traditional going door to door and canvassing. It's also not a campaign that outraised its opponent. So that's been a kind of a narrative that we've seen in a lot of elections where, the person that raises the most money wins. Harris had a campaign fundraising advantage on Trump. So again, I think that it kind of the momentum going into the end, and there were some people kind of reading those signs, and it was not polling, it was just sort of gut instinct saying, there's some momentum here. There's something going on that we think that this may end in a Trump victory. And so I think that that's really one of those things that polls may not capture very well. It's just enthusiasm and just sort of the momentum of the campaign. And we saw that with Trump. And Harris had some of that as well with celebrity endorsements and some of her supporters coming out for her rallies as well. But again, it just seemed like Trump had that edge in that area. So I would say that this is something that maybe a lot of his supporters were anticipating. I think they were cautious about it, though, just given the fact that they had lost in 2020 and given the fact that, some of these polls were just such razor thin margins.
So speaking on the fact that so many analysts are going to be looking at this, again, kind of backtracking a little bit here when we compared Trump and Harris and getting to this pivotal moment, now in the election cycle where we're seeing this, tight margins, but at the same time, like you were mentioning, how Harris, she did have all of that optimism right at the beginning. And now it's kind of materialized to this point where it's looking like, the former president is really ahead in many of these states, kind of garnering all of that. When we think about the messaging that both of them had, what are some of the comparisons that you can draw on that perhaps, Trump or Harris even maybe were stronger at kind of driving that point home and having voters trust in them?
So I think that what Trump understood in his messaging was that he understood what resonated with voters. And so the big issues, the economy, immigration, crime, and then also reproductive rights is another issue that's more of a Democratic issue. But the top three issues of immigration, economy, and crime were something that Trump was running ahead on. Now, what Harris and the Democrats were running on was a kind of a stance of anti-Trump sentiment. And I think they were also running on reproductive rights, which had actually been a very successful talking point for Democrats in 2022 during those midterm elections. So they're running on that. But again, Trump, I think, had a message that resonated with voters, particularly some of these voters that may have been undecided or may have voted for Trump in 2016 and then voted for Biden in 2020. And so I think that as we look back on the election, that's going to be one of the big issues that we are talking about in terms of, what was the kind of the messaging around each candidate. The other thing is that I think there's going to be a lot of discussion around how Harris came in to being the nominee. So we had Biden as the nominee, had a terrible debate performance, and then Harris emerges as the nominee, not going through that primary kind of fight that most candidates have to go through. And did that hurt her in a way to not introduce her to the American public? Did that hurt her and the ability to just get organized? Does that slow momentum? And we know historically speaking, candidates that come out of really tight primary fights are weaker in the general. So she didn't have that, but she also, the Democrats as a whole, kind of didn't coalesce around a candidate early enough. I think another question that we're going to have in kind of the post-election analysis, should Trump prevail, was her vice presidential selection the right one? And so there's going to be a lot of talk. If she had gotten Shapiro, would this be a different election outcome, particularly in a state like Pennsylvania? But again, that's all kind of hindsight being 2020, and is making a lot of assumptions that one incident kind of caused a certain result. I think it's an amalgamation of things in this election that really has led to the point that we are right now.
All right, Casey, just about 1:30 in the morning over there on the East Coast. So we have been up very late here, of course, here. News never sleeps, especially on an election day. But before I let you go, any final thoughts that you had maybe when it comes to the political strategy, the campaigns, how they handled this really surprising election cycle, I would say. I mean, it was only a few months ago that it was Joe Biden that was going to be running as the Democratic nominee.
This has probably been the most unusual election in the history of the United States. And I can't overstate that. It's just the events that took place, the way that the campaign has played out. I think maybe even what we're going to see tonight in the campaign results. One of the things that I would look at, though, in this election that's very interesting is we have a lot of down ballot races in the U.S. Senate, the U.S. House, and that is a real kind of interesting dynamic as well. We know that we've had a Republican pickups in several key states, probably maybe more as the night goes on, but it is a Republican majority in the Senate. What's the House going to look like? If Trump's elected, does he have two chambers in Congress? And how is he going to leverage that to get his agenda through? And so this is just an unusual election. It's a long election night, but something that I think is really going to result in, I think, a net victory for Republicans.
Oof, that's a big statement there to say, but maybe not so bad given the facts that we've seen and kind of how everything has played out throughout the day today. Just before this, I mean, it was nobody really knew who was going to come out on top, but that's just how elections go, right? In this election cycle. Casey Myers there, a public relations professor at Virginia Tech. We appreciate your time. We hope to check in soon, and we'll have to see how this all plays out.
Thank you.
Of course, we want to step away for a quick commercial break here at Live Now from Fox. A reminder, though, that we are still waiting to see if former President Donald Trump, not if he's going to speak, it's kind of expected that he will, but when is the question at this point. And plus, we are still tracking all of these results that continue to be called, not just within the presidential race, but all of these other state, Senate, and House races as well. So we'll have more coming up. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. My name is Carel, Lajara, and we are continuing with our election night coverage, giving you a live vantage point right now out of Palm Beach in Florida. We're still waiting to see when former President Donald Trump will step up to this podium. We do have also this, another vantage point there. And I do want to continue on with some more breaking news that we're getting in at this moment as we continue to track all of these races in the states that are being called. I want to bring this one up next year. Take a look at this. So AP has not called it just yet. Fox News is reporting, though, that former President Donald Trump did win Pennsylvania. Now, that's one of the states that we are really watching out for here. If anything, it's the one that we have been monitoring all day today, because Harris's clear path to victory would have been to win Pennsylvania. And then I want to bring up this as well as we talk about New Hampshire, some more of these states that we continue to track here. The AP has called this one, however, Vice President Kamala Harris winning New Hampshire there, 51% to 48%. To continue this conversation, I'd like to bring in to the program now, obviously, someone who has been with us all day today, my colleague here, Austin Westfall. Austin, fill us in. What are we tracking?
Let's take a look at the map. Let's pull it up. So we're looking at 214 for Harris at this point. Trump still at 247. Now, the Associated Press has not called Pennsylvania yet. That's where we're going to be getting our figures from. The Associated Press has not been able to call it yet. We have heard from Fox News that they've called that race. As soon as we hear any major updates from the Associated Press, we'll bring those to you as soon as it comes through. But for now, here's what we're working with. We have Alaska in play. We've got Pennsylvania in play, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Trump at 247. That means that he's going to need 23 electoral votes in order to claim the top prize. Where can he get those 23 from? Well, 19 of them can come from Pennsylvania. He can add 15 with Michigan. He can add 10 with Wisconsin. Any combination of these two will give Trump the presidency. Also, something that can give Trump the presidency is Pennsylvania. This one little district in Maine that's worth 1 vote, so 19 plus 1 plus 3 in Alaska. That would give us the math in order to give Trump a victory there. So when we play this out, let's go around, because it is fascinating to see how these battleground states have played out over the night. We're now at 88% in Wisconsin. Trump is up by over 4 points in Wisconsin. This was something, if you were following the polls as closely as so many of us were in the lead up to this election, true toss-up was expected in Wisconsin. 4 points is how much Trump is up by right now. And again, that's with 88% of the vote being tabulated. Let's go to Michigan now. Michigan. A little bit fewer of the votes counted, 64% of them counted so far. But what we're seeing here is about a 6.5% advantage in Trump's favor in Michigan. These are pretty big numbers for Trump to overcome. We're watching very closely, Carel, all of these blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We're up to 93% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania at this point. Trump is up by 3 points on the nose. Ever since 1992, the blue wall, they have voted as a unit. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, they usually vote blue. In 2016, all 3 of them flipped red right here on 2024. Right now, they're all leaning red. It's very possible that they could all vote as a unit again today. That's something that we're going to have to wait for the Associated Press to call. In the meantime, there are 2 other battlegrounds of note. Arizona, as we've been mentioning, still stuck at 51%. We're not entirely sure if we'll get more votes from them throughout the night. The last one I'll bring you, Nevada. 3/4 of the votes tabulated so far. Trump has a healthy lead in that race. Roughly, it looks like 3.5 points that Trump is up. So, Carel, there is not a battleground on this map that former President Trump is not either winning or leaning winning right now. We've already called Georgia and North Carolina in Trump's favor, according to the AP. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, still not called, but we will, of course, be watching Pennsylvania very closely.
I mean, Austin, I'm looking at this map behind you, and it is all red, my friend. It's quite surprising, but I guess no shortage of surprises during this election cycle. And let's continue this conversation now. I'd like to bring into the program Richard Gordon. He is a political analyst. Now, Richard, when you're looking at this breakdown that we're giving you here, the fact that Fox News has already projected that Trump would take Pennsylvania, even though Harris did take New Hampshire, I mean, what are you thinking at this moment?
Well, first of all, good morning, and it's good to see you. I have to say, I think like most people, I'm in a bit of a state of shock. I think that no one really saw this coming. And I think it's a very surprising outcome. Once again, I think we have to say to ourselves, what are the polls really doing? What are they really saying? Because they have historically been incapable of polling Donald Trump. This has happened time and time again. He always overperforms. I mean, the one thing we can say is that if you look at Donald Trump's poll numbers and you add 3, you come to just about what he's going to get. And if you look at where he was in the polls as of this morning, well, as of Election Day morning, and you add +3, it's almost exactly where he is. So it's a pretty surprising event. In that I think, once again, the pollsters and the prognosticators, they all seem to have missed it.
Was there anything that we learned from 2016 about why the polls have such a tough time tracking exactly how Trump voters think?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I think 2016 was very different than this year. I think in 2016, people just out and out lied. I think people did not want to fess up to the fact that they're voting for Donald Trump. I think back at the time, people were either embarrassed or whatever it was. They didn't want to admit that they were voting for Donald Trump, and so they weren't truthful. I think what you're seeing tonight, and this is going to I think this is going to take some time for pollsters and professionals in the business to figure out is how did they miss this? I don't think you had the same issue that you had in 16. I think they missed a lot of young people. I think they missed a lot of blacks. I think they missed a lot of Hispanics. I think there were great issues with the polling this time that they didn't count. They severely undercounted Donald Trump, and they severely undercounted him in certain constituencies, which are clearly coming home to him that were unexpected.
You know, Austin, I can't remember who we spoke to earlier today because we've been doing this for so many hours now, but we had another political analyst come on and say something to the point of, you know, the polling these days is just not effective. So, you know, people track them for months here to try to give us a prediction, but it just, like you said now, it just doesn't come to fruition no matter what they do. So what needs to happen? How does this cycle even compare to the ones in the past?
Well, I think the polling community, the public service survey community is going to have to really figure out what's going on. I mean, in all fairness, things have changed radically as far as the technology goes. I mean, there used to be a time that they only polled people who had landline telephones. You know, they used to poll people based on economics, people who had certain magazine subscriptions, and they were off. And polling changes as history changes, as technology changes. People now are almost all cell phones, almost all using computers. It's a very different way to reach the public. And I think the polling community is going to have to figure out a way to do it, or it's just not going to get used anymore. You're not going to report it anymore because it has no relevance if it's not true. And if you look across the board tonight, not just in the presidential, but in other ways, there have been major changes that they just didn't pick up.
So, Richard, question about the blue wall. We've talked so much about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I've said multiple times tonight that ever since 1992, these three states have voted together. In 2016, they voted red. Every other time since 1992, they have voted blue. Why is it that these three states tend to vote together?
Well, you know, it's interesting. It makes sense they vote together. You know, we've created states sort of somewhat arbitrarily, somewhat historically, but the people are the same. The issues are the same. The issues of someone in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania are very, very similar. People voted tonight for their pocketbooks. People are really, really fed up with the high cost of things. And that's really what you're seeing out there. And the people in Wisconsin and the people in Pennsylvania are very similar in how they look at these things. So it makes sense they vote together. I mean, if we didn't have these arbitrary state boundaries, there'd be one huge state and, you know, we wouldn't be so surprised. Look, the cities are going to vote a certain way, and we're seeing that tonight. Now, the cities are way under where they were for President Biden 4 years ago. You know, the urban centers are not voting for Harris the same way they voted for Biden. So we're seeing that, but generally the states are very similar. You know, people aren't all that different. You might live in one state or another, but, you know, the economies of the three states are very similar. It makes a lot of sense that they would vote the same way.
You know, Rich, it's so funny. When I was listening to the answer that you were giving me about the polling, I think it was you this morning that asked a question about polling and why it hasn't been so effective. That just shows how long we've been doing this and how long you've been on here with us, kind of breaking this all down. And to that point, reflecting back on the last few hours and everything that we have seen thus far, what has been maybe the most surprising turn of events for you?
Well, by far, we're talking about a landslide. I mean, we're not talking about, this is not what we thought was going to happen. I mean, if you define landslide by, you know, the earth moving, I mean, the earth moved tonight. The earth shook on its axis. Donald Trump is going to be president of the United States. The United States Senate is going to be in Republican hands. Probably the House of Representatives is going to be in Republican hands. The Republicans are going to control the presidency, the Senate, the House, and the courts. This is going to be a very, very unusual time in America as far as Donald Trump is going to get a lot of the things he wants done accomplished. He's going to have the ability to do that by controlling virtually all levers of government. This is a stunning event. No one saw this coming. I mean, most people thought Harris was going to win. Most people thought the Senate would switch, but the House wouldn't. It looks like it's all about to go. I mean, you really have to sit back and go, somewhat in admiration. I mean, Donald Trump was able to do something that no one's been able to do. And it's a little bit stunning. I mean, I think there's no other word for it. I think if people of either party are going to be honest about what happened today, it's stunning. He was able to put together a coalition of people and talk about issues that really mattered to people. And it didn't just win for him. He's carrying the Senate. Look, if things go the way they are at the moment, a lot of senior Democratic senators are going to go. Ohio's been called to the Republican. The Democrats are behind in Wisconsin. They're behind in Montana. And it looks like they're behind in Michigan. So there may be 5 flip seats tonight. This is, you're talking, this is 1980. This is 1994. This doesn't happen all that often. This is a big turn of events tonight. This will change American history.
Okay, so Richard, what I'm going to show behind me here right now is our House map. We haven't been checking in on this too often, but I heard you say that it's looking like it might flip or that it might stay Republican, I should say. 2 questions. Why is it seeming to you, what are you seeing out there that's indicating that it looks like that the Republicans will maintain control in the lower chamber? And then on top of that, if you can expand, what exactly does it mean when both the House and the Senate are controlled by Republicans and then potentially the White House? What does that mean for the power of the presidency?
Sure. Let's start with the House. So the thing about the House is, I'm looking at the same type of numbers you're probably looking at it as well. It would be so, and we're not going to know the official numbers on the House for days, right? That's going to take days to come in, and this could be very close. It would be so unusual for the Republicans or whoever it is to sweep the way they are. Look, Donald Trump is going to win, probably going to win the popular vote. That is unheard of. This is a guy who never gets over 46% of the vote. It looks like he is going to win the popular vote. So if you're going to win at the top of the ticket, if you're going to be at the top of the ticket running for president and you win like this and you're winning at the Senate level at unprecedented amounts, it is very, very, very likely that you're going to win the House as well. Now, talking about power, when you have split government, one house holds up the other. Look what the Senate did this year. Look what the House did on the immigration bill, for example. The President Biden put forward a comprehensive immigration bill. The Senate wanted it. Conservatives in the Senate wanted it. They couldn't get it through the House. Well, you're not going to have that anymore. Now, the president is going to propose something. He's got both the House and the Senate. They're going to go with him, and they're going to vote the way they want him to vote. Donald Trump has the opportunity to be one of the most effective presidents, in many, many, many years, because they're going to approve virtually anything he gives them. And that is going to change an awful lot of things. And let's just make one comment about the courts. He has put 3 people on the United States Supreme Court. We don't know how many more people are going to come up in the next 4 years. This is not about tonight or the next 4 years. This is fundamentally changing American government. And the reason I say that is, when you get a 6-year Senate term, these people could be in office a very long time. The Democrats have dug themselves a massive hole that is going to take quite some time to dig out of.
Richard, I do apologize. I want to interrupt, though, because Fox News is now actually projecting that Donald Trump has won the presidency and he will be the 47th president of the United States. Now, that's after they projected that he won Pennsylvania and they're projecting that he's going to take Wisconsin as well. The Associated Press has not confirmed that as of yet, but I did want to break in and just let our viewers know, you as well in Austin, because we have been at this all day today. So this is really stunning news here. I'd like to hear thoughts from both of you. Austin, of course, because you've been here for hours on end, and Richard, you as well.
Well, you know, and I think these images are telling from the Trump campaign party. We're starting to see the celebrations. We're starting to see the typical behavior we see whenever a candidate wins the big one. And as we've said, Fox News has called this thing in favor of former President Trump. The reason why we here at LiveNOW have not been able to confirm it ourselves is because we're working with numbers from the Associated Press. So far, the AP has Trump at 247. The AP not comfortable enough to call Pennsylvania, one district in Maine, and one in Alaska. There's also something to be said about Wisconsin and Michigan as well. Trump does have leads in all of these states. It's possible that as the night goes on, we will hear some news from the Associated Press. But for now, that's why one outlet is saying one thing, and that's why we're not quite able to report that same news just yet. The Associated Press not giving us the call in Pennsylvania. That's why, Carel.
But Richard, this really speaks to your point when you're saying this is a landslide and truly a historic moment when we've seen what Donald Trump has been able to accomplish in this election cycle, not being able to beat out Biden in 2020, but yet now in 2024, Fox News projecting him to be the next president.
Well, yes, and Austin, I think it's a wise thing for people to take their time and before they make these calls, and you have to be confident in the call. I've never seen the advantage of being first. I think the advantage is being right, and so I think we could all see the writing on the wall. I think we all know where this is going. We know Donald Trump is going to be the next president. But, you know, we will wait to see a little more counting before people are certain on that. He has done something amazing, nothing short of amazing. And it's going to take us a couple days to really look into it. But, you know, the number of black voters who have voted for him in so many different places, the huge number of Hispanic voters who have voted for him is historic. And he deserves credit for that, obviously. But, you know, when you look at this, you know, the Democratic Party has really ridden two issues all this time. The abortion issue, which, if you look at it, has failed as a referendum in a number of states tonight, which was, I think everyone would say, extremely surprising. So they've ridden the abortion issue, and they've ridden the anti-Donald Trump issue. Well, when people are not satisfied with their lives, when people aren't happy with their ability to afford the things they'd like to afford, to do the things they want to do, to have the future they want to have, those are the most important issues for people. And that is what they try. And by the way, I see my classmate, Robert Kennedy, on the floor there. Anyway, when people are trying to live their lives and further their lives, that's how they're going to vote. And the Democratic Party is going to have a reckoning of who they are and what they are, because clearly the Democratic Party that I grew up with, that I think most of us have grown up, just doesn't exist anymore. I mean, you know, Labor we'll look at the numbers, but Labor gave Trump a lot of votes. A lot of the people we thought were going to vote for Harris just didn't turn up tonight. And the voting numbers are high. So it's not that she didn't get a lot of the vote, she just got a lot less than she needed. And if you look at this thing county by county, she is running behind Joe Biden. Virtually, I can't even think of a place she's running ahead of Joe Biden. She was running behind him almost everywhere. And, you know, I realized pretty early in the evening when I saw North Carolina, when I started seeing that the governor-elect, Josh Stein, was running way ahead of her, and that, you know, people were splitting their votes. That people were splitting their votes, and people were voting Republican for president and Democratic in some places down ballot. It made me realize if they're doing that in North Carolina, there's a good possibility they're going to do that in the blue wall states also. So I think the writing has been on the wall for many, many, many hours, actually.
All right, Richard, I want you to stick with us here. I do want to bring up another point here, though, as we are getting some more races that are being called. I'm going to put up a graphic on the screen. A Maine District 2, Trump winning that 54% to Harris's 44%. And then piggybacking off of that last breaking news that we did bring just moments ago here, I do want to put up a tweet from Fox News correspondent Chad Pergram. Fox projects that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States. He is the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland. So bringing back now Richard Gordon, political analyst, and also my colleague here, Austin Westfall. Austin, I know you had a point you wanted to make to Richard.
Well, and also just bouncing off of what Chad was saying there, Grover Cleveland was the 22nd and the 24th president of the United States. It's been quite some time since we've seen a dynamic like this happen. Let's go to the map, because we did just get a race call and we did see the numbers get updated just slightly. Trump has 248 now. That means that he's 22 electoral votes away from the White House, at least from the Associated Press's figures. Where are those votes going to come from eventually? Well, if he gets Pennsylvania and if he gets Alaska, that's a done deal right there. Pennsylvania, let's check in. Let's just see where they're at. 94 now, 94% of the votes counted. Trump has a healthy lead, 3 percentage points, with 94% of the vote tallied. When we go to Alaska, 26. This has been crawling very slowly. 26% of the vote has been tallied in Alaska, but as you can see, Trump is absolutely taking this one. We're talking about a margin of just under 20% that Trump is winning by. So if Trump gets Alaska, if the race gets called in Alaska, and if it gets called in Pennsylvania, that is officially going to give the Associated Press the opportunity to call this one in favor of Trump. So that brings me to my question, and it's about a question. What questions do the Democrats now have to face? How do they move forward after a loss like this?
Well, I think you go back to square one. I think you start asking yourself, who do we represent and who are we trying to speak to? And how do our policies and our programs speak to those people? Look, I think the Democratic Party has had a serious problem for a number of years in really talking to coastal elites, talking to people in New York and California, and having a party that doesn't understand the needs of everyday people. And it's shocking for a party that has been built to deal with those issues and historically has been that political party, the party of the working people. And it is, they need to start saying to themselves, what are we about? And look, a lot of people are upset about some of the issues that Democrats decide to talk about. And, the Republicans have really done a job of making the Democrats look ridiculous on some of these issues. And, the Democratic Party has, because of the way they view inclusiveness, for example, has picked issues that affect very few people. I mean, a lot of people care about it, but it affects a few people. And, this whole wokeness issue is something that bothers a lot of people out there. And I think the Democratic Party, really, if I were they, I would take a few people, I would go to a retreat someplace and I would take out a piece of paper and say, okay, where are we going? We need a new start. We need to figure out who we are and in a way reintroduce ourselves to the American people, because this is not working. And, President Biden did a lot of great things as president, saved the country when it was flat on its back after the pandemic. But in doing so, he put like $1.9 trillion into the economy to save it, which caused inflation. Well, a lot of people don't see the first part of that story. They see the second part of their story, which is higher prices. The Democratic Party has got to figure out how to appeal to average Americans. It's great that they appeal to these wealthy, highly educated people. I mean, that's wonderful as well. But what about appealing to the working person? And that used to be the Democratic Party. If they're going to win again, They have to be that again, and they have to find a way to get back there. And frankly, I watched this election extremely closely. I think the vice president did a good job on a few issues, talking about money for new people who are going to buy their first home, talking about small business, talking about other things. But I think it's a little too late. And I think the Democratic Party has to really search its soul. Now, everyone is going to comment, well, if they went to the left, this would have worked. If they went to the center, this would have worked. The party has to figure this one out. And I think it's going to take time. And, the one thing historically, if we look at this thing, 2 years from now, in a way, will be the 6th year of Donald Trump's administration, right? And midterms of presidents in their second term are usually really bad. They lose a lot of seats. That is a hope the Democratic Party has. But let's hope the country does well. Let's hope the country does well. Let's hope the country doesn't do badly, and that's why the Democrats win. But the Democrats need a message, and I think they're in desperate search of what that message is going to be.
A reminder to our viewers that here we are taking a live look out there in Palm Beach, Florida for the watch party, in which we are still waiting to see if and when former President Donald Trump, who could be the next president, is going to speak to his supporters. Here we have hit the top of a new hour. My name is Carel. Lajara. Here joining me is my colleague Austin Westfall and political analyst Richard Gordon. Austin, I know that you had another follow-up question for Richard.
Richard, what are you going to be watching for in Trump's speech tonight?
Well, I'll tell you what I'd like to see. I don't know what he's going to see, but I'll tell you what I'd like to see. I would like to see him put away the anger, put away the hurt, put away the victimization that has characterized him as a candidate and as a person for all these years. I would like to see him give a speech where he reaches out to all the American people and starts building the country back again, uniting the country. And, if you listen to the first 15, 20 minutes of his acceptance speech at the Republican convention, that's where he was. And then it devolved into something else with the name calling it and whatnot. I would love to see him just put that away and try to find a way to bring the country back together again. Look, roughly half the country voted for him, roughly half the country voted against him. But we are one country, and we need to go forward, and we need to go forward together, and we need to get rid of this anger and bitterness and name calling and belittling each other. I spoke to someone today who was yelled at in a supermarket for wearing a T-shirt, with a campaign slogan on it. Enough of this. And both sides need to start talking together. We are one country. Let's move forward together. I'm very hopeful that the president-elect is able to do that. I mean, the guy you just showed on your TV with the garbage, thing, it's not funny. I mean, this stuff just isn't funny. This isn't a game show. This isn't reality TV. We didn't just kick someone off the island. This is America. This is real. And Donald Trump has an opportunity today, starting at this minute, to become the person that the country needs, which is a unifier, a person who isn't bitter, isn't angry, isn't name calling, isn't belittling. That's who he needs to be. That's what I'd like to see him do in the speech. And, if he does that, if he starts that, and if that's what his administration is about, he will be enormously successful. He has a mandate now. He's going to have control of the levers of government. He can do virtually anything he wants to do. And I hope and pray that he does it for the good of the American people, and he really does it for all the American people, not just the people who voted for him, not just people who are part of his movement, but people who didn't vote for him, but who want the same thing. We all want the same thing. We want a better life for ourselves, for our family. We want a better life for our country. Donald Trump can do that. Has to start now, and he can't do the things he's done in the past. I think we saw him do it at the convention. I'd like to see him start that right now.
Richard, I do want to ask you one more question before I let you go here. We've been speaking a lot on the former president, Trump, and the fact that Fox News is projecting that he will win the presidency during this election cycle. But let's touch a little bit on the Harris campaign before I let you go here. Can you pinpoint perhaps a moment during her campaign season here in which maybe she fell off to the point where she just couldn't reach those votes that she needed?
Yeah, I actually think there is a moment, frankly. I think it was the moment she was on The View, believe it or not, and they asked her the question of what would you do differently than President Biden, and she said, I can't think of anything. Historically, that just doesn't work. If you look at, Austin, you were talking about American history before. I mean, there's a lot of parallels between 1892 and Grover Cleveland today. There's also an economic situation back then, and it's similar now. But if you look at this historically, only 4 sitting vice presidents have been elected president of the United States. And it's Adams, Jefferson, Martin Van Buren in 1836, and George H.W. Bush. Those are the 4. Vice presidents don't get elected president. And the reason they don't is because they're too tied to the boss, to the president. You need to break from the president. You need to say dramatically, hey, great guy, I serve him, I have a lot of respect. But when I was in the Oval Office talking to him, he decided to go this way. Now I'm the vice president, I don't get that choice. I gave him my best advice. But when I'm president, we're going this way. And seriously, she should have done that on immigration from day one. She should have picked, I'd pick an issue. Immigration would be the one I would pick. And I would have said, this is how I am going to do immigration going forward. And I think for a lot of people, when she was asked that question and couldn't come up with anything, I think it's a problem. I think it was a major issue. And that's why vice presidents don't win the presidency. It's very hard. 4 in 250 years, and 3 of them, were our first 8 presidents. It just doesn't happen. And so, in order to do it, you have to be completely separate. And let's just be honest. Joe Biden's approval rating in Wisconsin is at 31%. If you want to win Wisconsin, you're going to have to show the people, of the Badger State that you are different. That you are different than him, and that you're going to take this country in a different direction. And she failed to do that. And I know it's very hard to be critical of someone who you respect, who you work closely with, who's been very good to you. It's hard to do that. But I'm betting that if the vice president sat down with the president sometime in August and said, look, we know how hard this is. The only way I win, and the only way, by the way, I secure your place in history, right? The only way I secure your legacy is by breaking with you on an issue. And I think Joe Biden, who's been a politician in public life for 50 some odd years, I think he'd turn to her and go, you go do that. You go do that. And I think they would figure out how she would do it. But by failing to do that, she really dug a hole for herself. I'll tell you, I disagreed with the president strongly on this. He had been saying for months that the economy was good. And every time this is while he was running, and every time he was being asked, he said, the economy is doing great. Well, yeah, it's doing great for some people. Some people are doing really well, but some people, and a lot of people, are doing really badly. He never acknowledged that. Now, Harris did acknowledge it. I think she needed to be much more forceful. If we're going to talk history, 1968, Hubert Humphrey, Vietnam War, he didn't break with President Johnson until like October. It's too late. The American people want change. We are a country where we constantly want change. We want something new. And what she needed to do, and boy, isn't this easy to Monday morning or Wednesday morning quarterback, but I've been saying this for months. She needed to break with him. And she needed to break with him very early. And she had a lot of opportunities. During the Dana Bash interview, it would have been a great time. Possibly at her convention speech would have been a good time. I think it was a real missed opportunity. Look, it was going to be hard for her regardless. Overcoming Joe Biden's negatives was going to be difficult, no matter what she said, no matter what she did. We all get it. But without that, I think the hill was just too steep.
Right, Richard Gordon here, political analyst. Also, my colleague Austin Westfall. Thanks so much for joining me here very late at night right now, as we have been reporting that Fox is projecting that President Trump will be once again. We're still waiting for the Associated Press to confirm. But again, Richard, we really appreciate your time. You've been with us really all day. Austin, you as well. I'll check in with you guys soon.
Thanks.
All right.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure being with you.
Of course. Let's keep it moving here, though, at Live Now from Fox, because we still have so many things to get to as we continue our election night coverage, because we are going 48 hours straight, I do believe, here. So there's still a lot more to get to. A Live Now look over in Palm Beach, Florida, where we are still waiting for Donald Trump to take to the stage here. I did see a couple of people possibly set up some more microphones there, adjust some teleprompters, it did seem. So he may be coming up shortly. We'll have it as soon as that gets underway. But in the meantime, it does seem we have some time to kill. So we're going to step away for a commercial break. We continue with more election night coverage next. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a live look out there in Palm Beach, where we are still waiting to see if former President Donald Trump is going to take to the stage. And at this point, it's a question of when. We have a few vantage points here. We can see here on the live camera the governor of South Dakota, Doug Burgum there, and he's also joined by Vivek Ramaswamy, who was once a GOP candidate himself, but of course he has been supporting the former president thus far during the remainder of that election cycle. I do want to bring up a tweet here once again also from Fox News correspondent Chad Pergram. As we did bring you this news, we're still waiting for the Associated Press to confirm, but Chad says this: Fox projects that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States. He's the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland. I do want to go back to that live look, though, because we do see people stepping up there to the microphone, presumably to test the audio ahead of the former president. It's just one of the live looks that we have here that we are continuing to monitor for you. So we will bring it to you as soon as that does get underway. But in the meantime, let's continue on with some more of this political analysis at what has turned out to be quite a historic and a surprising election cycle, at least some would say. So I'd like to bring to the program now Frank Luntz. He is a pollster and communications strategist. So Frank, good to see you, and thanks for joining us here very early in the morning, already on the day after Election Day, at least on the East Coast. But give me your initial thoughts here. So much has happened throughout the last several hours, and you being a pollster, I mean, a lot of people are kind of questioning the polls that we have been receiving throughout these last several weeks.
No, they should. Look at that Iowa poll. It's something that I raised over the last few days. If that poll was correct, Harris was headed to a landslide victory, but it wasn't correct. And think how much time was spent on that Des Moines Register survey. How much column inches in newspapers, how much time on cable news programs, and it was dead wrong. It was off by well beyond the margin of error. I think the industry looks really awful this morning, and that once again, they got the Trump vote wrong, and the industry really has a black eye. But it's more than that. When you think of how the attacks on Trump were so significant, day after day, week after week, month after month, and yet he's returned. It shows you that there's an anger in America, that there's a resentment in America, and the public is it's asking for change. But I remind viewers that the popular vote, which Trump may win, the popular vote is still roughly 50-50. The Electoral College, Trump is going to win, but it's still not overwhelming. The Senate, the Republicans are going to win, but probably by 52-48 and maybe even 53-47. I'm watching Wisconsin right now. And the House is still too close to call. What this tells us is that the American people are agitated, the American people are fed up and frustrated, and that it's going to be up to a Republican president and a Republican Senate to bring back that sense of confidence in the future, of a belief that tomorrow is going to be better than today. Trump is going to have another chance at governing. And this time he's going to want to be focused on results, because in the end, he's going to want to be focused on his legacy and the legacy of the United States of America.
Frank, let's talk a little bit about that legacy of Trump becoming a president, a really historic moment in which he is seeking the second term, not consecutively. So what more can be done now? How does he expand on what he already brought forth during his first term?
The two issues that matter most were the issues that he focused on for the most part. One of them is affordability. And the answers that Vice President Harris gave were not good enough. They were not specific enough. They were not detailed enough for the voters. And immigration simply got worse under the Biden-Harris administration. And so the public wanted to punish the incumbents for not being as successful as the previous administration. Trump's persona was a negative. And I know that some viewers are going to be upset over that, but the public did not like the way he spoke about people and to people, and how he handled his approach, both during the debates and during some of the speeches. Now, that said, they preferred his policies. They preferred his administration over those two critical issues. And that's why he won. And if he's to be successful in the next 4 years, it will be to address affordability, not the economy and not inflation, but affordability, and not just immigration, but national security. These are the reasons why he was reelected, and these are the things that the public wants him to focus on most.
Let's talk about this polling, kind of going back to this, because it's really the big question on so many people's minds at this moment, really how they got it wrong again. When it comes
to ask people, I'm the wrong person to ask, because we were doing focus groups. You need to ask the pollsters. You need to bring the people from the various networks and the big newspapers, because they're the ones that got it wrong. I don't know. I don't know their sampling. I don't know their weighting. And I do want to give them one bit of props, which is most national polls had Trump, and you can look at the Real Clear Politics numbers. They had Trump exactly even with Harris. By the time every vote is counted, because it's now 11:19 on the West Coast, California's closed, Oregon, Washington State, so there are going to be a lot of Democratic numbers coming in. By the time every vote is counted, it is likely that Trump will have narrowly won that popular vote. Most surveys had it dead even, or within 1%. That's accurate. What they did not get was the state-by-state results, and they haven't gotten that right, frankly, in some time, because in the end, the sample sizes are too small. But you're right to ask the question. I don't have an answer for you, because we weren't involved in that.
And I'm sure that a lot of people, even if they were involved in it, are almost asking themselves that very same question, kind of looking back throughout this entire trajectory, thinking, where did we get it wrong when it comes to these samples that they try to take from the American public to try to get these reports out there, try to project these winners heading up to Election Day. I just want to remind our viewers that this is a vantage point that we do have out there in Palm Beach. We are waiting for the former president, a possible soon-to-be president there, to speak to his supporters. And also a reminder to our viewers that Fox News does project that Trump will win, that he will become the 47th president. We are still, however, here waiting to confirm with affirmity with the Associated Press. Now, Frank, let's look throughout these last several hours, these last several weeks, and kind of pinpoint these moments that led us to this at this point, kind of the message that Trump had heading into Election Day that brought us here today.
Well, don't forget that it's two candidates. It's not just Trump, but it's also Vice President Harris. And she never described what she was going to do in the first hour, in the first day, in the first week, in the first month, in the first 100 days, in the first year. She never gave voters the things that they were looking for about affordability and particularly about security. These were the two issues that Trump had the advantage overwhelmingly, and that advantage stayed wide throughout the entire campaign. And I've been criticized by the Harris campaign for being so critical of them. But let's face it, all they did was focus on Trump. All they did was attempt to add to the negativity, to add to the assessments of Trump in a negative way. And it did not work, because in the end, voters need to know why to vote for you, not just against your opponent. And they gave a great synopsis, a negative synopsis of Trump. But that did not work for voters who needed to know why they should trust Harris with her assessments, her analysis, and they didn't. And I think there's going to be a lot of anger directed at Harris's campaign, because I remind you of this. She went from 5 points down to 3.5 points up when she focused on her effort, on the joy, on the excitement of her announcement of her getting in and replacing Joe Biden. And the moment she turned her sights on the Trump, the moment that she started to attack him, that was the peak. And every week after that, she fell and fell and fell. And I think that no candidate will ever be as negative as she was, even calling Trump a fascist. You know what? That didn't add a single vote to her. And in fact, it made voters angry, because calling him a fascist does not make your food more affordable, does not make your healthcare more accessible, does not make your choice of housing more available. And it certainly does nothing to provide a sense of safety and security in the country that people have the right to expect. So great. Her people said, call him a fascist, change the tone of the debate. And that's what cost her, that's part of what cost her the election.
Looking ahead now as we continue to wait for Donald Trump to take to the stage, what do you expect to come next? And not just with Trump, but really with Vice President Harris. We are going to hear from her, if not tonight, tomorrow.
You're not going to hear from her tonight. People have gone home. This reminds me of Hillary Clinton in 2016, and this is just as surprising to some voters as 2016. And my response to them is, you weren't watching. You couldn't see this trend as it was happening. I thought that she was absolutely going to get elected after the presidential debate. And then I realized that voters were taking a second look. And while they had made up their minds about Trump, I think he's about to come out, they did not. They never made up their minds about Harris. And she really lost his campaign. And there you go. And there he is.
Yes. Thank you, Frank, though, for joining us here, of course, at Live Now from Fox, as we continue to track all of this. Such stunning results, really, on this election day. But, Frank, we're going to let you go now. We're going to head over to Florida and get to Trump. So thank you once again. A Live Now look here. As you can see that Donald Trump is stepping up to the stage there with his wife, Melania Trump, his son, Barron, and, of course, all of his other children and his supporters that have been with him every step of the way. I'd like to pump up the audio and let's take a listen.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit.
So while we're waiting here for him to start speaking, of course, there's a lot of people that have to step up there to the stage, and there you can also see his running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. The Associated Press has called Pennsylvania in favor of Donald Trump there. So he is at this moment just about 3 points away from hitting that 270 mark and effectively becoming the 47th president of the United States in what really has been a stunning election cycle of this season, starting off with the fact that it was going to be current President Joe Biden facing off against Donald Trump. All of that changed fairly quickly in July when we learned that Vice President Kamala Harris would be stepping up there to fill in that Democratic nomination. And here, kind of culminating to this moment, live there in Florida, House Speaker Mike Johnson as well there. All of the Republicans that have been backing the former president up until now. He is about to speak, I believe. Coming out to that standard song that we have been hearing at every single campaign rally for the last several weeks. Coming down to this moment, the first time we'll be hearing from him since Fox News had projected that he would be the 47th president. But let's take a listen.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's great. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job, terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, But he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. Slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came and he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, we just listened there to Donald Trump speaking to his supporters in West Palm Beach, Florida, addressing quite a large crowd there that has been waiting for quite some time. He was joined on stage by so many of his family members, his wife, Melania Trump, and also his vice presidential pick, his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance. It has been a long day here at Live Now from Fox as we have continuously tracked all of these election results up to this moment. Now, just a reminder to all of our viewers that Fox News did project that Donald Trump would be the 47th president. However, we are still waiting to confirm that with the Associated Press. We do rely on them for anything that they call. Trump at this moment has 267 of the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House. He is leading in Michigan and Wisconsin, where his two clearest paths to victory rely on Harris not winning enough of the outstanding votes in Wayne and Milwaukee counties. The AP is still waiting on the next update from both locations to determine whether Harris has any path to overtake Trump in either state. We're going to use this opportunity to step away for a quick commercial break. We continue with our election coverage next. Welcome back, and thank you all for sticking with us here at Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Carel, Lajara, and we are continuing with our election night coverage. Now, just before the break, I want to take you back out here because we still have a live vantage point over in West Palm Beach, Florida, where we just heard from Donald Trump speaking to a lot of his supporters there, as we did also bring you the news that Fox News is projecting that Trump will be the 47th president. However, still waiting for the Associated Press to confirm that. I do want to bring up this graphic as well because we are still kind of receiving more of these votes even late into the evening here on the West Coast, just about to hit midnight. Over on the East Coast, we are already in the next day on Wednesday, but take a look at this. In Minnesota, 10 electoral votes going to Harris there with 52% of the total there. Trump at 46%. That is confirmed by the Associated Press. But let's break down all of these numbers that we know thus far, everything that's happened throughout the last several hours coming up to this moment. So I'm bringing into the conversation now my colleague, Austin Westfall, who's been with us all day. Austin, what are we still tracking at this time?
Yeah, it's been a big question as to why some media outlets are calling the race for Trump and others haven't quite gotten there yet. That's because we here at Live Now from Fox, we rely on the Associated Press decision desk in order to make these calls. So let's pull up our map and let's look at what we're working with from the AP. Right now, they've got Trump 3 votes shy of the magic number. All of the indicators are pointing to the fact that Trump will eventually pull this one out. We're looking at Michigan. Right now, 77% of the votes counted, roughly 7 points Trump is leading by in Michigan. Wisconsin, another battleground state. How are they looking? 91% of the votes have been counted so far. 91% in Wisconsin. Trump looks like he's got a 4-point advantage in Wisconsin. So it's looking like we very well could be looking at Trump performing better than expected in just about every single battleground that we've been talking about so much these past few weeks. Arizona, we expect more results will come in tomorrow. It's been stuck around 50% for quite some time. That one's a little bit even. It looks like Trump's got like a 1.5 point advantage right now. Finally, let's look at Nevada. Nevada is another one of those crucial battlegrounds that we've been watching so closely. 81% of the vote in right now. Trump has roughly a 5% lead over Harris in Nevada. So Trump has a lead in just about every place that matters. We did not expect Trump to sweep all of the battleground states. He hasn't officially done such so far. We've only heard official calls from the AP in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Of course, Michigan and Wisconsin, Arizona and Nevada, they are leaning in Trump's favor right now. Nonetheless, we expect calls from those states as time goes on. Of course, the AP doesn't call these things unless they're absolutely certain that there is no path whatsoever for Harris to catch up. While we're talking about these maps, let's look at the Senate. We haven't checked in on the Senate in a while. The Republicans did gain control in the Senate. It was held by the Democrats, and now come January, the Republicans will take control of it. They've done such. They officially have 51 out of the 50 that they need. And then, as we just heard that speech there, we very well could be talking about a J.D. Vance who would be breaking ties if any scenario were to come up that way. But will we even be talking about ties in the future in the Senate? That's a question, because look at all of the toss-up Senate races, all of these states in pink. That means that they're leaning Republican. We've got Pennsylvania, and let's make sure that we're looking at the correct figures here. Dave McCormick outpacing Bob Casey with 95% of the votes in. McCormick up by Casey by just over a percentage point. Only 5% of the votes left to tabulate. As far as Michigan, the state between the race between Mike Rogers and Alyssa Slotkin. Right now, Rogers has a commanding lead over Slotkin. We're talking about roughly a 5-point lead, 77% of the votes, just over 3/4 of the votes tallied in in Michigan. Now let's move to Wisconsin, where 91% of the votes have been tallied. Eric Hovde outpacing Tammy Baldwin right now by just over 2 points. Carel, all of these races were expected to be tight, but it's looking like the Republicans are getting the advantage in just about every battleground possible, except for Arizona. We'll get to that in a second. Tim Sheehy right now outpacing a 3-term Democratic incumbent in Jon Tester. Jon Tester has built a reliable coalition, a Democratic coalition, in a solid red state. He's done that, and he's been elected 3 times. He's been, you could argue, elected in 3 positive cycles for the Democrats. When he initially was voted into Congress, that was a year where there was a referendum on the Bush administration because of the war. That was a positive year for Democrats. Tester being elected that year in 2006. Go ahead to 2012, another positive year for Democrats. That's when Obama was in office. Go ahead to 2018. That was another blue wave year. That was the midterm after Trump got elected. So Jon Tester in Montana, he has had favorable years that he's been up for re-election every single time. Things are a little more polarized this time, and it looks like Tim Sheehy very well finally could bring him the challenge that could turn this seat and flip it red. Again, though, only 39% of the votes counted so far, but Sheehy right now with a 6-point advantage over Jon Tester. Let's move into some of these other western states. Nevada. Sam Brown with the edge over Jackie Rosen. We've got 4/5 of the vote in right now, and this one's tighter. Sam Brown has has a little bit under a point advantage over Jackie Rosen right now. Jackie Rosen, the Democratic incumbent, 0.8 of a percentage point. Sam Brown right now leading in that race. The final one I want to bring you to, Carel, Arizona. This is one that's been fascinating. Ruben Gallego, he's a member of the House, and he has been in a battle with Kari Lake. Kari Lake unsuccessfully ran for governor in 2022 of Arizona. She was beat out by Democrat Katie Hobbs. She's faced some scrutiny because of election results. There's been lots of litigation from the Lake camp and a lot of conversation about her not accepting her loss in 2022 to the Democrat Hobbs. Ultimately, 52% of the votes have been cast so far. All of the polls have said that Lake was going to be trailing in this race, and it looks like Gallego, at least for now, with half of the votes being tallied, it does appear that Gallego has an advantage. We'll wait to get more votes in from areas like Maricopa County when the sun comes up. Now, the House map is a very complex one. This is every district in the country. There's been competitive races as far west as Alaska, as far east as Maine. We're still seeing that some of these haven't been called. This one's leaning blue up here. Alaska's at-large district leaning red at the moment, but there's also a number of races in California's Central Valley. There's a few in Southern California that are going to be competitive. It's very possible, Carel, that it could take time for those results to come in. Balance of power in the House is something we can't really say quite yet. 218 is the magic number. The Republicans certainly have the advantage right now, 192 versus 172, but nobody sniffing that 218 number for now. All eyes still on the presidential race. Trump at 267. The reason why we have not been able to call this race yet again is because the AP has not called it. We do know that other outlets have called it, but the AP hasn't called Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, Alaska. If Alaska gets called by the AP, that officially wraps this one up from the AP's perspective. That's 3 electoral votes. That gives Trump the 270 that he needs. He could also get Wisconsin, Michigan. That would wrap this up as well. He can get any of these states and would wrap it up. The only state I'm not expecting to get results from tonight, Carel, would be Arizona. So we'll leave it at that for now. Let you know if there's any major changes to the map as the night progresses.
All right, so still a lot that we're waiting for here. Election coverage continues. I want to bring us out a live look at the White House there because, of course, the presidential contest has been really the big talker all throughout this evening and this day heading into already the next day after elections. To continue on this conversation, I'd like to bring onto the program now Christina Bellantani, the Media Center Director at USC School for Communication and Journalism. Christina, thanks for joining us. A very late night, a lot to get to, a lot to discuss. Now, you just heard a really thorough wrap up there of some of the races that we have been watching all day across the country, not just when it comes to the president. But let's start by just asking you if there's anything that really caught you by surprise during this election cycle.
Oh, during the cycle, gosh, it was the cycle of unprecedented items. For tonight, I was thinking a few different surprises. Once I saw that Sherrod Brown did lose in Ohio, that was really the indicator that the Republicans were going to have a pretty strong night. I figured he's well liked in the state. He was probably going to pull that out, even if Trump managed to win the presidency. So that changed my assumption. That's based on years of covering him, years of covering Ohio, but I haven't actually been to Ohio this cycle. I just got back. I was in Nevada from Friday until late Monday night with my students, and you could feel the energy in both parties. And it was completely split down the middle. Every single event that we went to, every single early voting location that we went to, the students were hearing a different person that the voters supported. It was really, really mixed. But the activity on the ground, I mean, you had dozens of buses coming in from Los Angeles, the people knocking on the doors, making phone calls, all of that. You also had a ton of energy of people just casting those votes early to make sure that they got their ballots in. So in the end, this is exactly what we kind of thought was going to be. This is a razor-thin contest, actually less of a razor-thin margin in some of these places than I had expected. And, you know, Trump could have won and Kamala Harris could have won, and it looks like Trump is going to win. You know, we also wait for the AP here in the student newsroom. And California, I always like to point out, we count votes for weeks upon weeks. We have I think it's 23 million voters now, and you don't have all of that vote counted, and you're not going to have that for a while. So those popular vote numbers are going to shift a little bit. But in the end, there's a lot of work to do as a journalist and as somebody that's training young journalists to look at what's next, right? What does a Trump administration look like? What does it look like if the Democrats win back control of the House, which I think they're poised well to do. Again, probably not for at least a week, maybe even two, as they count these votes, particularly in California. And then what does it look like to have a Republican Senate, particularly when it comes to the Supreme Court, when it comes to cabinet nominations, and on and on. I mean, there's a lot to do.
Yeah, and just to give some context here, Christina is a seasoned political journalist turned media center director at the USC Annenberg School. She works with journalism students, and she travels to battleground states to report on stories with students. She's been doing such in the lead up to today's election day. Christina, let's talk about the popular vote. Right now, Harris stands at 63 million votes, Trump at 68 million votes. Let's go to California. California right now, reporting 48% of the votes are in. Harris has just over 5 million. And Trump has 3.3 million. So, if history is any indicator, Christina, how long until we know what the popular vote looks like? How long does it take? You said weeks possibly, but we're anticipating that Democratic vote could get run up as the days and weeks go by in California. Is that how it works?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be enough to have her win the popular vote. It's not impossible. Even today, my students, we went an in-class field trip, and we went to a polling location in the University Park neighborhood, which is not quite South LA, but it's off campus, so it's not students. And I had they interviewed 26 people, and there were 3 Trump voters, 1 RFK Jr. voter, even though he dropped out and has asked people not to vote for him, and the rest were strong Harris supporters. And that, to me, that's about right. That's California. You're seeing that, particularly here in LA. He's not getting that many numbers, but Trump's votes have always been the highest here in California because we have so much of a population. And to me, what it really speaks to is this messaging that the Republicans went on and on about when they asked Harris, is there anything you would change from the Biden years? And she said, I can't think of any. That was playing at every single event. It was on every single radio station. It was on every single television ad. And you couple that with the arguments that the Republican Party was making about Democrats have taken you for granted, Latino voters or Black voters or whatever coalition, that just was enough, right? To have her not be able to pull it together. And I will tell you, 2016 was very different. The Clinton campaign left a lot on the table. They made some mistakes. They never once campaigned in Wisconsin, for example. The Harris campaign didn't. They worked until the end. They spent every dollar they had. In Nevada, they spent all this money and had the giant ad on the Sphere, on the Strip. And they, again, had all these phone banks today, the great big calls with all the celebrities. They really worked their tails off. And in the end, Trump just has more voters. And I'm really curious to see how she frames this tomorrow, what President Biden says, what some of the leaders in Congress say, about working with the Trump administration. All of it is just, my mind is going about all the different storylines that everybody should be pursuing now, what this looks like going forward.
Christina, you're not the only person to mention this comment that Harris had made where she couldn't think of anything she would do differently from the Biden administration, and how ultimately some folks do feel that was her undoing during this election cycle. But I want you to elaborate a little bit more about kind of the storyline going forward. What are these questions that are going to be asked on the Harris campaign, on Harris herself, when we talk about how all of this has transpired?
One of the students asked tonight, we did this big event here on campus. So this is the screen, this is the building I work in. We have this great big forum area. I had 400 students watching election results with us. And a student asked, would this be a different story if Harris had nominated Governor Josh Shapiro to be her running mate? Maybe she would have just won Pennsylvania. Maybe, right? Pennsylvania, they campaigned there. She parked there. Her last events were there. They did everything they possibly could in Pennsylvania and didn't win it. Does the person, affect it maybe half a point margin? That's not what she lost Pennsylvania by ultimately. So maybe that would have done something. In the end, I think that probably would have frustrated the pro-Palestinian movement, which in the end actually kind of went with Harris. Multiple people from the uncommitted movement in some of the top states, including Michigan, ended up backing her. There was this effort called Swap the Vote, where they were saying if you live in a swing state, if you agree to vote for Harris to stop Trump, we'll pair you with somebody who doesn't live in a swing state that will vote for a third party candidate to be your protest vote. So that's kind of interesting. And did that make any difference? Like, I don't know that Shapiro on the ticket would have helped anything there. I also did notice it was interesting to me, and particularly on the far right, how lampooned Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has been. That surprised me. Here, the college students, they all like him. He, has seemed, like not that different from politicians. I covered him on Capitol Hill. I've known him for a long time, but you heard the constant references to Tampon Tim. They're calling him the dancing queen. They're mocking him for being subservient to the vice president. A lot of that messaging. So had she picked a different vice president, like maybe that would have been effective. But in the end, most people that we talked to that were pro-Trump were very much, I'm not doing well in my pocketbook. My business is struggling. I don't have a job. I can't find a job, whatever that may be. My kids can't afford rent. That is the driving issue. Even when people say, it's immigration or it's abortion on the left, it really was how people are feeling about their own personal economic situation that I think helped a lot of people decide what to do in this race.
Christina, when you were taking your students, when you and your students were doing your journalism, boots on the ground in Arizona, Nevada, you guys visited the Rust Belt as well. Did you pick up any sense of what we're seeing tonight?
Yeah, a couple things. They still haven't called the Michigan Senate race, I believe.
They have not, and I'll actually let you know where we're standing right there. I mean, Michigan right now with 78% of the votes in, Trump has a 7-point lead.
Yeah. So to me, when we went to Michigan, now granted it was in September, we found no energy for the Democrats. And I think we even talked about it on your show, Austin. Yeah. There was a vehement pro-Palestinian movement. We went to several protests. There were a lot of people that were saying, no way, we will not vote for Harris under any circumstances. And there just didn't seem to be a lot of energy or organizing. Again, it was early, and early vote wasn't happening yet. And it was before Trump had made the remarks kind of mocking Detroit. And so I really left thinking like, oh, yeah, he's definitely going to win here. And for sure, Mike Rogers is going to win. I've, again, known him for years, covered him as a member of Congress. And Slotkin, nobody named her. There were no signs. It just didn't feel like there was any energy. And, her fate seemed kind of inextricably tied to Kamala Harris's fate. So that, to me, was kind of what I felt. In Arizona, it was totally divided. A lot of people questioning the legitimacy of the election, both the 2020 election, but even just the concept of mailing in a ballot today, even as the Republicans had this huge mail-in ballot effort. They really worked to make sure that people got their votes in early so that then they could do extra work on election day or have that crossed off their list. And then Nevada, as I mentioned, there just was so much energy from both parties at the end. Just really felt like big stakes, big energy, big electricity. So I will be very interested to see what those end results end up looking like in Nevada. But this is all lining up about what I thought.
Wow. Christina, is there anything that you can pick at or pinpoint when it comes to Harris's messaging that perhaps it just didn't have as strong of an impact, I suppose, to voters as to what Trump has been saying all along? Or perhaps it's the fact that Harris did have so much less time to campaign?
I really don't know. And especially the last couple of weeks, late-breaking voters were all telling the students, oh, I was undecided, I went for Harris. I had the students today, they called back undecided voters from Michigan. What did you end up deciding? They all went for Harris, every single one of them. There were like 30 people they called. So to me, like, it just seemed like that's what she had. And I think, again, the media probably overcovered some of Trump's just weird things over the last few weeks, which to some people make him totally unelectable. And other people are like, it's just Trump. And I think people overascribe those as voting motivators. In the end, like, the American people know who Donald Trump is. And if they think that he is flawed and they support him, they overlook those flaws because they support him. And that is just the fact of the matter. Like, I think she ran a really good campaign. She had smart people. They worked hard. They spent the money the right way. I've covered campaigns for 2 decades. That doesn't always happen. You know, you think about even 2004, John Kerry didn't spend all of his money. 2016, Hillary Clinton didn't think about that blue wall, took a lot of stuff for granted. And she did everything she possibly could.
You know, I'm going to just ask a question that I've asked a few of our guests tonight, but it's a point of curiosity for me. Why is it that these 3 states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, we haven't gotten official calls yet in Wisconsin and Michigan, but since 1992, they've all voted as a unit. Most of the years, it's been blue. In 2016, they were all red, and it's very possible that today we're going to see that they're all going to be red. Why is it that these 3 states tend to vote together?
Yeah, it's a good question. I've spent a lot of time in those states reporting on both this cycle and in previous cycles. You know, there's sort of that Midwestern grit. It's not like the Kansas, Iowa, Missouri Midwestern. It's like that we're forged in the hard freezing winds of Canada. And it's, you know, like, I don't know, they're tougher, but they're also nice. And there's just kind of a sense that people do feel kind of similar in their thought process. Like, they're working people. Like, there's a lot of those things like that. There's not as much of the haves and have-nots that you see in some other states where, you know, you see this like huge divides between an urban city and a rural area. Another thing they have in common is they have native population, but they have urban centers that are also pretty reflective of the national population. There are refugees in some of these states. Like, you've got some just interesting dynamics. Geographically, they're like kind of similar. But I think the economic situation in these states has tended to be pretty similar as well, where you see like one is suffering, like Michigan being at the top because of the auto industry having, you know, so many different peaks and valleys. The other states are kind of tied to that with similar industry. But it's a good question. And we love looking for these trends to be able to extrapolate any meaning out of an election. In the end, we're looking at results counted, and we know that there are many, many, many more votes still to be counted. So I want to really take a look at that and do analysis once we know everything, what the whole picture was. Where did she not perform? I mean, we had experts on the panel that I moderated tonight who were talking about how, you know, she managed to not have the same margins of victory in the cities, in the suburban areas, as Biden did in 2020, which surprised me because they worked harder.
So, Christina, another point of fascination for me, we're getting into the nitty-gritty here. What I've got on my map, and Carel, if you could take me in full, I want to show Osceola County. This is a county that's just south of Orlando. Why is it interesting? It's because about 1/3 of the population in this county is Puerto Rican. There's been a lot of news in the past week about the comments that comedian Tony Hinchcliffe made there. I've got the numbers from 2020. Biden won this county by 14 points 4 years ago. This time around, Trump won this county by 2 points. Does it appear to you, at least from what we're seeing in this one county, that the Puerto Rican angle to all this didn't seem as consequential as we might have thought?
That's astonishing. I'm like shocked by that number. It's a huge swing too.
Yeah.
Even if you didn't have the Puerto Rican comments, to see a Florida county swing that far just says a lot about what we know about demographics in this country right now. And again, like the argument has been for a long time from the Republicans, like the Democrats take Latinos and Black people for granted as being with them, and they haven't been speaking to their issues. And like, that's correct. That is something that has been happening. And while the Harris campaign, I think, really tried to correct for that, there was probably maybe too much of a focus on the Puerto Rican thing. People were really mad. It supposedly was going to make a difference in Pennsylvania, where there's a big Puerto Rican population. So that's like a really fascinating county to look at. I'm going to use that in class on Tuesday.
You're welcome.
Christina, I do just have one more question for you here. When we talk about maybe the messaging that we have seen throughout this election cycle within the media, when you teach your journalism students, what did we learn? Because, you can't say that either of these candidates were perfect. They each had storylines that clearly would make them unappealing to voters. And yet, at the end of the day, we are going to have a winner. I mean, what do we learn about the messaging distinctly between these two candidates?
Yeah. It's a hard question to answer because in the end, it's what they would do. And you heard, I mentioned how the economy was such a driving factor. And you heard person after person say, like, well, Trump's going to help me and my family. And I haven't really heard anything in his policy proposals, but we also know how he governed. And that doesn't actually line up. I don't know that he's going to do a whole bunch for the working class people. Maybe the no tax on tips thing is going to end up being big if he can even get something passed, which again is totally open question with a divided Congress, or at least really narrowly divided Congress. If Republicans do retain the control in the House, I'm baffled by some of this because it doesn't add up when you look at what people's interests are and what those policies might actually be. And the Democrats, the other thing is, I mentioned, they didn't leave anything on the table. They really were all over this. They worked as hard as they could. They also had the advantage of abortion being the driving issue for a lot of people on the far left, and ballots enshrining reproductive rights in state constitutions, which all passed. And people fervently, we had voters talking to my students. They were in tears. I'm here to protect my daughter and her right to choose in the future. And women's health is just so important, because they were so passionate about it. And in the end, that just wasn't enough. It was a big strategy. Even President Biden made that a huge part of his strategy before he ended his campaign. Harris picked that right up. It was almost every single ad in Nevada these last couple of days. And it wasn't enough people. And I just really believe, to me, it seems like the economy was the bigger factor. And to a lesser extent, immigration. That's another thing. What is he proposing? What does a wall look like? What does immigration policy look like? Is there any sort of pathway to citizenship for any of the people who are already in this country? Do you actually have mass deportations of people? What does that look like? I'm not sure that he'll actually do that, or that he'll be able to get that done. So again, it's just all very up in the air.
All right, well, Christina Bellantoni, the Media Center Director for the USC Annenberg School of Communication and Journalism. It's very late night right now. We appreciate your time here at Live Now from Fox. Also, my colleague, Austin Westfall. Thanks. We'll check in soon.
Good to see you, Christina.
Thank you. Good night.
Of course, good night. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break here at Live Now from Fox. We're not saying good night just yet, though, because we continue with our election night coverage. A live look at the White House right now in Washington, D.C. We'll see you back here right after this. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Carel, Lajara, and we are continuing with our election coverage going on here for the next several hours, continuing to bring you some of this live content. Also, the latest when it comes to several of these races that we're following, not just the presidential race, but of course, House and Senate races across the country. Let's continue our conversation and keep it moving here. I'm going to bring in now, once again, my colleague, Austin Westfall, and joining us is political analyst Brian Sobel. Brian, Austin, good to see you both. It's been a trek these last few hours with all of these results that we continue to get in, all of these big headlines that we're following. And Brian, I'm going to start with you and really just pose the question, what is your big story of Election Day? What were you most interested by?
I think the Harris campaign, at the end of the day, really underperformed, and that there's just no two ways about it. And also, there's this old adage in politics that the economy leads the way. And I think a lot of Americans today looked at the economy and, as they have in the past, decided that the economy is not where they want it to be. And all these other ancillary issues that Kamala Harris was running on and talking about weren't resonating. And I think that accounts for much of her, for many of her problems. And, the fact that she wouldn't sit down and do an interview with anybody. And her speeches were, incomplete. She didn't make her case to the American people. She clearly said that Donald Trump was not good. She didn't like him. But she didn't say what she was going to bring to the American people. And I think her message at the end of the day just did not resonate.
So, Brian, let's go through the map that we've been staring at this entire night. I'm going to just go through the battlegrounds that are still in question right now. Wisconsin has not officially been called by the Associated Press, but with 92% of the votes tallied, right now we're seeing Trump with about a 4-point advantage. As far as Michigan goes, 4/5 of the vote have been counted. Trump has roughly a 7-point advantage in that state. Let's pull up Pennsylvania as well. Right now, 96% of the vote counted. The AP has called this one officially in favor of Trump. He is up by over 2 points, almost 3 points. When you look at these figures, Brian, we've been talking with you so often in recent weeks, recent months, about how close this race is. Your initial reaction to seeing how well Trump is performing in some of these battlegrounds?
You bring up a great point, Austin. I have said for the longest time, this is a 1 to 2.5 point race. And you're seeing that Trump is outperforming that line, as it were, in many of these states, through all of the battleground states that were just razor thin margins in the polling. He's done better. I think there were a lot of people holding back in these various states. Either they weren't talking to pollsters, or they were just going to go into the polling booth, or they were going to send in their ballot, whatever, and vote for Trump and not say much about it. And that's clear because you have this spread that's appearing in all these states. And don't forget that Donald Trump tonight wins the popular vote going away as well.
I like that point that you just brought up there, the fact that Donald Trump may be winning the popular vote here as well. How surprising is that for you to see, Brian? Because, if we reflect back to 2016, yes, he won the presidency, but it was Hillary Clinton that won the popular vote during that election cycle. So it's quite different what we're seeing here, not quite deja vu.
No, but there have only been 5 presidents in the history of the United States that received more popular votes than their opponent, but lost in the Electoral College. If Trump had lost tonight, he would have been the 6th, but that's not the case. And I think the numbers, when this is all said and done, are going to be rather stunning in favor of Donald Trump, at least as we look at it at this hour. There are a lot of ballots out there still, but you start watching trends, and if you've watched as many elections as guys like I have, you don't change the percentages very easily. It takes huge movements of people to do that. And so I think Donald Trump's on his way to as I said on one other television interview, I think he's on his way to a blowout tonight.
Yeah, this would be the first popular vote he's won in the 3 elections that he's participated in. Brian,
right.
This is going to be a real fascinating point. We just brought this up with Christina. I want to get your take on it as well. Osceola County, just south of Orlando. This is a fascinating county. About a third of the population there is Puerto Rican. Of course, comedian Tony Hinchcliffe, some of that joke that was made at Madison Square Garden yesterday, a lot of headlines about that. And there was a lot of questions over whether that would hurt Trump's chances in counties like Osceola. I'll give you some numbers, Brian. Right now, with 99% of the votes tallied, Trump winning Osceola County by 50% to Harris's 48%. So basically, Trump winning it by 1.5 points. Let's go back 4 years. Trump lost this very same county by 14 points just 4 years ago. Talk about not only the significance of hearing that in the context of the joke last week, but also in the context of such a big swing in a county like Osceola.
I think other issues, including the economy, immigration, and numerous other things, overshadowed a joke made by a comedian at Madison Square Garden that Trump may or may not even have heard. I think people set aside that kind of thing for the greater good. And I think Puerto Rican folks, when they are interviewed here over the next few days, are going to say, hey, didn't like the joke, didn't like it at all, but it wasn't Trump who made the joke, number one. And number two is this is a person that has reached out and done, I think we will find, very well with Black folks, young people, young men in particular, women. He's kind of covered the board a little bit, and that is going to account for his victory tonight.
Brian, something else that I found interesting when we talk about the Harris campaign and kind of this platform that she ran on, she did want to focus a lot on these reproductive rights for women, almost kind of going back to this thought of the overturning of Roe v. Wade by Supreme Court justices that Donald Trump had appointed. How did that, or did it backfire in any way? What kind of messaging did Trump have? Did it kind of sway it his way, where people also almost didn't mind this whole kind of idea and narrative that the Harris campaign was trying to paint on the Trump campaign, that, you know, Harris is the one that's going to really care about reproductive rights?
Well, we'll have to see, but I think Donald Trump did a pretty good job of trying to explain that nobody was taking away anyone's rights. The reproductive rights question was going back to the states, for each state to make their own decision. And Kamala Harris was basically trying to pin anything on Trump that she could, including the fact that he, Donald Trump, was the one who stole the rights of women in America. I think women in America took a little harder look at that and said, well, yeah, Roe v. Wade was taken away, but there were a lot of Democrats and Republicans and jurists and judges who all said it should be a states' right issue. So I'm not sure at the end of the day that resonated the way that the Harris campaign thought it would.
All right, Brian. So let's not let it get lost on us that this was a historic presidential cycle. This one had twists. This one had turns. This one was crazy. I mean, there's no other word to use for it. July specifically. I mean, we saw 2 different assassination attempts. We saw President Biden going from being the guy to saying, I'm no longer the guy, his vice president, picking up where he left off and very, very quickly putting together a presidential campaign. Can you put this into context for us? What have we experienced in these past few months? And I'll use the word again, just how crazy at times did we just go through?
Well, it was Mr. Toad's wild ride. It just, like you say, it was just a crazy experience. Everything that happened. One of the things that we will spend more time on is the fact that Kamala Harris was able to run a campaign of 107 days. And $1 billion. And she should have been able to spend that better, I think. But 107 days is 107 days. And one of the questions that will be asked, I think, over and over again is, why didn't Democrats ask President Biden to leave the race, much earlier? And the answer may have been he wasn't going to leave the race. He wasn't going to take that decision. But that was just one of those elements. The assassination attempt in Butler was another. The possible assassination attempt at the golf course in Florida, another. It goes on and on. This was really, really a unique campaign in American history. But as somebody who studied a lot of campaigns in American history, we've had some doozies. If you think back to the animus between Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr that arose from presidential politics and politics in general, that ended up, I would remind our viewers, in a duel where Alexander Hamilton was shot and killed by Aaron Burr. So, I mean, we've got a lot of interesting things in American history. Thomas Jefferson, third president of the United States, took him 35 ballots in the House of Representatives to become president. So we've got many, many examples. And as I like to say, and quote Mark Twain, history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes.
It's the one thing we didn't see this cycle as an actual duel, Brian. Sorry, Carel, I didn't mean to step on.
Yeah, well.
No, that's totally fine, you guys. I do want to interrupt, though, for a little bit here. I want to bring up this. We do have a graphic. Nevada, very close to calling this race. 93% of those estimated votes counted here. Donald Trump up by 52%, Harris by 47%. And then I also have this, a look at Wisconsin as well. 92% of those estimated votes counted. Trump still leading here, 51%. And Harris at 47%, so similar to what we're seeing in Nevada. Brian, I guess my next question with this is, what's next for the Democratic Party here? How do they move forward? How do they regroup? How do they, take control of even this situation?
They are going to have to do a real look in the mirror. The idea that certain ethnic groups in particular are just going to vote Democrat because they've always voted Democrat, they're going to have to take a hard look at that. Even the Puerto Rican community. Obviously, Donald Trump spoke to a lot of people in the Puerto Rican community, as he did in the Black community, the Latino community, the Hispanic community. He did all that. And again, it all circles back oftentimes to, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? And the answer for a lot of these people is no. And we tend to place these various groups in a kind of a monolithic category. Everybody who's Black thinks something. Everybody who's Latino thinks something. That couldn't be further from the truth. On an issue like immigration, you may have opinions all over the board, even among the Latino and Hispanic community, where a lot of these illegal immigrants are coming from in South America and other places, Mexico. And so knowing that illegal immigrants can come into the United States and take the jobs of hardworking recent immigrants, that doesn't play well. And if they're voters, they say, hey, I'm voting for the person that is going to protect my job. Again, the economy.
Although our partner, the Associated Press, hasn't officially called the presidential race yet, we know which way that race is leaning. We also officially know that the Republicans have taken control of the Senate, Brian. We're looking at our House map right now. The magic number is 218. Neither party has been able to claim 218 right now. 194 for Republicans, 175 for Democrats. You're based in California. I know there's a number of toss-up races in your home state that'll help decide the balance of power. Tell us about those races and tell us about how long of a wait we might be in.
Well, I don't think the wait will be long. I think data will come in by tomorrow or over the next couple of days, unless the race is contested. If it falls within a certain percentage, 0.5% or 1%, there's an automatic recount. You may have some of that, but you've got 5 or 6 races in California that could go either way. Maybe 4 or 5, and that would change those numbers. So we don't know about the balance of power yet in the House of Representatives. We obviously do with the Senate with some great certainty. And yes, Associated Press hasn't called the presidential race yet, but I think that's imminent.
All right, Brian here, Brian Sobel, political analyst. Brian, I know it's been a very long day with so many of these races that we've been tracking, but I do just want to ask if there's anything you feel that you would like to add, maybe even in this election cycle as a whole, before I let you go.
Thank you for that. I would just have viewers think about a couple of things. One is the whole dynamic of our political system has been changed tonight. We will have a president-elect and vice president-elect for the next 90 days or so. But meanwhile, you're going to have countries around the world that will now start pivoting away from Joe Biden towards Donald Trump. And how that plays out is of is serious business. What is Zelensky thinking tonight? What is Putin thinking? Bibi Netanyahu in Israel. All of these things are going to come into focus very, very soon. And so I would say to viewers before we sign off, or before I do tonight, if you got out and voted, fantastic, good for you. The next 90 days are going to be very interesting to watch.
Truly a true statement there, Brian Sobel, because of course, I mean, we call these elections here, we're kind of watching it, but it's not just one day, isn't it? It's really the trajectory of these next 4 years, especially these next 90 days. Brian Sobel, political analyst, my colleague here, Austin Westfall, always appreciate your guys' time. We'll talk soon.
Great seeing you both, and chat soon.
Of course. You have a good night, Brian. You've been working way too hard. All right, we're going to step away for a quick commercial break, but as you know, here at Live Now from Fox, we continue with more of this election coverage. A Live Now look at the White House in Washington, D.C. We'll have more from Election Day next. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is a live look. Where was this, Ryan? Speaking to my producer here, because ballots are still being counted. What is that? Where are we, Ryan? Milwaukee. All right, because we are continuing with our Election Day coverage here at Live Now from Fox. We had got you covered all throughout Election Day, and of course, heading into the night, we are nonstop here bringing you all of these latest headlines. Let's check in one more time with my colleague here, Austin Westfall. Austin, I've been saying it for quite some time now. It has been long. It has been busy. You have been up there for hours, kind of keeping us up to date. Go. What do you got for us?
That's how these election days go. That's just how it goes. Let's look at the map one final time before we log off for the evening, Carel. So here's what we're working with. Again, I sound like a broken record, but it is worth reiterating. We get our numbers from the Associated Press. Certain news outlets, they've been able to call this race already. Others, they have not. It all depends on which decision desk you're working with. We're working with the Associated Press. They have not yet called this in favor of Donald Trump officially. Trump has 267. 3 more will do it for him. Alaska, 3 electoral votes up for grabs. That'll do it for him. Wisconsin would do it for him. Michigan would do it for him. He's got sizable leads in both of these states and in Alaska as well. Arizona, it's very possible. And you know what? Let's open up Arizona. This is a state that has been very slowly trickling in. It was at 51% for a long time. Then it was at 52% for a long time. Now it's all the way up to 53%. Nonetheless, the results haven't changed too much. Trump has had roughly 50% of the vote as the night has progressed. Harris trailing him by roughly 2 points. Those 11 electoral votes are what is up for grabs there. Finally, our look at Nevada. This is the final swing state that we're going to talk about. 93% of the votes and 6 electoral votes up for grabs in Nevada. Trump with a comfortable lead of roughly 5 points in Nevada. So Trump has the advantage in just about every swing state. We're waiting for an official call from the Associated Press, Carel.
All right, Austin. Well, all that is good stuff that we are going to continue to follow here because, like I've been mentioning, this coverage continues. We are going nonstop, wall to wall. And Austin, I'm going to bring in now our friend and colleague over in Orlando.
Oh, yeah.
Josh Reslow.
There we go.
He's about to take over that coverage. Josh, all right. What do we got? How's it looking? How you doing? How you feeling? It's election
Good morning, by the way.
Yeah, good morning. I'm going to have to keep up with you, Carel, and Austin, Andrew Kraft. You guys have been doing an amazing job there as these results have been coming in. You've been bringing them to the viewers there and, of course, alerting them first. Now, as Austin mentioned at this point, we are still waiting on the Associated Press to call the presidential race. We know that Trump is very close to the 270 electoral votes that are needed to clinch that election there. And we do also know that Fox News is reporting that he is the projected winner. So we're going to keep an eye on all of that, but also check in with our different Fox affiliates as they begin their newscast. They're going to have some very interesting interviews. We will have the same thing with our experts as you've been doing all throughout the morning. But I mean, fantastic coverage from all of you there. So hopefully we can keep it up. No, you know what? We are going to keep it up here.
And we look forward to passing the baton to you, Josh. We know that you're going to keep it up, and we look forward to your coverage all morning.
Of course, we're excited about this. Our viewers, I mean, stay tuned here because Josh, he got up bright and early. He's out here. He is really informed. He's ready to bring you all of that, like he mentioned, with more expert analysis. And we're going to be dipping in, checking in with our partners down there across the country at different Fox stations all over the place. Josh, maybe a closing message before I let you go, and we toss it to you.
Well, I know that Austin's been going for, like 12 hours now, but I have a feeling he wants to stick around for another 12 hours. So, Austin, just stay where you are, and we'll come to you, for the next 12 hours or so.
You got it.
That sound good?
You got me for 48 hours, Josh. Let's do it. I'm on the clock. Let's go.
All right, notice he asked Austin because I'm going to bed. All right, everybody. So stick with us here at Live Now from Fox. Josh, we'll see you very soon. And then Austin, I got to bring you up one more time here because I got to say thank you. Of course, you have been here with us for hours on end, keeping track of all of these major races that we have been following, Austin Westfall. Kudos.
It's been fun, Carel. Thanks.
Of course. And with that, we're going to step away for our final commercial break. A Live Now look out there at the White House. Remember that we are not just tracking the presidential race, but so many of these different ballot initiatives, these props, and Senate and House races. All of that is still to come here at Live Now from Fox. So I'm going to be signing off here. My name is Carel Lajara, and on the other side, you'll see Josh Breslow.